Leave the studio and come back in because there's this virus that just turned up. I tried to add an ad blocker on this browser and it's this fucking McAfee fucking virus. So, why do they do that? You go to the web store, that they tell you to go to, and then you get descended upon by ads for clicking on one thing there. So what I'm going to have to do is leave the studio and restart the computer. But before I do that, I'll play. I'll share stuff. Right. Okay. Right now, I just got to find it all. UFOs and stuff. Notify me. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Two watching. Hey, hello, two people. Okay, I'll start off with the Westall. There's a dude here covering it. Slapped ham. He's fairly big, 132,000 subs.
Interpretations. However, over the years, there have been a few
Oh, you fucker. Hope no one can see those fucking ads there.
Today we're looking at one of the most fascinating UFO cases in history, the Westall UFO encounter. But as always, before we dive into this fascinating tale,
interpretations. However, over the years, there have been a few UFO encounters.
This is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at one of the most fascinating UFO cases in history, the Westall UFO encounter. But as always, before we dive into this fascinating tale, remember to hit that subscribe button for more interesting content just like this.
Most UFO sightings are quickly dismissed as the delusions of lone believers, or quickly explained away with more rational, down-to-earth interpretations. However, over the years, there have been a few UFO encounters that were backed up by numerous witnesses, giving them credibility from more than just the UFO enthusiasts of the world. One such case is the Westall UFO encounter. The Westall UFO encounter took place on April 6, 1966, in Melbourne, Australia. According to at least 200 witnesses, a flying object descended from the sky and appeared to land in a large field, near the two schools where the majority of the witnesses were located. The witnesses first spotted the aircraft at around 11 a.m. Most of the children who first spotted the UFO were excited by the strange object in the sky, and their exclamations brought others outside to witness the incident. It was reported that a few students collapsed in fright when they saw the UFO. The students and faculty at the two schools watched for 20 minutes while the object hovered over the field, made quick lateral movements, and eventually descended into the field of wild grass. After a few minutes, it took off again at a higher speed, appearing to head towards Clayton South, a nearby suburb. The witnesses, most of whom had just completed outdoor exercises at Westall High School, described the craft as a silver disc with a slight purple hue. Some claimed that the disc was more green in colour. Witnesses agreed that the object was about twice the size of an average sedan. Some of the witnesses also claimed to have seen other aircraft, more similar in shape to a typical airplane, higher in the air. Some said that the other crafts resembled Cessna planes. They stated that these other crafts began to circle the mysterious object as it flew back into the air from the field. The other crafts appeared to be pursuing it as it flew away from the scene. The weather that morning was bright and sunny, so the witnesses had a clear view of the sky. Some investigators claim that as many as 400 witnesses from around the area reported spotting the strange object in the sky. After the UFO and its contingent of pursuers disappeared, many of the students stayed outside hoping that it would return. Shortly after, authorities in military uniforms reportedly appeared on the scene to forbid the witnesses from speaking to the press. The official explanation from the Westall High School principal was mass hysteria. He stated that when one student claimed to see the UFO, other students let their imaginations run away with them. However, the witnesses were not all from Westall High School, so his explanation doesn't resolve the other accounts. Later in the day, after hearing about the reports, engineering student Kevin Hurley decided to investigate the area where the UFO was said to have landed. The area was a field of thick knee-high grass known as the Grange. After a brief search, he located an area of the grass that was much flatter than the grass around it. He stated that the grass was bent in such a way that it appeared as if something circular had landed there and rotated while on the ground, twisting the grass as it did so. Hurley left the site fascinated by what he saw. He returned days later to investigate further, but was surprisingly unable to approach the site where he'd found the odd depression. According to him, the area where he found the strange markings was being guarded by armed men in military uniforms. Before he was aggressively removed from the site, Hurley saw a number of military men milling about the markings. They appeared to be taking readings using a device resembling a Geiger counter. According to some reports, the field was later burned, effectively destroying any evidence that may have existed in the field where the UFO was said to have landed. The farmer who owned the land publicly stated that he burned the area himself to discourage UFO hunters from trespassing on his property. However, many believe that the
these videos, where they don't sort of show you any footage of where it's from, or cameras. They just show you stock footage of shit, fuck you, Slapped Ham. I hate them sort of. But anyway, so I'll give Slapped Ham a miss because it's just he uses so much stock footage in his videos, pictures of people concerned and stop it. Anyway, this one's better because they actually do some bit of artwork for this one. Kelly Cahill abduction. I'm very well.
So dense and profound.
One, because I've got an ad. Yeah, that's right. I get ads on here now for no reason whatsoever. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, so somehow ads are getting through, even on this channel. There's a new thing out now where it's experiencing trouble and it won't come up until it's not fucking sponsored by menulog.com.au. Oh, for fuck's sake, what the fuck's going on? I'm just gonna have to oh god, now it's going to start.
Counter.
What? This ad's back again. Having trouble, that's for fucking trouble.
So dense and profound that it became an arresting physical weight upon her. Spellbound.
Oh, as soon as I go back, it fucking fucks up. Well, this is new. You know, I'm getting all this new shit just happened.
So dense and profound that it became...
Oh, God. Right. This is real precise. No, for some reason this fucking ad is fucking me whole life up. Yeah, this is new. Why isn't the ad fucking thing working? It's on, isn't it?
The Good Guys Doorbuster deals are on now.
Oh,
Get $100 off this TCL 75-inch TV, $100 off this Samsung soundbar. This Hisense top mount fridge only $446.
At double the height of the treetops, it drew fast upon them, emitting a southern Dandenong Mountains. We delve in.
Finally, right now. This road where this happened, I know it very well. The Belgrave Helm Road. I used to live up in this area, and yeah, I knew my mates in Monbulk. I was living in Monbulk, and they actually knew the family where the couple, Kelly Cahill and her husband, visited. Yeah, they were coming back from Monbulk where I lived, and I remember seeing UFOs on this road once too. It was quite a... Yeah, and where it happened, it was in this empty paddock, you know. It was just fields. Now it's all houses, but... yeah, I've seen a few UFOs in that area, I'll tell you, over the years.
Into Australia's most notorious encounter with what is known as the Shadow People. An encounter that would become a pivotal catalyst in propelling knowledge of life beyond Earth into the public mainstream.
Fuck, it was never...
Join us as we take a late-night cruise with Kelly Cahill and her husband into the cold, lonely depths of missing time through the foothills of the southern...
I never ever knew that case being called the Shadow People. Never was. That's bullshit. They were greys. They weren't Shadow People. I mean, same shit, but, you know, get it right, idiot, from England. Yeah, they look like greys, and it was known as the Kelly Cahill abduction.
Dandenong Mountains.
Aliens. Hey, go. Oh, shit, you can't see it. Oh, for fuck's sake.
It was like waking from some vague daydream.
Doesn't go long.
As she returned to her senses, focusing on the dark silhouettes of the trees as they rushed past outside the window, Kelly Cahill turned to her husband with an odd look of confusion upon her face. Andrew seemed focused upon the road ahead, before he finally turned to her with an equally haunted.
Hang on, I read the book. I read her book. I don't remember her saying, as we're driving along, I was looking at the shadows of the trees. Nah, she never said that. Anyway, he's just making that up.
Expression. Meekly, she asked him if she had fallen asleep, but he couldn't answer. He simply affected a tighter grip on the steering wheel and shook his head with uncertainty. It was obvious to both of them that they were experiencing the same sense of inner turmoil, though they could not understand what that turmoil was or why they felt it. Something had just happened, but for some reason, they had no recollection of it. There was an odd odor inside the vehicle, and she could feel a small irritation, like a minor burning sensation somewhere on her midriff. But it was this vague memory of the red lights that bothered her.
On her midriff.
She didn't know what the lights were or where she had seen them, just that there had been many, all gliding towards her. The car hit a pothole in the road, snatching her from her reverie. Stunned and disorientated, the couple continued their journey in silence, exhausted and longing for their beds, wanting only to alleviate whatever mysterious deeds had unsettled them. On the 8th of August 1993, Kelly and Andrew Cahill were driving home after attending a barbecue hosted by one of their friends. Although it was winter in Australia, it had not been particularly cold. The evening had brought with it a cool breeze and some pockets of light rain, but it had not been enough to dampen their spirits. They had sat chatting with their friends for many hours before finally heading home at around midnight. Their journey took them along Belgrave Hallam Road. Stretching over the long Dandenong Mountains of southern Australia, the pair made their way through the rolling countryside with ease, looking forward to retiring to their beds due to the lateness of the hour. However, at some point along their route, they spotted what Kelly described as a blimp rising out of the distance. Slowing down, they kept their eyes on this strange object as it drew closer and realized it was actually disc-shaped. Hovering at double the height of the treetops, it drew fast upon them, emitting a dazzling orange glow.
Yeah, they all do that.
The couple could not take their eyes off it as they peered at dark figures standing tall behind what appeared to be windows around the object's outer rim. Kelly had just enough time to point and tell Andrew to look at the people in the windows before it suddenly disappeared. Under the waning moon, the couple continued for another mile or so before noticing a blinding light in the middle distance. The closer they moved towards it, the more they realized it appeared to be a screen of pure white light draped across the landscape ahead of them. Kelly raised her hand to shield her eyes as they drove into it, unable to see anything beyond its radiance. The next thing she knew, the light had disappeared, but their car seemed to be much further along the road, and Kelly immediately wondered if she had blacked out. When the couple returned home, Kelly noticed a mysterious geometric marking below her navel, a red equilateral triangle, the sides of which were about 10 millimeters in length. Several layers of skin within this marking appeared to have been burned away. The couple also discovered that they returned home an hour and a half later than they should have done, meaning that there were 90 minutes of their journey they could not account for. Exhausted, they didn't think too much of it, but the next morning, Kelly in particular began to feel that something was off. Over the next few days, she commenced a long and heavy menstruation, even though her next cycle was not due for a while. This was accompanied by daily nauseating migraines, which she experienced on and off for about 6 weeks. Medical treatment was sought, and doctors were able to detect an infection in her womb. Further tests were carried out, including sonograms, but nothing would yield an answer as to its cause. She was then hospitalized, and only after being placed on a strong course of antibiotics did her symptoms begin to abate. As for her migraines, the doctors performed CAT scans looking for any...
Now, I'm sure that mark was on her leg, on the top part of her leg. And she said it was hollowed out. Anyway, I don't know. This guy's not quite talented as I remember. Well, this is his man of it, but at any rate, there's a link anyway if anyone wants to rove on. And I'm just on my first beer of the day. Been for a walk with Bruno. And
signs of trauma, but again, nothing was detected. She was simply given painkillers and discharged. But in reality, the real horror of what took place was only just beginning. Soon, a whole sequence of harrowing events would begin to unfold from her memory. Events so extraordinary that her accounts would leave UFO investigators and medical professionals.
Hey, Glenn.
Hey, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I can't hear me videos I play on this browser, but I can't use the other browser because now it's infected with virus. And
What? You got viruses on your
and
laptop?
I do a computer scan, and it says, "Oh, everything's fucking fine. You're dreaming, you fucking idiot." And I'm saying, "No, you're wrong, computer. It's definitely a virus on the computer."
Oh,
They go, "No virus there. Everything's fine." And while they're saying that, thousands of virus blocks come up on the side panel. And
what do you think, Ken? They don't like you streaming, so they upload shit to you, or what?
Well, I tried to add this ad blocker on this YouTube. I had one there, but it wasn't stopping all the ads, so I tried to add the original one, and it turned out to be a virus one, which I don't get why they should have them in your app store. Hey, Joe.
It's Joe. What's Joe doing?
When they're going to have viruses, you'd think they'd give you secure sites, But that's what they say.
Yeah, fat head.
Who else was there? Oh, just you. Oh, Scotty was there. That's right.
Yeah, Scotty's out there. Yeah.
It was a while back. 3:44. Yeah, I spent last 2 hours trying to get rid of this virus. Drove me nuts. I just gave up. I have to keep starting the computer, and then it goes away so long as I don't click on that browser. Which is Chrome.
Oh, you're using Chrome?
Yeah, and Opera.
Oh. Yeah. How about, you ever try Brave?
No.
I got Brave. That's what I'm using. That's the better one, I think.
I used to use Bing.
Bing. Yeah, Bing, yeah. Bing. Yeah, Microsoft's Bing, yeah.
Yeah, it's still around, but I think I'm still...
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I started drinking 5 o'clock, man, so it's pretty late for me.
Oh, wow.
Well, what's that, 1 o'clock in the morning for you right now, right?
I'm pretty fucking hammered, Glenn.
Oh, okay. Hey, Scott, what does it mean, Scott Level saying...
Which channel is this? This is Koala Ken. Off the grid to Koala Ken.
What was the last channel you were on? Caravan Life. What happened to that channel?
I can't stream on there till tomorrow, I think. Either tomorrow or next day.
Hey, Robin.
That video you got me to play, Glenn, it got me...
did it really? The one I had you play? I told you.
Hey, Robin.
The one on EMS.
I watched the last couple episodes of yours, with Gordon and shit. And I didn't realize one of them got killed. And, oh, man, I woke up and hit stop, and I don't know what happened at the end of it. What the hell happened at the end of that conversation? Because it was a good conversation, Robin. Oh, no. And that was like 2 days ago.
I know you're talking about. I was on there too, wasn't I, Joe? I was there too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't rewind it that far. I just fell asleep to it.
No,
I woke up
and a lot of racial shit, and Ken had to end the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what happened.
No, I love you guys, man. I'll always be on your stream if I know it, and I just might pass out and go to bed.
I would have streamed. I was going to stream much earlier until that virus turned up. It fucked everything up for me.
Oh, you got so mad though. You got so mad and killed the stream.
No,
And it's like,
no, because Gordon
it's
was
like,
drinking too much, and he
yeah,
was getting real racial.
no, I actually agreed with Gordon though. You don't have to be perfect, and you don't have to like what he's saying, but don't ever run from it either, Rotman. I mean, the whole world wants you to shut up. So you gotta just hold on to what you know is true and let people talk. You know?
No, I had to end it because it would have got me fucking terminated.
Yeah, you can't let him talk, Joe. It was
Of course,
Keep the channel.
that's not the point. That's not the point. And I get it.
We did keep talking anyway. We did. It wasn't like I just blocked him or anything. We kept this conversation going offline. And then it calmed down after that.
And that's my point. I ended up waking up mid-conversation and I shut you off and I lost what you guys all said.
Oh, it'd be a bit loud to go to sleep to that. Yeah, a couple of times.
Hence now we can use that channel. Now that channel's lost. Now that channel. What video did I put up that you got banned on, Ken? Which video did you get banned for me giving you?
Oh, that one about that woman talking about the the frequencies.
Oh, yeah, Laura Lynn Tyler Thomas talking about the what in the arm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
No, it just got me 2-week ban and
really? Wow. And she's really religious. She says prayers in the beginning and end out of her father's Bible before the show starts. It's like, come on, guys, right? Jesus.
Christians. Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's gone around when the C-19er was going down and went to every hospital, talked to the nurses, went everywhere and found out what was really going on. Proved it all on her channel, and they banned her off YouTube. Yep. Same old game, right, Joe? Same game, man.
So many did get banned.
Yeah, you know. Shit goes right until it don't.
Yeah. But they banned Ken for that video. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous,
Oh, they hit you on anything these days.
This year was winter outside, but I got most of the roof on my little shed. And I gotta tell you, I built like a $15,000 shed.
And how much you got into it? About how much money into it? $1,000 bucks?
Maybe $5,000.
Oh, $5,000. Okay, yeah. Lumber's expensive. What are you paying for a sheet of plywood now? $32 a sheet, or?
$47.
Wow,
it was.
Holy shit! $47 a sheet of plywood. Wow.
For outside plywood that I use.
Yeah, exterior grade. Yeah, pressure treated.
The roofing plywood.
Yeah, 5/8.
Might have been about $20, $21.
What you use for the 5/8?
I bought some chipboard.
Oh yeah.
That might have been about $40 a sheet.
Really, for the particle board, fucking plywood? Oh.
Just chipboard, yeah.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
I know it's going up so much here too.
Is that chipboard or shitboard?
Well, you can take your choice. Yeah. I'm a pretty good builder. And I used an awful lot more 2x4s than anyone else would for a shed, but I don't know how to build, dude. The only thing I lacked was maybe a king stud or two, just because a little building didn't need that.
Right.
But I got every damn stud in there, and there's more studs than you need.
Yeah, would you go 16 on center or 2 feet on center? 16, right?
I can't build a huge shed, man. I
Mhm.
really can't.
No weak shed, right?
But it's almost done. I would honestly say not this Saturday, but next Saturday you'll see it completely done.
Oh, good.
This
Now,
Saturday,
did you
just
frame out for a wood stove so you can heat that pig or what?
no, I didn't. No, I wanted it unheated. It's a
Unheated?
shed.
Oh,
It's a shed. It's a workshop. It's a shed. I didn't want no heat.
oh.
Yeah. You could have a little pot belly in there.
It
That's what I
bums me
said.
out, but
Yeah.
at the same time, you got to understand, I put it 10 feet away from my propane tank. So I
Okay.
don't want a wood stove there for anyone to complain that I got a
Yeah.
wood stove next to a
Next to a
propane tank.
propane tank, right, right. What do you run on propane out there? What do you run? Do you heat?
No, I've run my stove off one tank for like 3 years now, and I
Oh,
still got that tank.
that propane's expensive too, isn't it? Costly.
Yeah.
Well, I just told you, I
No,
ran one tank
yeah, right. For
just
stove
for
for
my
3 years.
stove for like
Right.
3 years, and I still got a half a tank.
Mm-hmm.
More than that, actually. So you could probably live like 6 years off 500 gallons to cook your food and bake your turkeys.
Wow.
Yeah. The second you use it for heat, though, you're
Looking at
feeling
dry.
it twice, 3 times a year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just saying, man.
Yep. Yep. Ken, you
Yeah, I
muted?
can. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, Ken. I don't know if he's talking, but it's muted. So if Ken's talking, I can't hear him.
Oh, right. Yeah, I was.
Were you talking, Ken?
I was just saying, I've had the same gas bottle for a year. It's a big, long one. But, yeah, I have it on for heating too sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I'll do that soon. Getting bloody cold again.
Yeah, you're coming into you're going to be getting warmer, Ken, and we're getting colder here. It's already getting cold nights here. Yep.
We had a whole week and a half of nice weather. That was pretty amazing. It was like summer. It's beautiful. Then we got the rain, yes.
If you stop over at Farmers tomorrow, I'll show you a glimpse of it the second I come on. That's about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it'll take me another fucking week to finish it. Just because I'm a lazy bastard and it's been raining a lot.
Slow and steady wins the race, you know.
Oh, yesterday. Was it yesterday? It might have. Yeah, it was yesterday. I got 6 boards cut because after 2 boards, it started raining. Then we covered everything up, and then came inside, and then it stopped, and then we'd go outside, uncover everything, cut another board, and it starts raining.
What a hassle. Oh,
And what's Scott Lovell runs out there? Is he coming in or not? Which channel sits? What's the difference? Click the link, Scott. This channel right here, we were doing UFOs, right? Ken, what do you think these UFO things are anyways? Is that our tech, their tech, what?
I think they're the vehicles angels fly around in. Demons and shit.
Are they coming out of Tartaria? Like, are they coming out of from the lands we aren't allowed to go out to? Are they out there?
Yeah, I'd say they're
Yeah.
everywhere. They've always been here.
Oh yeah.
I don't believe in aliens from other planets.
Oh, no way. I don't think we get through the firmament.
I used to.
Yeah, I did too.
But after all my experiences with UFOs, I thought they're definitely a sort of a spiritual, interdimensional type thing.
Mm-hmm.
The ones I've seen have never been, not man-made at all.
No.
I don't doubt they have, invented some wacky stuff.
Let's put it this, Ken. The President Trump, he created a space force, right? You can't have a space force without spaceships, correct?
Was it Trump?
Trump,
invented
yeah. Trump.
Space Force, was it? Oh,
Trump.
I thought it was the guy before, but
No, it was Trump. Trump created a space force. You can't have space force without spaceships, unless I'm mistaken. What do you got, Space Force just out there selling cookies? Or?
Yeah, they got big lasers in space or something. Right? Star Wars, they used to call it.
Yeah. No, they got some electromagnetic ships that have been flying around here since the 1300s, right? The Vermonters out of India and shit. Yep.
I was watching, I forgot which channel it was. Might have been Ray Mud Floods.
Oh, Ray, yeah, I saw you saying happy birthday to the girl on Ray's. Yep.
Yeah, Sandy. God.
I saw you, Sandy. Yeah, Sandy Deaver. I saw your comment. You were on your Ken's Caravan's Life. Happy birthday, Sandy. Yep.
Yeah. No, yeah, what was it? Oh, yeah, they showed these women using this old, like it's a telephone.
Oh, I got pictures of that. Yeah, the 1800s, the first cell phones. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they just hook it up to a bit of metal.
Yep.
Fire
an umbrella was their antenna. Yep.
Umbrella is the antenna, and there they go. They can ring their hubby.
Yeah, and that technology was there in I think it was 1886 or 1890 something. Yeah, but they won't release the phones. They wouldn't release their technology until they could control it, listen to what you're saying, all that shit, right?
They weren't tapping into satellites,
Mm-hmm. Oh no, yeah.
They use an umbrella just to get the radio waves.
I've yet to see a satellite. The only satellite I've seen is that Chinese one floating in here on a balloon.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, that's wacky,
but I digress.
Yeah, they used to have little power generators. You could run kettles off and everything back.
Oh, I know. I look at the old papers. They used to sell those. Yeah. I'd love to find some of that old stuff like that, Ken, huh?
Yeah.
And they show you, like, if you watch some of that Divergent guy's videos, he's showing you when the powers that be killed our electric grid, they had all these electric cars and electric trolleys, and then they had to hook up horses to move them around like buses. Yeah, because they wouldn't give out the free energy. They had to make money on the energy, so they killed the grid that was free power. Yep.
And they didn't even need wires back then.
It was Tesla's technology, all free energy in our atmosphere. They captured with all these tall buildings with those globes on top, the balls. Yep.
Well, the reality is, though, we're not changing it now, so you're gonna pay through the fucking nose.
Oh, I'm paying now, right through the nose here, Joe. I'm paying, yeah.
I'm paying a heck of a lot for electricity. During winter, I pay twice as much.
Yeah, and people are stupid. They come and sell you, oh yeah, you got to go electric car. Then they 10 times the price of electricity after they get everybody buying these fucking cars. Now you're really screwed,
Yeah.
They don't tell you how much it costs you a night to plug the car in and charge that 50 amp circuit, It's a fortune to charge those cars.
I think they've designed it to fail on purpose almost. It's weird.
Yeah.
They didn't think out the infrastructure of all this, and people having to line up for hours. Electricity. Plus them stupid batteries they put in them. God.
Guys, I got something to say that I would only be able to say is if we ever went offline private. I got something that disturbed the hell out of me. And I haven't been able to deal with it yet.
Oh,
You haven't done what? See that? What did you just say? Yeah, we saw that, Scott. I seen this Tesla with the generator on the back running through California. Yep.
And you deal with it.
well, they used to run cars on water once.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've seen that in a James Bond movie. Yep.
In World War II, they used to use 10% diesel and 90% water mixed somehow.
Mm-hmm. Everyone that's come out with the gasoline, I've seen this through the years. So many people have come out with engines that will run on water, and all kinds of other stuff, soda, this, that. Every time something happens to the inventor. Yep.
So, Joe, there's something you want to say, but you don't know if you can say it on
if they pull the plug and we go offline. I think he was going to tell us Gordon's number again. That's a tough subject, Ken. Don't mention Gordon's number.
No.
Thanks, but no.
Yeah, Rachel, that was, I think, start of that heated argument a couple nights ago.
No, it really does.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. And then the fact that you told him the last 4 digits, he knew his number, then you flashed the card on screen that gave us the first digits.
No, I did that on purpose just for him, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did he change his number or not?
I remember all that.
I don't know.
Scott Levelrom saying there's a great machine that runs on water. If actually, Scott,
I hope that sometime I catch you guys offline and I'll tell you what the hell in my head.
Well, if you're streaming, when we end the stream on YouTube, right? When we end the stream, we'll be in private in the back of the StreamYard, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
But you might not be awake by then. I don't know when you're going to crash.
But there's always a different day.
Yeah.
Or maybe on Farmer's Channel. Anyways, say Scott, I just saw Scotty Kimmler's new video. And you ever see Scotty Kimmler with the cars? He does all the rev it up your engine, that guy?
Scotty Kimmler.
Scotty Kimmler. He's on YouTube. He's got like the biggest car guy. He tells you how to work on your car, what to buy, what not.
I think Gordon's watched him. Yeah.
So he just came out and said Toyota now is making a hydrogen engine for their car due out in 2028. And it runs on water. So here we go again with that game.
Yeah. Hey, let's celebrate that game because that's a big corporation. So they either nuke the whole city or we get cars that run on water. One of the two. They either nuke the whole city or we get cars that run on water.
Yeah. I don't even think, I think they just saying that. I don't think they'll actually, because you'll kill the coal and gas and all that. And they already have power plants that run on electromagnetic energies. They got giant ones called IDA. They built one at MIT years ago. It works perfectly. It's like the movie.
That's why they nuked the whole city, dude.
You know, they could power a whole city, and they built one right next to CERN in Switzerland, if you believe what they say. But it's called IDA, and they've built that. It's electromagnetic. It looks like in the movie The Avengers, that the power plant that what's his name has there. What's his name with the metal suit that he flies around in? What's that? The guy, you know what I'm talking about?
Iron Man.
Iron Man. Yeah, Iron Man's power source is the power plant that's called IDA that they've already built a mock-up supposedly at MIT years ago, and they built a full-scale plant in Switzerland right next door to CERN, and it would power a whole city, free power, as much power as you want, but we're not allowed to have that. So,
hey, Iron Man's power suit is totally powered by Iron Man's heart.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's
he's
thing in his
atomic
chest.
heart, or he had
Right.
a special heart. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I read the comics before they were movies. Yeah.
I don't know nothing about no comics or jokes or nothing, but I do know that.
Yep. And what
Oh,
they
you
show
probably remember the cartoon series in the 70s, Joe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember watching cartoons. My life's always sucked.
Oh.
I
I remember that, Ken. I'm Ken's age, so I know all this shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just watched a good series, The Umbrella Academy, it's called.
Oh, where was that on? What channel?
Oh, it's on Netflix, but
Yeah, I try not to watch that. I don't like Netflix. That whole
yeah.
I don't like who owns it. I don't like anybody.
I'm not actually watching Netflix, but I can get stuff. Yeah. So yeah, it's 4 seasons, and yeah, it was I'd say it's one of my favourite superhero series. Actually,
Come on, Scott Levelrealm. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the announcement of Toyota about that hydrogen engine? They're going to be out in 2028, so that will take the whole electric car industry and throw it out the window. They could have done that 100 years ago, run hydrogen engines. They knew how to do that. That's what Bob Lazar of Area 51. He was working on those cars like that, running.
The old diggers used to tell me about how they could virtually run cars in water. You know.
Bob Lazar, that supposedly reverse engineered the alien ships at Area 51. Yeah, he was working on hydrogen engine rocket cars, right? That's what he was working on. That was his big thing. Hydrogen engine cars.
If everything he says was true, he'd be dead long time ago.
Well, yeah, right. He's like it keeps you focused. Oh, aliens, this, that, on that.
Yeah,
beat,
they
right?
really want people to be focused on the aliens.
Exactly. That's why he was. But he actually said it in his interview that the ships that they reverse engineered didn't come from outer space. They dug them up in ancient ruins. He did say that. So I agree with that 100%. Yep.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, you can capture demons, so I suppose you could catch a UFO somehow, but I think it's highly unlikely. That's why I wonder about the Roswell thing. It's like, no, these things can't be shot down.
Well, they could have used sound, right? They get sound. Some of those old movies shows you the sound shit. They make the saucers come out of balance and crash.
Right? Yeah, Earth versus the Flying Saucers.
That's my favorite. The one and the thing bounces off the Capitol building, right? That UFO thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and they had them on the back of trucks and things.
Yeah, exactly, Ken. Yeah, me and you watched the same movie. They had the sound machine on the back of the truck, and they drive it around and shoot the sound waves at the saucer and make it come out of balance and crash. Yep.
Yeah. Harry Horson did the stop motion for that.
I love that publicdomainmovies.net, Ken. That's a great channel. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're pretty much safe showing anything from there on the channels. Like I've got striked for not. Oh, was it striked?
Oh, you get strikes for that?
No, I got copyrighted for showing a couple, and all I'd say is it's public domain, and then they'd take the copyright off.
Oh.
Yeah. Twice they did that. Oh, we see you are right. Okay, sorry about that.
Who's that?
YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just the algorithm, you know. He's showing a movie. I don't know what movie, but we'll just copyright him anyway.
Speaking about algorithm, where's Algo Ben, man? He ain't streaming at all anymore.
Yeah, no more Algo. Patrick Roberts.
Yep, Roberts has disappeared, and Danny, where'd Danny go?
Yeah.
Everyone's missing, man.
Last time she was on my channel just not long before it got terminated. The last one.
It's coming into fall and winter, so people will be inside their house a lot more around here, I think, you know?
Yeah. It's like that here. Everyone hibernates. Will become hermits. And that. Yeah.
And I got to put the snowplow on my trucks and stuff, Ken.
Oh, yeah. That'll be fun, eh?
Yep, I could have retired. I could have retired in July, but I'm not going to because I still got to put another kid through college and stuff.
Damn it. Yeah, you gotta bring them bucks in, eh?
Yeah, college is. You know how much college costs?
Oh, I wouldn't have a clue.
$250K for 4 years.
Shit.
Yeah.
And they can't even get a job when they leave.
Well, that's the thing. My older kids are both engineers, and they're both making good money, working for good companies. So,
Oh, right, yeah.
yes, I got one more to go.
The other one will follow suit, and yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good.
But still, you got to come up. You
Smart.
got to come up with a ton of money, man.
Yeah. They got that technical brain, eh?
Yeah, they're all real smart. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's funny. Us running families, that I knew this family of, they were all engineers, grandpa and the sons, and all of them worked on motors and things. They invented different sorts of motors for trucks. And
plus, I was in construction. My father was a builder, so I was in construction my whole life. So when they were growing up, I'd have them out on the job sites building houses with me, and they hated it. I'd have them dig footings and roofing and framing, and they hated that work. Oh, it was dirty and hot, and they knew to stay in school and get that degree, man.
Yeah, what do you call them?
I made my son hold the beam over his head like 5 minutes longer than I needed to, but I do it just for my entertainment to watch him suffer. So yeah, I'm a builder.
Nah,
you gotta.
It toughens them up, Joe. You got to toughen them up. I did that with my younger brother. He's too wimpy, so I toughened him up a bit, made him do the hard yakka.
The biggest though is making sure that he doesn't know he's holding it too long.
Yeah.
It's necessary that he does this. And I've had to invent quite a few things to say in order to keep him going because, it's kind of bullshit.
Son, you've only been holding it for 2 minutes. It's actually 5. Only 2 minutes, son. Just another few more minutes. And...
Yeah.
I know, right? And I do it all the time.
Yeah, hold this. I'll be right back, and then come back in an hour.
The part is not to let them see a smile.
Oh, yeah. Then they'll get pissed off. You mock me.
Yeah, no, I do it all the time, man.
Now, are you getting into firewood season, Joe? You got some wood cut up to get rid of and make some cash, or what?
Well, no, I don't. I don't got no wood to make no cash.
Damn.
But I do have all the firewood I need this year.
Oh, okay.
So I haven't expanded on it. Everything's been so wet, Glenn, that now everything's finally firming up. I got like maybe this week I'll be done with the shed. And then I gotta dig a ditch. I think things are dry enough that I can actually start digging a ditch. I can burn my big old pile over there. It's finally dry enough. I got like 20 things to do, bud. And it all depends on how the land is,
Yeah. Yep.
There's not enough hours in the day, hey, Joe? That's what I used to say.
And it's staying dark here, really.
Not when it comes to the end of the day. There's not enough hours when it becomes the end of the day.
And you can't
just
start
about
really
there, and it's getting dark. Damn it!
It's dark in the morning, real late now too. It's dark in the mornings.
Otherwise, it's like 3/4 of the year. You almost can't do anything. Now comes to the land or building or nothing, you better have everything set in place in order to plan what you're going to do.
I plan on plowing some snow, Joe.
Yeah, I don't. I'll drive over that shit.
I went around and visited this mate today, and he's got this beautiful speedboat. Oh, wow.
Oh, nice. Really nice, huh?
He's kept it in immaculate condition. It's from the 80s or something, but it still looks real flash. And
how many engines did it have? 2? 3?
No, he's got this big 200.
Yeah, like a cigarette boat, like a Formula
Mercury,
or a fountain.
Mercury.
Oh, Mercury, yeah. Mercury outboards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's big.
I almost bought one of them today and yesterday and the day before. I almost bought a Mercury tiller. And $50. I can go back and buy it. But honestly, I had to spend the money in my pocket for ice and water and a couple extra 2x6s, and it really just bummed me out because I want to buy that motor, but I had to spend my money otherwise.
Can't always get what you want.
I know. And then,
like Rolling Stones song.
Yep, Rolling Stones. I got that, Ken. Yep.
I digress. Yeah, anyway, he said I can go out on the boat with him and his mates on the lake and go fishing. And
nice.
I said, yeah, I'll wait till the weather warms up a bit and I'll love to do that. But I don't like going out on the cold weather. You can get frostbitten. I nearly got frostbitten last year going out on a boat up a river onto the ocean, and oh God, it's freezing. And I'll never want to do that again. I want to do it in summer. But no, it's nice out on the lake anyway. Most of the time, it's pretty not too choppy, and you see dolphins in there.
No,
it used to be a salt. It was a saltwater lake many years ago, and then some stupid fuckwit decided to do an inlet from the ocean so people could go out the ocean instead of going all out the lakes to get out. And that brought all the salt water in. So now we get sharks and dolphins.
Oh.
The dolphins, yeah, no worries. But the sharks, well, you know.
Now, are the dolphins bottlenose dolphins, or are they mahi-mahi?
Yeah, most times, yeah.
Oh, bottlenose, okay.
Yeah, beautiful.
You know, mahi-mahi, those are Hawaiian dolphins.
I've got up pretty close to them in the past, yeah. Pretty friendly. Like seals are too, you know, most of the time. Yeah, we get a lot of seals on the beach here. They come here and sunbake on the shore after swimming for hundreds of miles. And
see, I believe seals are smarter than dolphins, 1,000%, because seals come on land. Dolphins, they stay in the water. That's pretty dumb.
Well, seals are like the dogs of the ocean, aren't they? They're like the old salty dogs.
Yeah. And they can come on land. They got fins. They can lay out there. Dolphins don't have. They can't climb on the lands and shit. Yeah, no. But they're smart. I've scuba dived with dolphins in the Bahamas.
I've seen a dolphin. You know, he's been building something underwater, and then he's come out on this like trolley, and he's going up on the land, and he's driving along on saltwater power and shit. They get pretty smart, the dolphins.
No, they are smart. I scuba dived out in the Bahamas. Me and my wife went out scuba diving out there on a trip, and they had the dolphins out there trained. So when
he just goes up to the shops, you know, and back again to the ocean.
The worst part is, at that moment, Glenn, the dolphin is smarter than you are. So the stupidest creature on the planet becomes smarter than you. Because why the fuck are you under the water?
Because I'm underwater exploring, Joe.
No, it's bad.
I'm looking for buried ships and
terrible joke.
Yeah.
No, but I'm still laughing inside.
I just told a terrible one, and no one laughed. So,
but they had those dolphins trained, so I could put my hand out underwater, like put my hand out like a stop sign, and the dolphin would come up to my hand with his nose and spin me around around in a circle underwater with the top. Yep, they had them all trained like that. Yep, very smart. They were smart.
Oh, they're super intelligent. The reason they sort of don't seem smart is because they really can't be bothered. They don't need to work or anything, so they're just happy having a free life.
I'm the least animal lover on Rotman's channel. I don't really care. I'm the least animal lover, and I don't care. And I've had so many animals, and a lot of animals. But I still don't give a damn about them because there's so much more in life that actually touches us.
I try to understand them, and that's why I relate to them. And I just see them as not much different than us, most animals.
If you watch the animals, you can tell what's good to eat and what's not good to eat. I've been watching them a lot and seeing what they like to eat and what they don't like to eat. I'll tell you, I get free vegetables from the Boston market that they put out there.
I'm not even arguing that, Glenn. I think that's absolutely correct. But that's not what I was trying to say.
But and I get the vegetables from the Boston market, and I put it out there in the woods for the animals. They won't eat it. They won't touch it. And I'm going, oh boy, what the hell's in this shit that the animals know not to eat it? You know, poison. Bad.
Well, insects and rats and mice won't eat McDonald's, so I know that over the years.
Even God kind of said it. Even God said it in the Bible. Realistically, if it keeps you alive, go ahead and eat it. You know, the worst thing is starving. So even if it keeps you alive, eat it.
But Ken's right there about the McDonald's. I haven't eaten there in years, Ken. I don't eat at that fast food stuff at all, no.
Oh, no. I had a cheeseburger about 2 months ago.
How was it?
It sucked, but it was like I was so starving, I ate a cheeseburger. And before that, it must be at least 2 years before I ate a different cheeseburger from the same McDonald's.
And was it good then?
No, well, I don't know which one tasted better. We're talking like 2 years.
Well, I'm just saying, when did they switch the meat to plastic? You know what I mean?
I don't know. I just know I didn't like either one of them.
I think when I was growing up, I think McDonald's hamburgers was real meat, whether it was kangaroo meat or who knows what meat they were using, but it was real meat. Now I think it's all plastic shit, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's a possibility because you ain't getting it was great out of me.
If Ken says the rats won't eat the McDonald's meat because he worked at McDonald's doing the paint work, if he says they won't, any of those stuff won't eat their food, then something's definitely wrong. Right, Ken?
Yeah. Oh, hang on. I've just got to get some water.
Oh.
Hey.
You.
I can't do it, man. I really want to tell you guys what the hell is bothering me, but I can't.
What's your temperature there? I got 62 here. 62 degrees.
That's about right. Probably 65 in the house, 66.
Right.
All right, Ken, you get your chores done over there or what? The dog.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, fuck, it's cold outside.
Yeah, what do you got for temperature there, Ken? I'll type it in here and tell you what it is.
In Gippsland.
I'll convert it for you, man.
I can look it up. It's 12, 13.
13 Celsius, 2 Fahrenheit. Okay.
Feels a lot colder than that.
Let's see. That converts to 55 degrees. We are at. Let's see. We are at. I'll go up a little bit in Celsius. I'll guess we're at 18 Celsius. Maybe. Let's see what that converts to.
Warmer than
Oh, that's too much. So 16 Celsius. So you're not that. Yeah, 60, 61. I'm 62. Yeah, 16 Celsius. So you're almost at the temperature we're at here, Ken. And I don't think it's cold that much.
Oh, the wind is. There's a cold.
I'm getting ready to go below zero in my area here. Zero below. Real freezing.
I haven't felt cold like this for 2 weeks.
I gotta go low. Oh, so cordwood here, Joe.
It's
Right
coming
now,
off the ocean, the wind, you know.
cordwood's going for $400 a cord right now here, Joe. Seasoned cordwood delivered. A cord is $400.
Yeah, no, I really don't pay attention to that.
Oh,
I really still try to give any wood I have extra away for free.
mm-hmm.
And I
I'll give
do a good job because I give it to people that actually need it.
Oh, Scott. Yes, Scott. I did see that. I watched that.
Yeah, I saw that too, Scott.
Yeah, I turned it off though. I got bored of listening to the same.
Oh, I
shit.
hate Grant. I just
Yeah,
can't.
no. He just kept
Too
beating
long.
the same drum. I listened for like an hour and turned the thing off. You know.
Oh, he just doesn't want to be wrong, and you know
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
just talking to someone if they're being proved wrong, and they just
Exactly.
get
Yeah.
it.
I mean, I'm way past. Who cares if he thinks it's round? Let him be, right, Ken?
Oh, what a shill! If
you know
there's
what I
a
mean?
24-hour sun in Antarctica,
Yeah.
prove
The same shit. I mean, and you hear Z was only on here for a year or whatever, but he's smart. Z's very smart, but I'm saying he's only been online for a year. I think he said a year and a half. Me and you have been online for how many years now, Ken? 12.
Yeah. Who's only been on for a year?
Yeah, Z said I heard him last night on the stream saying he's only been on for like a year and a half. His channel, and me and you, we've been on way far back.
I remember Dranny's early days.
Yeah.
And I was a mod over at his channel, like
Mm-hmm.
on the platform he was on. I was a main moderator there, and I never used to kick trolls off. I used to have a lot of fun with them. They used to crack me up because I'd agree with some of the shit they were saying. I know I want to say that too. But people go, Ken, block him, and I go, oh, how do you do that again?
But that's what stinks. That's what stinks with me and you, Ken. We've been down this road for 12 years, 15 years. Somebody says, "Oh, flat Earth, globe Earth." Who cares? We've been there 15 years ago. We're so much more smarter than that now, with the stuff we've researched and stuff. I'm way past all that. Who cares what they think, right?
I know.
I don't
It
fight with
doesn't
nobody
worry
about
me.
any of it. Like Gordon. Gordon believes the globe. Let him bleed the globe. That's his view. Me and you have already been there and done that, right?
I don't care if people believe it's a globe. It doesn't.
I don't
worry
either.
me.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
All
I
the
never
science-
would
I
get
didn't-
angry at something.
I didn't even know Gordon believed in the globe. That's how much I paid attention.
Yeah, no.
Didn't care about it. It doesn't change the fact that Gordon is Gordon.
Yeah,
Right.
it doesn't make any difference. My animals don't care what shape the world is.
But Gordon doesn't believe that we've been to the moon. Like the ladies in my office, they both agree with me that we've never been to the moon before. So a lot of people can see that, but they can't take the next step. It's all on what the powers that be will let you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, they don't care.
the only thing you got to know is one thing: you've been lied to before you were born. That's all you got to know. This game they've been playing is before you were even born, and so they want you in the construct and to believe whatever they trying to make.
Well, that's what the whole school system is, isn't it? It's programmed.
Exactly. Yep. Yep. Hey, did you see me do that stream with We Are Awake TV, Ken, with Ian? Ian, We Are Awake TV. Did you see my stream with him the other night?
No.
Yeah. We were going through the stuff of Crow 777s. I put up the videos on that, the Archons and stuff. And then he was researching it big time and stuff, yeah.
Doesn't Crow 777 hang around with Duran, though?
Oh, I don't even know. No, I don't even. He doesn't even go online anymore. Crow's got his own Crow 777 radio.
There's Rose 777.
Yeah, but she's the buddy of that guy.
Duran.
Yeah. Sheridan's.
Jake the asshole was telling me the other day.
But then, I had talked to Rose on Nachikita's stream. Now, I don't believe a lot of stuff she says either, because she's trying to, on one of the streams I was with Nachikita, Rose was trying to say, oh, yeah, we had steam engines, and that's how we built those giant buildings. And I said, no way. A steam engine, yeah, you might be able to move a block, but you're not doing all that 3D printing on all that concrete detailed work on the columns
from steam technology.
Yeah. So
I don't, not that I don't know her as a person, but I just go by who she hangs out with, and yeah. And oh god, there's so many. They irritate me the second they talk. It's like, oh no, turned up on Nachikita's. I was going, what the hell's he doing here?
Ken, do you think there's a summer gate and there's lands around that are really out there in Tataria? Do you believe in that Gleason map?
Yeah, I think there's an outer, like we're in the inner part of the world, the inner Earth, and there's an outer part we don't get to see anymore.
Right. We're not allowed through there, right? Because that's why they got rid of the blimps and stuff. They made that big crisis with the Hindenburg, and that because they had airships everywhere. Like even when I was
catastrophe.
When I was in the Navy, Ken, I got flown out in California with one of my schools for aircraft mechanics was out there, and all they had out there and all out in California in these wide open areas, blimp hangars. They had tons of blimp hangars, so they were flying those blimps everywhere.
It was just the international way of travel back in the old days,
Yep. And so I think they couldn't have us going where they didn't want us to go with that way of travel. Yep.
Yeah, and to make Germany look bad too, because it was German one, wasn't it?
Yeah. The Hindenburg was German. Yeah.
Make us lose faith in Germany.
But by that one accident, cancel all blimps, and they got rid of all of that. Yep.
Hindenburg.
Yeah, the Hindenburg. Yep.
Well, Berg can be Jewish too, can't it? Anyway.
Yeah, I actually watched The Crow House. Do you watch him? The Crow?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, me too. I watched his latest stream, and he's big into that stream.
I've been watching Maxi since he first began. Well, when I first got on computer, he was one of the first people I found. I don't even know how I found him, but back when he was on YouTube, and that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And Chris and 3GO, I sort of got to know them. I just like this. Some of the subject matters they had some good guests on.
Did you see Max's last interview he just did with that lady on BitChute?
What is it?
They were talking about he was talking about who Trump works for and all that shit.
Oh
yeah, you know that.
I don't always watch his interview ones. I sort of mainly watch his walk and talk ones, and it's all.
No, he's smart. I like listening. I listen to Max. He knows what he's talking about. Yep.
Yeah. I've always liked him. I've been listening to him ever since 2009, I'd say it was. And I remember when he went over to Palestine in 2012, coming back, telling all about it and footage.
Yeah, Richie from Boston used to talk to Max all the time and stuff. Yep.
Log in. What does it want me to log in, you fucking cocksucker? Oh, sorry. God damn it.
But I digress.
Why is it?
Where the hell are we? What's Scott Level Room not coming in? Yeah, I saw that. Come on in, Scotty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
we watched Z on Jeranism. Me and Ken were there.
Oh, was Tyrannism on or was he just showing a video, Jared?
Yeah, he was showing that video of him and Z.
Yeah.
Z was showing the video with them and Chiquita with the about when they were disputing the flat Earth crap, you know. It's the same thing. They beat the same drum.
Yeah.
Who cares what he thinks?
And
And the final experiment's a fucking joke. Fucking joke.
Dan, David Weiss, God, I hate him. There's a few people he reminds me of it as well. And that Benjamin Owen, oh God.
Oh yeah, I don't listen to any of them guys, no.
I used to in it years back, but I sort of really lost interest. He's so egotistical. And what is so his last few? Hang on, just looking at Max.
Yeah, you can't play his shit here. You'll get banned for sure.
Yeah. I've played bits and pieces that I knew I'd get away with, but fanning the flames of World War III.
Yeah. I just watched that one. Yeah,
I watched that. The last one before that I watched was Israel's war on everyone.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
So shots fired with Deanne Lorraine.
So Ken, do you think that there is a break? They did have a breakaway. The Germans had a breakaway civilization. Get out of here and go elsewhere.
I can never really, 100% say it.
Of course,
but
of course they did.
Admiral Byrd and these others,
goodness.
they make me wonder the whole thing. Yeah.
Well, the thing that backs up Admiral
resources
Byrd,
they said were there,
Yeah, and then after they got back, Admiral Byrd died like 6 months after that, and Admiral Forstall, somehow he ended up being shoved in a hospital and thrown out a window. So that was not good. He was in charge of everything, Admiral Forstall. So the two of those guys that came back and said all this stuff, both taken out. Yeah.
I mean,
but it is, But what I don't understand, Ken, when you find out proofs and pictures and stuff like that, the powers that be, why do they let that go out there? Why don't they just erase it? You know what I mean? And not have any backup.
Oh, well, it's probably got found by too many people back in before the cancel days, there's the flying platform video, they show this guy just flying around everywhere on this platform back, I think it was the 30s or something, and could be the 20s. He's a Russian dude, scientist, professor, someone. And anyway, he made it out of beetle wings or the beetle, the covers of the wings. What
really?
And that propels, it creates a magnetic force against the Earth's. Have you ever seen that?
No, they put that one up. Can we watch that?
Victor something's flying platform. Victor. Probably find on YouTube. I got on my computer somewhere, but I can't hear videos I play. Sorry, Kelly Cahill. But this is sort of to do with, if I can find it, Victor's flying platform.
Well, that's pretty cool, huh? They had a platform you could fly with beetles. They took the parts off the beetles, made a platform, and then was electromagnetically free from the Earth's field.
Yeah, anti-gravity machine. It's flying anti-gravity. Hang on, I've got to put that word in. Not that gravity exists, but anyway.
Hey, we lost Joe, I think.
Apologize. No.
Did we lose him? He might have fell asleep. Joe's out. Scott's coming in, he says. I'm only kidding you. No Scott. No Gordon. No Puck.
Puck doesn't know this channel, so
Oh, wow.
It's a Puck-free channel, this one.
Puck-free, okay.
It's not showing it. Fucking cunts.
Yeah. I'll search for it on BitChute. Maybe it'll
It's
come up.
showing them the Army's one, but that's still using a bloody.
Let me find out. I'll go on BitChute. I mean, I'll go on, not BitChute. I'll go on DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, it's lousy YouTube search.
And then I'll go, they block that stuff. I'll go anti-gravity ship. Oh, anti-gravity. Gravity.
Oh, hang on. Someone's talking about it here. Viktor Grebennikov. Viktor Grebennikov.
I got it right here. Yep, I got it. Oh, shoot. I hit yep, there it is. Anti-gravity platform first Grebennikov. Yep, I got it. Let me see. I got it here again. I'll go back.
Oh, I got it here.
Oh, it's on a YouTube video. Oh, here it is right here. Nice. You want to put a link in? You can play it, Ken? It's on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm playing it.
Okay, hold on. I'll put it in there, and you can.
I don't know if it's the same video you got, but this.
Yeah, no,
didn't stop with the natural world. His interests also extended to the world of unconventional science, particularly the concept of anti-gravity. Grebenikov's contributions to entomology were significant. He discovered several new species of insects and made substantial contributions to the understanding of insect biology. But his true claim to fame, or infamy, depending on who you ask, was his discovery of what he dubbed cavity structural effect in the wings of certain insects. He claimed that these cavities could generate anti-gravity effects, a concept that was, and still is, far outside the mainstream scientific paradigm. Grebenikov's fascination with the anti-gravity effects of insect wings led him to develop an anti-gravity platform. He claimed this platform could levitate and move at high speeds, all thanks to the resonant effects of the cavities in insect wings. His description...
It's one of them videos full of stock footage and shit.
I gave you the one right here in the private chat. I got it off of, it's a YouTube video, but it's off of DuckDuckGo.
I just hate them ones that show you just photos of something.
Yeah.
What, you know.
See if this video's better, Ken, in private chat.
Okay.
It shouldn't get you banned because it's a YouTube video, so.
Yeah. That subject's not bannable, is it? But I just got to wait for an ad. So the reason the ad blocker's not working too good. Oh, come on.
Wow.
Yeah, I was covering this guy a few years back. Well, I discovered about that probably 2015 or something, or maybe 14.
It says 10 years old, this video.
I was looking up anti-gravity and discovered this guy and thought, wow, how come they never talk about that? Yeah.
This video's 10 years old, and he had that flying ship going, yep.
Oh, he had it going in the 40s, I think it was.
Wow.
Grebennikov.
Is that Russian?
Yeah.
From Russia. Grebennikov was kind of a non-conventional scientist. He was an entomologist, did a lot of work with bugs, entomology. And his favorite thing was to go out into the steppes of Russia and into the various outer hinterlands and camp out in the summers and study his favorite subject. And on one of these expeditions, he started seeing some weird effects. This is all explained in great detail on the AchilleNet site if you type in Grebennikov and his flying box or gravity platform. But anyhow, the result of this was to show that he found a certain bug that didn't fly, it levitated. And this was, he'd put this bug into a little vial or something, and he saw this vial jumping up off the lab table, jumping up and down. And of course, this is patently impossible based on any time of normal physics. So he got into this, and he found out that the bug wings themselves were creating an anti-gravity phenomena under certain conditions. And of course, what we have here, if you analyze, I think I found the bug, actually a beetle. And if you analyze this bug structure, you see a hexagonal pyramid structure array throughout the entire bottom wing of this bug. Turns out that beetles have two wings. The top wing is called a wing cover. And what the beetle does is it lifts this wing cover up, and then it flips out its lower wings or inner wings. Now, the bug cover protects the inner wings, but when it gets excited or something, it flips these other wings out, and it flaps these other wings, and the other wings, the inner wings flap a little, and this beetle goes gyrating around. They can't fly very good, but they sure levitate great, I guess. And anyway, he took a whole bunch of these bug wings, and he glued them to like a Venetia blind structure, and he put it into a little platform he built. So they were all, these bug wings were all covered in here. And he used I theorize he used the wing covers as well as the inner wing itself. There's also a kind of a handlebar on this thing with some controls. You can see the thing a little better here in detail. The controls, I think, had to be manipulated continuously and probably vibrated to create the same action that the bug was doing. There was also down at the base some kind of a lever, which I suspect controlled the amount of lift he was getting out of this thing. Anyway, Grebennikov claimed that he could fly this thing or levitate it, and it would go around at almost 1,000 miles an hour. Now you ask, how can that happen? You know, well, he said that there was an energy field that built up around this thing due to this gravity field building up in the platform. And by this thing building up, it built out a force field that basically surrounded him and protected him from the local environment. So even though he was flying at 1,000 miles an hour, you could go, you could be wearing your Sunday best suit and not get it flutter a bit at 1,000 miles an hour. I'm not sure I'd want to stand on something going 1,000 miles an hour that's 2 feet square. But
yeah, I've seen this one.
This picture here shows him sitting on the ground. And these pictures are much better if you get on the KeelyNet site. This is the platform with him on it about 3 to 6 feet above the ground, because here's the shadow here down below. Now you could say this is all faked, but if you get into the other things he did with shape, they almost mirror the stuff that I discovered. And it proves, I guess, that there's either two crazy people in the world or there's two people that have found the same discoveries. So I think that this is a valid phenomenon, and I'll show you why. Next slide is a micrograph that I took of a beetle inner wing. This is at 100x. If you look closely at this thing, you can see rows of bumps all along the bottom of this wing, each row is staggered from the next row next to it, and this is all over the surface of the bottom of the wing. Now, I don't know of any aerodynamic surface that has bumps all over the bottom to help it fly better. If you blow this up to 430x, you can start to see some of this microstructure of the cells that form where these bumps are. The next slide, at 970x, you start to see what these bumps that stick up are. They're hairs, look like hairs or fibers that grow out of the center of these hexagonal cells. And of course, this harkens back to my basic shape power discovery, is that each one of these, because of their shape going down to a point, is creating a magnetic field. And remember, a magnetic field is a rotating piece of vortex in the ether.
No, keep it going. That's cool.
Scott.
Yeah.
Hello?
What's up?
Have you seen that stuff before, Scott? This stuff?
I was. Can you hear me? Can he?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear Scott.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, it's done that again. Yeah, fucking StreamYard. I can't hear me, guess.
What was
there,
that?
Glenn? I can see
I put a link in
Scott's
private chat,
talking.
Scott. That's
Yeah,
our
I can
video
see you're
on this-
talking. I can't hear you.
Oh, I can hear Ken.
I'm going to have to come back.
I can hear Ken too.
Sec.
I can hear Ken too. Why does this
You guys
happen?
just keep conversing and
Ken,
Is he
try to get this.
Is he being? Can Ken hear you?
Motherfucking apocalyptic
Ken, can you hear me?
bug shit sort of.
Is he joking? He's not joking, obviously. No, he's not joking. Anyway, so what was that? It was a vortex thing. What was that?
That's a scientist, a Russian scientist in the 40s that found out that beetles' wings are electromagnetic, and he made up a thing, and he could fly around on that thing he built.
Oh, is that the what's it called? Oh, he could fly around on it.
Victor Grabonikov. Yep, the anti-gravity levitation. Yep.
I was thinking about the other guy, the Cyril. I think it's called the Cyril thing. It's like it was like made of wood, and it can. I don't know. It was Sear. I think it was called Sear. The Sear.
Sear.
SEAR or something like that.
Ken, you there?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I had to shut down YouTube and start it. StreamYard and start again.
I still got the link in private chat if you still see that. I don't know. I can put the link in again.
Oh, no, it's still there. I've still got YouTube. I just knocked the speaker over.
Oh yeah. So, do you guys know who Mel Gig is? The guy named Mel Gig on YouTube. He does like photography. I tried to look it up. Just putting an MELGIG. I couldn't find it, but I can send a link. The thing is, I'm not a moderator. What do you call it? Moderator.
None of us are on this channel. I don't think Ken can control this channel. This channel's
Oh, you can't. Oh, okay. Oh, it's like
his other channel's been banned for some reason.
I know. I heard that. Yeah.
A link up channel to it was banned, so I can't get to that channel.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm only subbed to this channel, and this is my backup channel is subbed to this channel. It's weird.
Yeah, it's mentally how they stop you getting to your backup channels as well.
Like I'm not even sure how my backup channel is subbed to you. That's the only reason why I even found you on this the Koala Ken channel.
Yeah, this is an old one. Yeah. It's like my second oldest YouTube channel.
Yeah, Ken's got Ken's got like 7 channels he's running right now.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, dude,
I can't get to them.
I can't even keep track. I can't even keep track of my own channels, and I only have 2.
It got too many Rockmans. I had to get rid of the Rockman name.
My kids play that game League of Legends, and they have like 7 accounts because they keep getting ban restricted for say to the people they play with. Yeah.
Yeah. See, to me, it's like one email account is enough, and then I have 2, and I'm like, I don't want more. You know what I mean?
It gets confusing, Scotty. I fucking hate it. It's like there's emails I had like 20 years ago almost. And
I
used them forever.
Ken's other channel got banned because I put in a link that she was on Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson. Do you ever see her, Scott? She talks about the C19er and she goes around. So she says a prayer in the beginning out of her father's Bible at the beginning of each show and at the end of each show. And she was talking about something with the C19er. And I gave the link to Ken to listen to what she was saying about whatever's going on. And she's from Nova Scotia, Canada. And then he played a little bit and they banned him for it. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Canada as well,
a few seconds, just a few seconds or something. Like how long was it that he was playing it for?
Oh, I played about half of it, which was like 10 minutes or so.
Oh, yeah. Dude, you have to play everything on
It seemed that controversial to me, but I got hit for it. Yeah.
They're actually saying now in our area here, they're saying that if anybody shows any of that Europe riots going on, they're going to start taking you down for showing that stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You see that, Scott?
Yeah, that's what
the news can report on it, but as soon as you show footage of it, you're banned.
Dude, you can't go against the current narrative is what it is. It's all about the current narrative. If it's the current narrative, they don't want you to do that. But if it's an old narrative, it's like fine, like they don't care. but it's like always about the current narrative.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Current
But
affair.
anyway, I was gonna ask. I was just watching this whole debacle with Jeranism. I've always talked. I always thought Jeranism was an idiot. For 10 years.
Yeah.
But I also think that Zetetic Warrior is an idiot too.
I don't even get into that. Like I haven't. Why even bother?
And by the way, that guy came out, I think, less than a year ago. I was on his first show, actually. I talked to him on his first show.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
And that guy is one of those. He's like what you call a blowhard, right? They're both blowhards. That's the thing, that you guys know what that means. You guys are old.
Yeah, someone who's blowing their own trumpet all the time.
Yeah, and they're just hot air, and they think they're smarter than what they really are,
And the thing is, Scott, why argue the same fucking point over and over?
Yeah.
Why? Who cares what they're thinking?
Well, that's what's called an echo chamber, and echo chambers is what they want, though. They want us to be in an echo chamber.
Oh, everyone on Duran's show is always agreeing with him. He wouldn't have someone on who might make him look silly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean all his subs and all of his.
Fight the flat Earth on, but he's an idiot too.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the thing. He pretty much promotes them by putting them on his channel.
It does. It's like I wouldn't have known who Fight the Flat Earth was except for actually it was Jake the Arsehole. I found out about him.
You know what about Jake though is Jake actually was calling this stuff out. What was it? In 2000?
He's been on the ball with all this shit for.
He's been talking about it for seven years now. Yeah. He freaked out, like he went crazy.
Some people hate him. He's been right about them all,
But yeah, he is because he used to be part of the whole club. He was in the club.
I was too. I used to be friends with Duran, more or less. I used to talk to him all the time in the chat. But then after he got real anti-Chris, he started mocking Christians. And I looked around, like I'm not disrespecting your atheism, so maybe
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then he got
cucked, and I thought that this guy's pathetic. I don't want to know him anymore. When he got cucked, it was like I lose respect for guys that their girlfriend cheats with their best mate, and then they just right away forgive their girl whenever they break up, and that's
So the problem with it is the fact that he's like one of the biggest YouTubers in the flat Earth community.
I know Beyond the Curve or whatever that show was.
I never watched any of these numbers that you see. These numbers on these.
I know. I don't believe Glenn. I know.
Says he buys his own subs.
The thing is, but the thing is, though, is that that's how it looks. That's how it looks to everyone, and that's
like that guy, Mr. Beast. You are
Mr. Beast.
Serious that fucking nut guy's got people looking at that moron?
Dude, I thought Mr. Beast was evil when I first saw him. That was
I never wanted to know a thing about him, and then now it's all come out about him.
But dude, back in the day, like we're talking 7 years ago or whatever it was, 8 years ago, when my nephew was watching it, and I was like, dude, and my brother-in-law, I was like telling my brother-in-law, I'm like, dude, that's bad, dude. And they don't care. They don't like the parents don't care. Like I'm like, what?
Joe asked if you got any eggs yet from your hens.
Oh, we got tons now. They're laying everywhere.
They pay off after a while, don't they? Yeah.
Dude, they're laying under my house. We found 20 eggs under my house. Dude. Did I tell you that?
Wow. You got to search, otherwise you'll find rotten ones.
Yeah. They're all old, but like one of we had like a loan. Like, that's just how they are, I guess. I don't know. They just they sometimes.
Leslie F just typed out YouTube's blocked in Russia now. He's Leslie F saying YouTube's now blocked in Russia.
Who's Leslie F?
Leslie. Right?
Who's that?
Yeah, Leslie. I know a few Russian YouTubers, and they're still going. But they are dual citizens. They might have an account from the other country or something. Maybe I don't know. There's plenty of ways to get around it.
So I just watched this cool video, and I'll put a link in private chat. Is it on? Let me make sure is it on YouTube? Yeah. I'll put a link in here. But have you ever heard of sorry, hold on. Have you guys heard of the Ringstat microwave towers? Ringstat.
Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure.
So these are military.
I've heard of the two towers in Lord of the Rings, but
no, Ringstat microwave tower. So they have to have line of sight microwave.
Rings, towers, get it? Yeah.
Ringstat microwave towers. I'll put a link in, but this is proven.
Oh, yes, all right.
It's a flat Earth proof that they have done.
So you're talking about that? Was that Taboo did that?
Yep. Scott knows.
Taboo's conspiracy. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think of that, Scott? 515 miles straight line.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, dude, I think that's because the Earth is flat and level. Like it's all going across a level plane, and that's why those things work. And yeah, of course, it doesn't bounce off the ionosphere or the troposphere or whatever, you know.
Don't need to prove it, Bill.
That's what they say, though. It's funny. It's funny how they just say things.
If Ken hasn't seen that, but I put the link in private chat for Taboos. But he shows all the proof. They think, oh yeah, you're doing these military communications.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And you're bouncing off the ionosphere to get clear signal. Come on.
Yeah, it's interesting how they used to do this back in World War II, I guess, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing how they used to do that stuff, and how they even think about this, guys. Like, how did they even figure that stuff out? I believe it's Satan, honestly. I mean, I used to think, or whatever you want to call it, like, you know, something is telling us how to make microchips. Like, I don't think
and
God.
It's like that in old times with all the technology they started to get. It was like they're doing deals with demons.
Do you guys think that? Do you think that God is telling us to make, you know, microchips and stuff?
No.
Like, you know, I don't think so.
No,
honestly,
God's into nature and.
Yeah, that's how I see it.
Everyone's a creator, but you know, you can create horrible shit too, like the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, but God, well, if you think about it that way, then God made Lucifer a creator, and he created a lot of nonsense, you know.
Well, he helped create the earth, apparently.
He'll, I mean, you know, God allows a lot of things to happen, you know, and that you can get into that philosophy of why God allows things, but you know, I just think that.
Do you think there's a Summergate and there's lands around outside the circle we're not supposed to go, Scott? Do you believe that?
Dude, bro, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to say? I don't know.
No, I just want to know what you think.
I've been there, but
there is.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible, but you know,
I think you know, there's.
How are we gonna prove it?
Go it that way, yeah.
Well, they're not guarding the Summergate area down there.
They're not. Yeah, they're not guarding certain areas for no reason. Yeah.
Yeah, for protecting penguins. Come on.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not. But
king penguins.
Yeah. I mean, we might. That's the thing, though. You get into the fact of like thinking about is there multiple suns and stuff, you know?
Oh yeah, like Crow Triple.
You know, when they go to the Antarctic.
Did you say 3 suns?
He's got 3 now. Crow 777 with his new telescope, the nitrogen telescope. He's got the sun you see. He's got a sun behind it. He thinks the sun you see is like a magnifier. He's got a sun behind it, and then he's got a black sun. He's got 3 suns now. Yep.
Do you pay for Crow's channel?
Crow 777 radio? No.
Yes.
I catch him on different streams.
Oh, okay.
I pay for none of these streams or anything.
I don't either, but like I haven't seen Crow on anything. Like,
no, yeah,
how do you?
He just did Nutchakeeter. He did a big show with Nutchakeeter.
Yeah.
Part 1 and part 2. Yep.
He was with Notchicada, right?
Yeah, he came on his show for an hour on 2 different times.
I must have missed that one. I guess I skipped over.
You go to Notchicada's channel, and
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Notchicada. I've known a lot of Notchicada for a long time.
Yeah, me too.
For like 5-6 years or something.
Yeah, I've known of him for about that long, but I haven't.
I actually like him. I think
I wasn't over there until recently.
I don't mind him, but you guys know this, that he's one of those upward moving earthers now. He
yeah, you know? I haven't even looked at that yet, Scott. I know he's one of those.
Hold on. Yeah, he was doing a whole thing about it, and I was like, it's okay, Notchicada. It's okay if you believe in that.
What is it?
Dude, Kenny, do you understand that people think that the Earth is moving upwards, accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters or whatever it is?
I've heard of expanding Earth theory, which I never believed. Yeah.
Well, there's a whole thing going on now, dude. It's a whole new like twist in the thing. And so you guys know what terminal velocity means, right? Terminal velocity.
Yeah.
When it drops, when anything drops, it reaches terminal velocity, which means it won't accelerate anymore after it drops.
Yeah, well, and it depends on the size of the mass. Once it gets to terminal velocity, that mass is maxed out at its top speed. Yep.
Yeah, it's like 270, whatever it is. I forget.
Yeah.
It sounds like
it stays at that speed.
Yes.
270 feet per second,
something like that. Yeah, I forget the math, dude. This is, I learned that a long time ago. But so think about this: if the Earth was rising, accelerating, right, it would never reach a terminal velocity, right? Your point is out the window. Then it's impossible for it to happen.
Remember I put that a long time ago, Scott. I showed you that series, The Star Lost, and it was a spaceship with all these different worlds like ours under domes.
Yeah, I remember that series.
Yeah. So we could be like that still. We don't know. We're caged in our one area here, and that's it.
Of course you can think that way. You're right.
Those guys might be right. That moving upwards, our ship could be moving upwards. They might be right. That explains gravity.
No, but listen to me. Listen to me. If it's accelerating upwards, a constant acceleration, then the acceleration would never stop. Everything would just constantly accelerate. Then you have to think about it. I don't know how to explain it to you, but you can't have a constant acceleration because then everything is exponential. Then think about it. Exponential acceleration. So you're just going from 1,000 miles an hour to 10,000 miles an hour to 100,000 miles an hour.
Some sort of pressure happening, with that acceleration.
Dude, we're not moving, guys. You guys both know this, right? We're not moving.
Nah, the Earth's unmovable.
Well, and that what do you think? So Polaris.
I believe in the Bible. It's not unmovable.
Right?
It's
the star Polaris.
Dude, they think that everything's moving upwards, dude, at the same rate. Not at the same rate, at the acceleration rate, bro.
Of 9.8 feet per second. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever they think that when you drop a penny, they think that everything's accelerating. But the thing is, bro, it can't do that because you can't keep accelerating.
Why not?
Because it would just keep. It's exponential. Then acceleration means exponential rate of speed. Then everything would just keep. That's why it doesn't work. You think about it. You can't think about it though. And then when you think about terminal velocity,
it doesn't even make sense to me, that theory.
When you drop from like
upwards,
it keeps going faster and faster though. That means then we just get to 1 billion miles an hour.
To me, you might as well believe in a spinning Earth. I think.
Right.
I mean, to me, it's so obvious we're not moving. We're just not.
We're not at that level yet. You know what I mean? Like me and Ken are still at a certain level, and those guys are more advanced than us.
Yeah, probably.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
no.
In 10 years, you might say, you know what? They were right 10 years ago.
I'm telling you, what's happening is that these people are just going into another, like one of these, or whatever you want to call it.
Conspiracy.
That's what they're doing. They're doing it. Del, you know who Del Bigtree is? That's the guy that's
Del. I know Del. Yeah, he's a lawyer. Yeah, I've seen him on.
Yeah, that guy's whatever. Like, there's a lot of these people. They just push the next, nonsense idea.
I've even done that as a joke. I've made up shit just to see if people believe it. And they do.
Well, people will. They will believe it, dude. If you get enough people like agreeing with you, it's like the hardcore Mandela effect people. They like, dude. You see how they act, dude.
Oh, like this girl I know on Ray's channel, she had her birthday stream last
night.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Sandy.
Oh no, it hurts my head.
She's a crazy person. You
didn't live back in the 20s, Sandy. You don't know what stockings they were wearing, for fuck's sake.
Oh yeah, that's my new.
Remember that ever? Because you weren't born back there. Come on,
dude. Kenny, Kenny, my new joke is if I never heard of it, Mandela effect. Never heard of it, Mandela effect. That's what they do. That's what they do, guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Like when I was watching the UFO show before, I remember the woman getting the alien, well, the demon mark on her leg, not her stomach. This guy's saying it's her stomach. To go, oh well, I guess that's Mandela effect.
You know, it's weird. It's like one of the ones that Brian Stavely talks about is that Black Tom event. Now
I know.
He wasn't.
You told me that you were taught it.
I was taught it in school. Yep.
Yeah, and that's not a Mandela effect. That doesn't make any sense. Just because they didn't tell you. Just because they didn't tell you.
That are ridiculous, you know. Like Sandy's ones are just insane. It's like, come on, stop it. You know, you hurt my head now.
Dude, yeah, I've watched her show sometimes, and I'm like, Ray, what is she talking about now? And he's like, it's her world.
Yeah.
it's her own world, dude.
And I think that each person.
And she'll study a photo for like half an hour, and it's like, okay.
Hold on, Kenny, what, Glenn? What, Glenn?
I think that each of us people as human beings, we look at something and see things differently.
Yes.
When you look at the Thinker statue, some people point to the chin with their fist, some people point to the head with the chest.
Dude, that's the one that I don't agree with. I always remember the chin. That's what I remember.
Yeah, but I think that some people look at it and they see the thing pointing to the head.
I know.
It's a hard one because I can't remember which now. I thought it was the head, and then I think I remember the chin.
Same here, Ken.
Both.
Yeah.
I always remember when I was a kid, the thinker was thinking, and he was like putting his chin out, and he was like thinking, right? Not the head, like looking down.
It's the
like,
cerebral cortex. It's when you're trying to recall. You know.
No, that's the not.
Part.
That's the wrong one. The thinker is the chin. The thinker is the chin, bro. Put your hand on your chin right now, Ken, and think. Do it right there. That's a thinker.
Yes.
That's what it was, and that's what it is. But people remember.
Where it's like that. That means you're in agony almost. Like,
yeah, like yeah. That's what I'm saying, right? That's that makes sense. But people got mad at me. I'm like, dude, I just remember it, and they're like, no.
Fuck's sake, oh god.
They were freaking out one day on one night on Boston Race Channel. They're like, he's anti Mandela. I'm like, I'm not anti Mandela. I just remember things a different way.
Yeah, and like there's so many.
I don't care.
Because they're not even in my country, like logos in America and stuff.
Like, lots of logos.
I don't know what that was called because I don't remember that fucking thing. Like,
right?
Who remembers this cereal from back in the 20s? And
Trick or Fruit Loops. I'm like, dude,
stuff like
you guys don't have Fruit Loops?
It was some cereal from the 30s, and she talked about it for an hour about. This never existed. I don't remember this. And it's like, for fuck's sake, it was an old cereal that is, got changed to another company. And it's not a Mandela effect. You didn't even eat that cereal. What are you talking about? Anyway.
Or clothing.
I guess
there's a lot of it's called trivial. It's called it doesn't matter. Trivial.
Exactly.
I know.
Right.
It's like she's got a lot of time to think about things, I guess. And
I know that's a thing too, by the way, is that you have enough time to think. You have enough time.
Wow. That's a lot of thinking about that.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Cereal. Yeah.
Like I don't. Obviously, we're all.
Got other shit to do in the day besides, like, totally what do you call it?
Contemplate. Yeah, contemplate. Yeah.
Contemplate. You see what Leslie typed when Mandela effect becomes a thing. It is the start of Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's. Don't say it. Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's. It's Alzheimer's.
I call it old timers as a joke.
Yeah, see, Mandela effect. Mandela effect.
Yeah, I remember it being Alzheimer's, and without an S and without.
No, the Z is a Z. Alz. Alzheimer's. But no, let me ask you guys a question. I've been thinking about this always since I heard about Mandela effect from 2014 or 15 or whatever. So Dilemma. I swear I remember the end. Like, why do I remember the end in Dilemma?
Yeah, Dilemma with an M.
Yeah. No, it's MN.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but they don't know. That's one of the ones that gets me, dude.
Yeah, there's a few that get me too. Like I remember I liked James Bond's movies, and I liked.
Sean Connery. You like the Sean Connery ones.
Yeah. But I like Moonraker.
Get it?
Moonraker, and the scene. I remember the scene where Dolly smiled at Jaws and had a full set of braces on. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. When did you first see that?
Oh, when I was younger. Really
young. And you watched on a tiny TV, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I remember, like, I never watched that whole movie when I was a kid because it's before my time because I'm not an old man like you guys, right? So yeah, so when I saw that for the first time, I remember, I think in my brain I thought that she had braces too, and they were like, yeah, you got braces too, like like he had Jaws and she had braces. That's one that kind of gets me too. I agree.
Right.
But that's kind of weird. But you know what? Maybe I saw it wrong on a tiny TV. You know?
Maybe I did too. Maybe when she smiled, it was just a sparkle in her mouth. I don't know.
Yeah,
right?
and the TV, like the small TVs we used to watch, because people don't remember. Think about these people that are like 30 something, right? Even 30 something, or even like let's say 40 even.
Ken, you muted.
But think about this back in the day when we were kids, or not even kids, like back in like.
I saw the film at the pictures like twice,
Like I didn't have a big screen TV. I didn't have a big screen TV.
Yeah. So I remember she had braces. Everyone laughed when she smiled with her braces, and Jaws fell in love with her. Like you already knew she had braces before that scene, right? Because it showed her.
Oh, is that how you? That's how you remember
it?
Yeah,
I remember it 100%.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird.
Because it was like it was back when James Bond was getting all campy and that with Roger Moore. It was all funny, ridiculous, wacky jokes and one-liners, and that was sort of part of the humor. Jaws, she helps him up, and then he looks at her and she smiles, and he smiles, and both shining, sparkly teeth. With.
Did you guys see that movie in the theater?
Yeah, I did.
So was that 1970? 77?
Could have been 78.
Yeah, I think it was 77 because you know why? Because I was born in 1977.
Right.
Star Wars come out. I think Star Wars come out the same year.
Yep.
Could have been a year after when Moonraker come out. Yeah.
It was around the same time.
I saw every James Bond film at the pictures, except for the last decade, which ended up terrible. Like they killed James Bond off. I mean, get fucked.
Wait. Do you like the blonde James Bond? That white guy? I mean, the white guy. The little blonde guy. What's his name? He must have been the most recent.
I
don't know.
Roger Moore.
Craig. Daniel Craig.
Yeah. Daniel Craig. Do you like?
I didn't mind him actually, but
really,
but he had a terrible script to work with and shit.
Oh, but, yeah.
But if you read the original James Bond, he did actually have blonde hair. Yeah.
Did he really? The original?
Yeah, he had blonde hair. He was like a German Aryan-looking guy, and
makes sense. I guess that makes sense. James Bond is blonde.
He's English, but yeah.
Yeah, English blonde guy.
M15, all that. Oh, M. That's right. M was his.
You see, Leslie says there's always also remastered movies, so stuff could be redone too.
Yeah, but are they taking?
They've done 3 endings to movies in the past.
They're not taking braces out of a girl's teeth, though. I don't think. Are they going to do that?
She might have been partial. Yeah.
Well, they paid some animator $60 million at Disney to put chemtrails into cartoons.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw those videos. Yeah, putting them into the make it look
cars
like yeah.
Even the old ones.
Yeah.
Oh, Kenny, have you ever heard of a show called Hell on Wheels?
I have actually.
It's a Wild West type thing. We've been watching that one lately. It's an old one from 2012. Not that old, but it's pretty good. About the railroad.
Start watching it, but I lose interest in a show when it's like you got to wait a year for the next.
No,
series.
it's actually this one is. I find that it was pretty good the whole time.
Yeah. I watched the Umbrella Academy. It's a superhero show. Like I watched The Boys, and that just went.
Oh, The Boys.
It had some scenes were just sickening. Just like over the top violence and sex, and it was just.
That's what it seems like, yeah.
Yeah, but the Umbrella Company, I liked the characters in it. They were really likable. They were nicer characters than The Boys, and 4 seasons, but they wrapped it up real quick in season 4, 6 episodes, and it's like. You really get invested in these characters through this show. They keep time traveling to different timelines, and every timeline they fuck it up. They end up causing the destruction of the world. It just keeps happening over and over. These superheroes are trying to save the world all the time, and whatever fucking happens at the end of the series, the world's ending, and yeah, it blew me away. The ending, I did not see it coming. It was like one of the most unexpected endings in a series of it, Yeah, it was like Rogue One, It was just like, wow, Yeah, I loved it. It was really worth watching.
Dude, I liked Rogue One. Rogue One was pretty good, in my opinion.
I loved it. It was great. It's like the only good Star Wars movie since George Lucas was making them.
Hey, Scott, have you seen that guy Divergent? His channel's the Russian guy talking about all his video stuff.
You told me about that before, and I think you dropped a link, and I didn't watch it, so I don't know.
He's got a ton of shows about all kinds of stuff. I'll give you the link again for him, but yeah, he's pretty good. It talks about our past and what's going on, and a lot of stuff. Yep.
Yeah, I think I watched one you suggested.
Yeah, remember I put it up there, Ken? He was talking. You guys didn't like it because he talks fast and he codes his words.
Yeah,
he has to spell it out, or he gets banned.
I'm fussy with the narrators and certain channels.
Yeah, you and Gordon, you were playing a video.
I don't like people are too loud and too quick and too fast.
Yeah, he's real fast talking, and he has to spell out everything. Like the 3 books you're not allowed to say on YouTube.
Oh, Alfred! Oh God, that was still my head in. Yeah, it was like listen.
So you got to sit there with a pencil and paper, write down his letters. He says, so you know what to say.
You gotta have a pencil and paper.
Well, because he tells you if you mention these books, you're banned.
Oh, he talks too fast. I get you. Like that. Yeah. I thought you meant Ken can't keep up with someone talking fast. Like Ken, you can't. No, but you meant like.
Oh, look, I've been around a lot of meth heads and shit in the past, so I feel like I'm listening to a meth head or
Dude, you know what's so funny, Kenny? I went to jury duty the other day, and I got picked to be in the grand jury at the in this tiny town of 1,500 people, right? And dude, of course, there's so much meth. And I'm not even supposed to talk about it, but like, there's so much meth involved, dude. There's like multiple meth things,
Oh, it causes so much crime, that shit, doesn't it? That fucking turns people into zombies. Fuck, I hate that shit.
It's pretty crazy to learn how like inept.
It's destroying our youth.
How inept the people are that are involved with all this. Like all the cops, like they're nice guys, but like they're just not.
They get used to it now, It's like, God, I miss the days when we're just arresting people with weed,
Well, yeah, it's funny because it's still illegal around here. So they were even talking about how that's one of the charges. I'm like, really? It's still a charge?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
You don't see weed potheads going around doing bergs and shit,
No, the problem is though it's involved with Sudafed and
they mix both worlds and shit.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Go to the meth heads to get weed.
Well, the meth heads want to come down off the meth with the weed. You know what I mean?
That's what they do.
But it was interesting. I didn't want to be picked, but like it was freaking like 4 hours of And then they even took it to the jail. They took us to the jail to show us the jail. I'm like, why? You know what I mean? Like, they're like, oh, I guess because it was like it's kind of like the citizens are being like the checks and balances, pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, so you give like 18 people.
The quarters they put in and all that.
Yeah, they show you they explain it to you.
And they probably get extra money doing that, you know. Oh, we had to show the jury.
Yeah, it's part of the. Yeah, exactly. Yep, you're right. It's part of the.
We had to give them a tour. We needed 100,000 for that.
Yeah, or who knows? But
the prisons.
They didn't pay us anything, you know. They gave us a few Oreos and Chips Ahoy. I'm like, they're trying to freaking. They're poisoning us.
$20 if we went, you know. And
dude, yeah, they paid me one time I went.
No, but I remember I made out I was sick when I had to go. I just didn't want to know about it. I feel sorry for some of the crims in there. I've been in court and watching these guys who got done, and it's like the most tiniest crime, but because they got a record, they're back in there. You know? So
well, yeah, that's
faces, and you think, you poor fucker.
Dude, bro, that's one of the things too. Is it's multiple felonies. So there's like if you get like 4 felonies in 10 years, then you get like another charge, dude. Yeah. It's crazy.
One like yelling in public or something, you know. Oh god.
But the thing is, though, most of the things were pretty bad things. I mean, they were like, you know, children were involved, and I'm like, yeah, put that guy in jail. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, I've just been in the the non-harsh courts. What do you call that?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I didn't even know
crime courts.
Yeah, misdemeanor. They call them misdemeanors over here.
Yeah.
What do you guys call them over there when they're like smaller? Misdemeanor?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah. God, there's a word for it. I can't think of it right now.
Same thing though, right?
Yeah.
And then there's felonies over here. They call them felonies.
Yeah.
That's the bigger crime. You know.
Well, I just got to grab a beer and that. I'll be back in a minute. So, you still there, Glenn?
I'm here. Yep, I'm here. I'm listening.
I still got that insect video to show too.
Yeah.
Glenn's always here.
Oh, 27 minutes. What? Oh no, that's mine.
You had to reboot. Remember, Ken? You had to redo something.
Yeah. It's come up with that one I was showing, which was horrible. With the slap team or something.
So I wanted to say something funny. So I heard Glenn on a show, and he was. And did I talk about this already? Where he talked like Peter Griffin? No, it was Notch Cicada. Notch called you, or I think it was Notch. He said
you were on Notch's channel a while back, weren't you, Glenn?
Notch said he sounded like Peter Griffin. I'm like, he does, and I want to speed his voice up. And so I listened to Glenn, and I sped it up to 1.5. But of course, it doesn't pitch it up. You know, you have to pitch his voice up because he has a low voice. You know.
Yeah.
No. Say it higher. Say, hey, oh, piece of candy. Oh, piece of candy.
Oh, piece of candy.
No, higher pitched. Oh, piece of candy. Oh, but with your Boston accent. Say it, please do it.
Oh, piece of candy.
Like 3 times. No, it's funny because it's piece of candy. No, actually, that one doesn't work because he's not really saying it.
Sean Connery for.
No. I like the idea. Of course, you're Sean Connery, but okay, say this. Say, Lois, where's Lois? Where's Stewie? In the high pitch.
Lois, where's Stewie?
No, okay, in a high pitched voice though.
Oh,
Lois, it's like higher pitch.
I can't yell it. I got my wife sleeping, and I got a kid sleeping too.
Oh yeah, I don't want you to do that. Oh, sorry. See, you're like Singe Man. You know how Singe Man was in the house?
Yeah.
You ever watched it? And he's like, dude, they're all crazy. And then we would like me and Ray would like. Were you there that one time when Singe Man cried?
No.
Did you see that? No. Dude, so Singe Man, he saw these, speaking of UFOs, right, for this show, it's perfect for the show. So Singe Man, like, said these are how the UFOs looked, and they weren't going in like a square pattern. And me and Ray were watching them, and we were just like laughing. And he was like, "Why are you guys laughing at me? Why are you guys laughing at me? Everyone's laughing at me." And he cried, dude. And we had to take the whole show down.
Wow.
Yeah, because Singeman is very sensitive, but like I get it. Like if he thinks that everyone is like, laughing at him. We weren't laughing at him. We were laughing with him. Because Singeman's like a funny guy,
Mm-hmm.
He's always funny, and like, dude, it was crazy. Singeman is very he's a different kind of person, like Boston Ray is, like I am, like you are.
Right.
But yeah, the one time, I mean, obviously there's two people watching. How many people are watching?
Right here, one, I think.
Yeah, one. Doesn't matter. But like, Singeman went down to Plateauverfest and then he hung out with this one guy, Four Fingers or whatever his name is. That one guy. Oh, Three Fingers. Yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah, I remember all that.
That whole thing. Yeah, it was crazy. Oh, but listen. God. But Singeman called me from a shed. He's like, I ran to a shed. And I was talking to him, and he's like, dude.
Filming it. He was live, I think it was on
Yeah. Oh. He was live. And that night, that was the same night, yeah. Yep. And I talked to him, I'm like,
God, yeah, I know what situation that's like, Fuck that Three Fingers.
Dude, a bunch of crazy people, Dude, he drove across country, dude. And then like these people were just acting they were on drugs and stuff.
And mocked him and
yeah, that was crazy.
Got beaten up and he wouldn't fight him back because he was probably on a parole thing. What do you call it?
No, he didn't get beat up. No. They were trying to fight him. He's like, and he had to leave. That's why he left. He was not
shed that night, yeah. But like, no, everything he said, I know exactly what sort of guy that Three Fingers is, and he's a piece of shit. Yeah, what's he doing turning up? And everyone goes, "Oh, hi, Three Fingers."
Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that weird when you see when you see people saying, "Hey, man," I'm like, dude,
piss Singe off when he sees him turn up. And I remember Ray mocking Singe because he's getting upset because Three Fingers was in there mocking him.
No, see, that's what Ray does, and you're right. I agree with you that Ray shouldn't do that, but he does that,
Mm-hmm.
See, Kenny, over here, especially in Boston, seriously, Kenny, especially in Boston, like that's the kind of thing I'm from, the Northeast. We just bust balls all day,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, oh yeah, by the way, what's funny is you were making fun of the singing. It was Singeman singing that one time. Remember I called in? I'm like, Kenny, why are you making fun of the band? And I was like, and you're like, oh, you're the drummer. I'm like, yeah, I know. But why are you making fun of the band?
Yeah, the drums were great.
Well, by the way, dude, everyone knows that Ray can't sing. Come on.
Oh, really? It's not this me.
You know what I mean? Like,
thank God.
I was busting your balls, but also though, I just don't like talk. Like, I'm not talking crap about Singeman or Boston Ray. I just don't like. I don't like talking.
Fun. I think it's great they're having a good time. I enjoy seeing them having a good time. Even though I think the music's shit. It doesn't mean I don't like them or anything. Like what?
I know it was actually kind of funny because I was like, I'm gonna call. I told Ray. I told Ray. I'm like, hey Ray, I'm gonna call it. You want to join in? He's like, nah. He's like,
oh, I wish he had him because I would have said,
well, yeah, but
I don't mind being showed up sometimes, because I'm always fucking right. And
the point is though, seriously, like Glenn from Boston. Hey, Glenn.
Yeah.
Wait,
can I really hurt your feelings? Can I hurt your feelings? Like, what am I going to say to hurt your feelings? Nothing, right? Because he's from Boston. Because he's from Boston, though. He doesn't have feelings. He's not a little pussy. You know what I mean? That's the point, though.
funny though. Singer's a funny guy.
But not
I
everyone.
like Ray, and I really do like. I know if I met Ray in real life, I'd get on great with him because he's.
Dude, he lived in my house. It was
Oh,
his luck.
did he?
Yeah, for 4 days. Him and Christian Knapp. You know Christian Knapp, right? Christian Knapp is actually a really good dude, right?
Yeah, he was a piano player, right?
Yeah, he's a piano player, singer,
Keyboards, yeah.
And they showed up to my guys. They showed up to my house a year and a half ago. They showed up to my house like early, like 2 days early. I'm like, guys, what are you doing here? I'm like, you know what I mean? Like I told them, I said, no, not today. They just showed up, you know. And my
mates like Ray here, you know, they'll turn up anyway.
But I knew them, but my girlfriend didn't. My girlfriend didn't know them, and she was like, "Who are these weirdos?" She's like, "Who are these weirdos?" And we took them to the grocery store, and
you brought some
Ray,
gangsters around of my house.
dude, you guys have seen Ray at the grocery store, dude. He's crazy.
I know. I used to be like half as bad as that, but I didn't. You know, I only filmed when situations were actually happening, and it was to do with me and shit. But
well, it turns out that they're fine. They're just people, obviously, and everything worked out. And dude, yeah. What do you think about Ray's new album with Rasta Bear? Rasta Bear rapping. Rasta Bear's.
When they play the music, I sort of go away for a while, and then I come back when they're talking.
Well, no, he's got a whole album now. He's got like 8 songs, and he even makes. Dude, they make fun of freaking 10 songs or something.
Oh, look, I respect Ray a lot more than do Corey Feldman as a musician.
Corey Feldman. But dude, that's pretty funny. I agree with you.
Corey Feldman, oh my god.
Dude, I agree with you.
I've been obsessed by the prick lately because I just can't get enough of how bad he is. You know, like his concerts are shocking.
I know. I've been seeing like something popping up about Corey Feldman playing guitar. I'm like, I don't want to know. I've heard him a long time ago. And by the way, why is he the Corey that is still alive? Because the other Corey seemed like he should be still alive.
He was more down to earth than that Corey.
Yeah, he seemed like he came out of it better, but then he's dead.
I think Corey got Corey killed, and so he could get bigger than Corey. You know, I could be wrong.
Glenn from Boston, what do you think about the Coreys?
Yeah, it's weird. They have that movie. Did you watch the movie, The Two Coreys?
I haven't seen it yet. I've been saving that for a rainy day.
I'll put a link in for you, Ken.
Are you serious? Please don't do that. No, don't watch.
No. Yeah, you haven't. Have you seen that movie, The Two Coreys?
No, I don't watch a movie about Corey Feldman and Corey Haim.
No, it talks in the movie. It talks about how they were abused as child.
Of course they were. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. Why would
it goes with the territory, doesn't it? You know?
Dude, it's bad. It's bad news.
You want to be a child actress? Be prepared to.
Every child actor, like Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz, she was abused bad. Yeah. Shirley Temple, she was abused bad. All these child, are all abused. Yeah,
water torture, all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Water torture? What?
Yeah, Shirley Temple. If her and the cast, the other kids, if they got lines wrong, they'd put them in this cubicle, lock them in there, and then put cold water on them.
Oh, that's not water. That's not actual water torture. You know what I mean?
Well, it is when you're a
cold
child.
Water. Yeah,
of course, it's water torture. What I'm saying is, I've always thought of
you not like you think of like
yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
government would do to people, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying what they would do to these soldiers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't mean the towel. What do you call it?
The towel over the head and the water. Yeah.
Water
slowly. Waterboarding. Oh, my bad. Waterboarding. Yeah.
But I used to do the same thing to me younger brother and his mate. I'd lock him in this little cubicle and put the hose down and just as a joke, you know. But
I've always wondered what water.
Her game was to try to shit stir me and me mates, and if we caught them, then we tortured them, you know. Like, like just something like that, you know, a bit of cold water.
Kenny, you have one brother?
No.
You have more brothers? How many siblings do you have, Kenny?
I'm one of 12.
You're one of 12? Oh, I think you told me this maybe. Yeah, my grandfather was one of 11.
I'm the oldest brother.
That's crazy.
4 brothers, 7 sisters.
Okay, so that's why you can take a joke. That's good.
Yeah, bro.
You know, a lot of these kids now, or even anyone nowadays, it's like has, like, you know, no siblings or not many siblings. They can't take a joke.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm one of 7.
Only children. Yeah.
7 up there.
Yep.
Oh, you're one of 7. That's pretty good.
Where's your family from? Like, what's your all the 7 from? Boston.
We came over on the my relatives. We came over on the Mayflower, right in Plymouth. I still have family members in Plymouth, Mass. Where the Mayflower is, and when my family was in Plymouth, we used to make sailboats called the Jessies. Yep.
Wait, do you have a book about that?
Mm-mm.
Do you just have hearsay? I mean, not hearsay, but
I got relatives still down there. Yeah.
No, I mean, like, you have a lineage, like a family.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what do you want to call it? Written down, right?
Yep.
Hey, Les, come on. Les had a dream that he's in North Korea last night, surrounded by guinea pigs.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wait, what? North Korea about guinea pigs?
Yeah, he's in North Korea last night, surrounded by guinea pigs.
That was a dream.
Yeah. God, you have weird dreams.
So, Glenn, when was the Mayflower? 15?
97 was it? I forget.
1574? 70? I don't know.
Yeah, something
when
like
they come over.
But when they came over, I don't. You know the everyone that was on the Mayflower, the Maria, Santa Maria.
Is Plymouth Rock there? Or
no, that's the Pinta. No, you're getting it wrong.
Yeah.
The Mayflower was the Mayflower, and then Nina Pinta Santa Maria was Columbus.
Right. Oh, Columbus. That's right. Right.
Okay,
but,
what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know when
Mayflower,
the sailors on those ships were prisoners they released out of England. You know that, right?
Well, yeah. That's a Mayflower, yeah.
Yeah, and so they got to go there to get out of there. That's what
they say, though.
Yeah, and so that's.
And then all those cities were already built from and everything.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, but my question was though. So is your family based from, like, your grandparents or whoever was from Boston area?
No.
Yeah?
I just used Boston because that was I got my handle off of Richie from Boston.
Richie, okay.
Yeah.
So wait, whoa! You're scaring me a little bit. Where are you right now? Where are you living right now? You don't have to tell me exactly where, but what state?
I'm about 45 minutes out of the city.
Okay, so you are in Boston. I mean, like you're near Boston.
Mm-hmm.
That's like me saying Scott from Sparta. I don't live in Sparta, but I'm like 20 minutes away.
Right.
Well,
right.
I'm Ken from Melbourne, but Melbourne's 200 miles away.
Yeah, exactly. A bigger city.
200 kilometers away. No, 250 kilometers.
Well, that's far. That's the biggest city. Wait, Ken, is that the biggest city you live near?
Yeah.
Okay.
Melbourne.
Yeah.
I was born in Melbourne in 1958.
So for me, I would say Scott from Winston-Salem. That's the closest big city for me, and that's an hour away. That's 50 kilometers, or no, kilometers are smaller, so it's like 75 kilometers.
Yeah, kilometers about
yeah, they're like
a mile.
three-quarters of a mile. Yeah.
I still use miles too, you know. Like,
it's okay. You're allowed to do that.
I never liked that conversion.
Do you guys have? So Kenny, do you over there? You have both metric and standard tools, like for like socket wrenches. You guys have both over there, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think everyone's got both. I think I got both here too. Yeah.
I got a tape measure that's.
Yeah, but how do you know that everyone has both? You know what I mean?
I have meters and feet. I buy the tape measures that have both because I work in feet. I don't want to know about fucking meters and centimeters and millimeters and fucking meters. When they convert, I go, no, I'm not converting. Fuck this. Why should we convert? Daylight savings, same. I don't want to know about this bullshit daylight savings crap. It gets
yeah, but that's the thing. You guys don't. You guys do that over there. You guys don't do the daylight saving time, right? So,
oh
so
yeah,
either,
we do.
Oh, you do, but you do it
an hour forward and an hour back, and who knows what the fuck time.
Yeah, but at a different rate, though, at a different time, I think, right?
Well, of course, because it's summer here. Yeah, longer days.
No, I mean, what I mean is like you don't start it on the same date as. I think we talked about this a long time ago. How we started here earlier than you, and then you guys started later or something, maybe.
Yeah, because when you're in summer, you're getting longer days, and when we're in summer, we get longer days, and you're getting shorter days, and we get longer days, because the sun sort of moves around and goes down lower and on the horizon. And
I'm saying when the daylight saving time happens,
yeah,
the date that it happens on, I think they change it like according to different.
I don't even know. I think it's.
It's so crazy to think about. Like
I don't even know when it happens.
It's confusion. It's to confuse people because think about it, right? Everybody starts going, I can't get used to this hour change, right? And their brain starts like malfunctioning, right?
And look at the farmers; they don't bother turn their clock back. They go, we're getting up when we fucking want, you know.
Right.
Farmers don't give a fuck what time they say it is.
Yeah, they care about the sun.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because the moon right now is way towards you, like south.
Yeah, it's pretty bright lately out there.
Right, yeah,
it's
right
yellow.
now.
Airplanes are yellow lately. I don't know why.
Do you think the moon's a mirror, Scott?
Dude, the moon is one of my favorite freaking things to contemplate, you know?
It's the biggest mystery out of all of it, really, isn't it?
It really is, dude. Yeah. Because the sun is the sun, and it does the same thing, and the moon does the same thing, but it does it in one. I just talked about this. And well, not opposite, but it's like in 1 month it does the same analemma, as the sun does in 1 year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the moon goes further south and goes further north. Comes further north and goes further south in 1 month. So it's, but I think it puts off its own light and it might reflect also. Honestly, like at this point in my life, I've thought about this a lot. I think it reflects, but it also might. I mean, it might do both. And people can't wrap their
theory that's around. It just makes the moon more confusing and more.
I think
you don't know about it. It's crazy.
I haven't told you guys this, but I think that it might be a metallic thing going on. It might be a metal, like not metal, you know what I mean? Like not like it's like a metal substance or something, maybe.
Well, I don't think you could land on. I think it's too cold.
Of course not. No. But it could be. There's a lot of electrical issues going on with it. It looks like it could have been.
It gets redrawn, right? It's being redrawn, or whatever's. Are they putting a Project Bluebeam picture on it, and that's what we're covering up.
Well, I used to look at it with a telescope when I was a teenager, and I had my own telescope, and I could see the craters and everything.
Was it like you were looking through water, Ken? You're looking through water, looking at the moon.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, that happens because of the atmosphere too.
Yeah. I took that.
The atmosphere makes it seem like that. So.
Yeah. And it makes. But
go ahead.
Like, what got me with the moon missions, right?
Yeah.
This is what convinced me was how close the moon's meant to be, and then when you're on the moon, the Earth looks just as far away.
Yeah.
Isn't it so silly?
The moon, the Earth would be gigantic.
Yes, Kenny. Yes, please.
That's my biggest thing that made me doubt.
Yeah,
I
dude.
just watched that movie Ad Astra with Brad Pitt. Ad Astra, and you're right. When they were on the moon, he looks. Oh, I never get over the look of the Earth, and it was just. And they were standing on the moon and looking at the Earth, and it was a tiny object.
Yeah, that's retarded. It doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense, dude.
Mhm.
That's the thing, dude. Seriously, that's why I say if you don't understand the moon thing is
Like,
is
they
bullshit.
actually forgot to put the proper perspectives of how far we're meant to be and how small the moon is. They didn't even
Yeah,
take that
it's called
into account. What?
it's called really easy perspective. Like you can't even like contemplate. How can you?
Laziness.
I can't believe I fell for it when I was like 5 or 6 or 7. Like seriously,
Oh, when I watched it all on TV, I was going, "What a shit picture we're getting here, though. It's all so blurry." And
I'm
I was
just
so
saying.
disappointed, but I still believed it, and I had posters on me wall, the astronauts, and the full color photos of them on the moon. And
You fell for it. You fell for the trick.
Yeah, I was only 10 years old, but you know.
That's what I'm saying. You know, like, and that's fine. But the thing is, you grow up, and then if you're an adult,
It's like the
seriously,
late 70s. I was going, nah. I was telling all my mates, I don't think we went to the moon, actually, after all. Fuck.
like if you're an adult right now and you think the moon landings and stuff like that are real, then I think that you're not ready for like the truth, you know. And then after COVID happened, I'm like, you're really not ready for the truth. And that's like my friend the other day asked me, he's like, have you noticed how people are even falling for the same tricks over and over again? I'm like,
Yeah.
bro,
Like, they
dude,
can't bring a monkeypox epidemic out. No
Yeah,
one's going to
dude.
shit again, are they?
dude,
You know,
they believed COVID, bro. So
yeah, but like, I can't believe people will fall for the same trick. Fool me
they
once.
will. They have. Yeah, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me
Yeah.
twice. No,
Shame
fool me
on
once,
you.
shame on you. But remember when the stupid George W. Bush said, shame on me? And he goes, well, it won't happen again. Or he just said something so. Remember George W. Bush said something
he
so
made
ridiculous.
the money. He was good at gaffes, but God, I never thought I'd see one outdo him with gaffes. You know, as far as tripping over and shit. But
Dude, Kamala
God,
Harris.
then Biden come along. It was like, yeah, we had a laugh at Bush. Let's have a 20 times bigger laugh at Biden.
Kamala Harris is like, dude, this is unbelievable.
It's like, no, they can't be serious. But then,
Dude, they're
look at
serious. They're
look
serious,
at our
dude.
champion breakdancer we sent over to the Olympics. So anything's possible, you know.
Yeah, that blew my mind a little bit.
Oh God, the memes. It's like
I didn't even know about that. I didn't even know. First of all, I don't see memes.
I
but like,
don't watch sports, but
I saw breakdancing. I'm like, wait, they're doing breakdancing as a sport?
yeah, like why is that even a thing for a start?
You know what? You know why? Because we're talking about it right now. Instead of talking about something real, we're talking about that.
Yeah,
and that's the truth. You know, that's the truth.
Oh, it's a big shit show.
We're living in a realm like the Hunger Games. That's where we are.
Yeah.
It's a stage we're in here. We're in a show, and outside forces are controlling us. Yep.
Well, yeah, pretty much. And I call outside forces like the Hasatan thing.
The what?
The Hasatan, the enemy. You know, Hasatan, Satan, whatever you want to call him, the devil. You know.
Yeah.
That's what's doing it. I mean, there's no other way to explain it.
We are living in apocalyptic revelation type times, you know. I mean, it's not going to be over Jehovah too soon, but it is become like Sodom and Gomorrah. It's becoming like the days of Noah, and you know,
slowly.
What is good is bad, and what is bad is good.
You know what's funny, Kenny? You know what's funny? You just said Days of Noah, and that's a show, the channel I watch.
I watch him too. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a channel called Days of Noah, is there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and
dude.
Richie from Boston were friends a long time ago. Yep.
Yep.
Have you seen that series Divergent with the Shailene Woodley? You know, they did 3 out of the 4 movies of the books. You never saw that?
Oh, the movies. Yeah.
The movie.
We talked about that, Kenny. I mean, sorry, Glenny.
Yeah.
We talked about this when you first talked about Divergent.
No,
I said
no. I talked to Divergent, the channel. The guy.
I know, but me and Kenny said, "Oh yeah, we saw the." Well, I think Kenny might have seen it.
Yeah.
It was like for kids, but it was pretty good actually.
Yeah. Actually,
I saw the first two movies.
It was like Hunger Games. It was like Hunger Games.
Yeah, it was very much like Hunger Games.
But
you know,
if they show you what's going down in movies ahead of time of what they do, I don't know if you notice that.
Yeah, well,
Glenn,
Glenn, seriously,
they did the thing in the arm. The people took it.
Don't be RV Truth. Don't be what they show you in the movies is going to happen. I'm just saying.
I understand that, but they do show you a bit of that. I mean, if you watch Simpsons,
they do. They give you a little bit of
heads up. Yeah.
Oh,
but
for years, it's
the way I see it, though, I watch a movie and I'm like, am I entertained by it or am I not? You know, it doesn't hold my attention because, dude, I don't like movies. I'm not like you guys. I don't watch all this stuff. Like I fall asleep or I just get bored or I just say I don't. No, thank you. But if there's something that holds my attention, which I did watch those movies and they were decent. But you're right.
A bit of a movie critic, you know. I like to give my opinion on because I think they represent the times we're living in. You know, each decade you go by the movies to see how they were.
Yeah, what's it called? Art reflects nature or art reflects culture. You know. Life. Art. Yeah. Art. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
It's true. Like George Orwell, 1984. I mean, fuck. There's so many aspects to now we're living. No free speech and changing the language and you know hate speech and all this shit. Double think. You know.
Well, I honestly feel though that it's good that we can at least talk about things like this and not be like we're so bothered by it and our lives are going to be ruined. And like even when
you got to make with what times you're living in. God, you know, imagine living in World War II times. It was, you know,
way worse. World War One. Think about World War One.
I couldn't have taken it. God.
Trench warfare? No, thank you. No, thank you.
No man's land. No, fuck.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Sent out there to be
cannon fodder.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost like how many thousands? You know, a third of our population, Australian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, I like to hear about like the Australian perspective.
They just sent us, you know, Gallipoli. They killed all us English and Australians and New Zealanders. Just sent us up a hill to get slaughtered, you know, with Gatling guns. And, had no chance, and they kept going, nah, keep going, and the generals were on their ships watching with binoculars going, yes, hell, what a good show. Oh, this is glorious. Look at them all die. Satan.
And all you guys got was like a movie, Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah.
Nah, we had Gallipoli. That was a good film.
Wait, what? What was that?
Gallipoli with Mel Gibson. You never saw that?
Oh, I don't think I saw that. Mel Gibson.
Road Warrior.
No, it's been around for years. A classic. And Jean-Michel Jarre does some music in it. Mel Gibson. Who's the other dude? They go to Gallipoli. One survives.
Scott, where you are they loading the hotels with the migrants too? Where you are?
No, they're not.
Oh, you're lucky.
Yeah,
you might be in the safe zone.
They're not here.
I want to show you guys.
Hold on.
Change it.
Oh, it's funny.
Those dogs.
The other day, I was talking to Gordon about, you know, he doesn't like living amongst the darker coloured people. Well, I was supposed to go, look, we used to have them here in the main town of Sale.
You used to have blacks in there?
What's that?
That you had black people.
They're all over there, yeah. And that's right, when Mombasa, Kenya's all.
No, in the main city of Sale, 3/4 an hour away, I've grown up with all the Indigenous in that town. I've known them since I was a kid. But they're not the ones he's talking about. He's talking about the ones from Africa, right? And I say, look, they had them in Sale for a while, but they're all gone. I don't see them anywhere. And then I went to town. My friend Tanya, she takes me in every week, and her and her little daughter, we have a good time. And no kidding, I saw them everywhere. It was like, what the fuck was I talking about?
Wow.
And I was even saying hello to a few as they go past, and they'd go, oh, no.
Kenny, you're talking about black people, right? Obviously.
What's that?
Well, black people.
Black people.
Black, like Native African Americans?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so my girlfriend, we live here in a town where there's I saw one black guy.
I've seen some beautiful black women yesterday too. Like, wow, you look pretty nice. Like that.
See, you guys don't. You guys don't have black people. It's so funny. You have Aborigines, right?
Yeah,
Aboriginal.
They're different. They're they're our cousins more or less. They're our family.
You don't have any. So wait, you don't have anybody
all my
from
Indigenous friends. They all consider me family.
Hold on, Kenny. You have someone from Fiji. Fiji, they're black people.
Yeah, the Fuzzy Wuzzies. They're legends. They helped us fight the war.
Yeah, so they're dark, right?
They got the frizzy afro style too. We call them the Fuzzy Wuzzies. Yeah.
So what's funny though is here, Glenn, this is funny for you because up in the mountain, there's not many black people. There's 2, right? So we go down to town today, me and actually my girlfriend, we go an hour down to the main city, Winston-Salem, and she's like, oh, there's a lot of black people down here. I'm like, yeah, it's a lot different. But we're from Florida, in a ghetto, where there's tons of black people, but she hasn't been downtown, down to the big city for a year or 6 months.
Wow.
But when I say black people, I'm not talking about my black fellas, my mobs. I'm talking about the ones who brought over here recently.
Oh, you mean? Oh, you're talking about? Oh, yeah. Okay. The immigrants.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones from.
Wait, are they bringing people over there?
God, they're from all over the joint.
Are they bringing people over
there now? Rwanda, of all places, no.
Yolanda?
Wow. Rwanda.
Rwanda. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That movie. That was a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good movie, actually.
A country, not a movie.
I mean, well, the movie too. That was good.
They're not bringing them in there to vote. That's for sure.
But yeah, I didn't realize how many there were until I went in the other day, and I don't know why I hadn't noticed them before. But I actually bumped into a few saying hello to them in the street, and yeah, they're all pretty friendly, and they looked all really chill. They weren't agitated or.
Oh, so yeah, I totally.
They move them around a lot. I think a lot come here a few years back, and they go, "Oh, we want to live more closer to the city." Okay, we'll shift you out of there. We'll put you near the city. But then there's others that they brought over recently, and they don't mind living in small country towns and cities, and
yeah, and they've been doing that all over the whole entire flat level plain too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
They've been doing that, right? Seriously, I've been noticing that. Yeah.
But here in this town, I haven't seen. I see them come down here on weekends, but they're not living here. Yeah.
So what do you?
We've got our own Indigenous mob down in this town.
Why do you think? Why do you guys think they're doing it? Why are they doing it?
They are the replacements, Scott.
The replacements? Okay, go ahead. What does that mean?
They want everyone homeless, and they these others, and then they can create chaos out of order out of chaos.
They're not requiring any of
them.
You know what?
Hold on. Ken's right
don't
about
even
that.
blame the migrants. I blame the governments, because
Yes, of course. They're allowing it. They're allowing it. Well, they're facilitating. Actually, they're facilitating it.
Right.
But my question is, there's a reason, right? So think about this. Why are they doing it, though? Like, what's the reason?
They're preparing for the civil war.
They want to wipe out Whitey.
Yeah.
Wait, they want to wipe out Whitey? That's pretty funny. No. Let me ask you guys a question really quick, because this is something I've been talking about for like literally 6 years. Okay, so you guys know about Revelation in the Bible. Yeah. At the end of the Bible, it says the war of Gog and Magog, right?
Yeah.
Right after the
south and east.
Yeah, they come from different nations, and and they prepare for war, right? So this is after the millennial reign and all that, right? This is way in the back, right, of the Bible.
It's a scary thing, though, Scotty.
No, but listen, let me ask you a question, though. Doesn't it seem like it's possible, Kenny, that Satan was released for a short period of time? This whole short season thing, right?
Yep.
And then to create, I don't know, some kind of freaking thing that happened, right?
And that's what we're
possible
experiencing now. Yeah.
It's possible, right? Doesn't it seem like it's possible?
Well, I always believed in 1,000-year reign of peace, without Satan on earth.
Well, do you think that happened already?
Yeah. It's the first one I know who come up with that theory. And then all these other people I knew jumped on the bandwagon and made out it was their theory. And I'm going, what the fuck? Even Elgo jumped on it. And I'm going, no, Elgo, I was the one saying that. And I
seriously, I did like hour-long shows about this.
Really. But
no, I don't care either.
I totally believe that if Tartaria is real, that makes all 100% sense,
Yeah, it's possible. It's really possible.
That and it seems like we all got along. Every fucking race got along. We had this 1,000 years of peace already, which means we're in deep shit now.
Well,
we haven't got 1,000 years of peace to look forward to.
See, you're taking it the way my friend was taking it. My friend was like, dude, we're screwed now. I'm like, no, we're not screwed. We're not, though. I don't believe that.
Nah, look, I believe in having fun during the apocalypse anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I said.
The world's going to shit.
But I don't think the world's going to shit, though. I don't see that.
Look, there's still nice people in the world, I found out.
You found out recently? No, but for real.
This community I'm living in have been fantastic. I've been
that's awesome, dude. Dude, Kenny, dude. I mean, remember you're going through all kinds of
tears of, I don't know how to say thanks sometimes,
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're like every man in the world. We don't give thanks enough.
I've been in a vulnerable situation where I've got nothing and no car and no way to get anywhere, and I've had to rely on the comfort of strangers, and I've made a couple of good friends.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
They're there always to help me out. Anytime your dog needs to get to the vet, can tell me.
So the fact that, like, not the fact, but like the idea of, like, maybe Revelation, or the tribulations and all that stuff already happened, right? And what I used to always say was, no matter what, Jesus is going to come back again anyway. And then like,
well, how many tribulations have happened anyway? I mean, World War I and II would have seemed like the end of the world, and
Well, yeah, of course, yeah, to those people.
Those other wars before then, the Napoleon times, and that could have been Armageddon for them,
Well, if and I know you've read the Bible, Ken, and you know the bowls.
Yeah, I do know it pretty good. Yeah.
But the bowls in Revelation, the bowls that are poured out and all that stuff, right?
Woe to the world.
Yeah, like, think about, like, that could have already happened,
Yeah.
And now
and then the kingdoms, those what was it, 7 kingdoms, and the last one.
The churches, the churches, yeah. All the 7 churches.
Clay and iron is like machine and man amalgamating,
Well,
Like
it's interesting to think about it.
Greek and it's by that statue they built, of Nebuchadnezzar, I think it was, or something. Looked like him anyway, but
Nebuchadnezzar.
Bible. And the statue, something hits it on its feet after the last kingdom, and the kingdom's made of clay and iron, and it's trying to amalgamate, to join, and
it's iron and clay. Yeah, the iron and clay.
Yeah, and it's like machine and man, we're made of clay.
Yeah, like, exactly. That's the transhumanism type thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I used to always say about the wheats and the tares, like with the separation of the wheats and the tares. Yeah. I was like, dude, that parable, right? Jesus' parable.
Oh, it's a great parable, though.
And dude, remember, how it works is like where I believe that America, well, it doesn't matter America, but like we let everyone
get the GMO from the organics.
That too. But we allowed not just America, but like everybody, like the regular people, the smart people, like the followers of Yah. We allowed the governments to take over, and then eventually, because the tares, the wheats and the tares is all about like the separation. Eventually, it'll separate.
Yeah, like
and
the
then
goats, Yeah.
That's what I see happening lately.
Yeah, and it is. It's like a great divide that's happening, and it's like, if you're standing for truth, you have to fucking, you got to stand your ground. We're at a point where, you either go with evil or you stand your ground. And
well, that's how I saw, like, with the whole, wear your mask and be scared of a virus thing. Yeah, where
I would rather die than do that. There was not 1 second in my brain where I was going to submit, and I never did. And fuck them. Yeah, that was evil.
You can totally see. Like, seriously, I saw my friend, my brother-in-law. It's like, I got the jab. Yeah. I'm like, dude. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I just got it for fun. I'm like, why did you gotta? I'm like, dude, you weren't even forced to do it. He's like, no, I just did it. Like, who cares? I'm like, what? And my dad's like, I got it right away, And I'm like, dude, come on.
They told me on TV, and my doctor said I'll die if I didn't.
Yeah.
That's what my dad. A mate of mine in Zara, he's going, oh no, I had to have 4 of them. He said, I have to have 3 more or I'll die. And I'm going, so, he goes, but ever since I've had him, my heart, and he's had fucked up breathing problems. He's on an oxygen tank, and yeah, he's not going to go for the other 3 anyway.
Oh
God.
What's going to happen with all the people that took that, Scott? Any ideas?
I mean, did that hurt our brain or what? They're just trying to fathom the stupid.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys know anybody that took like boosters? Because I really don't. Because like like multiple like
they're not actually friends, but people I knew. Yeah.
Are they okay? Well, honestly, like
I don't know.
They're still walking. I do too. I know some people that took it, and the extra ones. And
I know a lot who had the first 2, and they're dead. Yeah.
Oh, see, I mean, but
including my younger brother. Family members, friends. Yeah.
Well, my mom never took it because she's like Christian, and she's very like hardcore against that kind of stuff. But
my
Scott's mom's like Amish.
My mom is like if you call like a Christian Baptist, she is like the ultimate. Like, she believes in the Bible and God and Jesus and like the right way. You know what I mean?
I love that simple faith. Yeah.
She's simple faith. Yeah. Like,
that's what I like. That's what I am. I try to have a simple faith. I don't want to get stuck down by dogma and.
She's not like that. She doesn't push it on anyone. But she didn't take the virus. I mean, the virus, the freaking jab.
No, you're
She
right.
didn't take the virus. She believes in it though. She believes in it though, which is crazy. She
I tried
thinks
to get the virus, but it just wouldn't stick.
she thinks that she had it, dude. She still talks about it. Like she's like, oh yeah, somebody got COVID, but she never took the the jab.
Right.
But my dad did. My dad did right away. He's like, I got it right away, Scotty.
Yeah, a lot of old people did,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He was, he got it
I'd be on
free.
the old people's bus and they'd be there going, oh, have you heard of this new long COVID coming out? And oh no, I forgot my mask and I have to go to the chemist warehouse to get one. I go, but that finished a year ago. You're still worried about that, are you guys? I'm having to bite my tongue, but then I couldn't help it. I had to give them facts, and they didn't have they go, really? What? I was educated. I couldn't help it. Last year, I'm a party pooper. If you want to kill conversation in a room, just let me walk in and the whole room will go quiet because I've said something out of term. Anyway, I have always had a big mouth. When I can't help it, if I see something wrong, I have to speak up and gets in a lot of trouble.
What do you think of the percentage of the ones that didn't take it, Scott? What do you think the numbers are really? Uh-oh. Scott, you muted.
What the percentage?
Yeah, like how many people didn't take that? What percentage? Like a third of the population didn't?
I think there was
30%.
I think there was a lot of placebos or whatever you want to call it.
Say that again. A lot of what?
Placebos.
I'm sure half my family had placebo ones.
I know for a fact that I mean, I know somebody that worked, or I know somebody that knew, like his daughter worked for the company that was putting these things out. They're like, I mean, there was a lot of it was just nonsense, but there's also stuff they put in it. I mean, what are you gonna know? Like, they don't even tell you what they put in it.
Right.
Remember, like, I mean, come on, like so.
Blank paper. I came out of the box. Yep.
Yeah, remember that.
Just created this one in 3 months. I know it normally takes 8 to 10, maybe 20 years to create one. But we're geniuses now.
And
we
now here,
Operation Warp Speed.
3 months instead of 20 years.
in my city here, now they're saying that people are coming down with all kinds of problems. Oh, you elected to take it. You weren't forced.
Well, yeah.
Shit.
Well, they forced them through popular thought.
Yeah, they forced them through the
group
MK Ultra on the TV 24/7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, I took mine and threw it out the window years ago.
What do you mean?
The TV.
Oh, your TV? I thought you meant your vaccine.
Oh, I never took any of that stuff. No way.
I took my vaccine and threw it out the window.
No, I don't take that crap, man.
Well, you did a long time ago when you were in the military.
Yeah, luckily that was back in the late 70s. So back then they didn't have that technology. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was being born in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was different, but I mean, the thing is though, I just see it as like at least you didn't. Like I didn't want my dad to do it, and I've noticed him. He's 81 now, And is your dad alive, Glenn?
No, mine died a long time ago.
Yeah, Kenny, your dad's dead, right? But I have a dad, and he's freaking 81 now, and he just got surgery for like carpal tunnel. And my mom, my mom was a nurse, so they're very, they go to the hospital, or they still believe in all that nonsense. But I mean, luckily he's still alive, but I have noticed him being different I think he took 2. I think maybe. No, I think maybe he took 1. And I told him, because my dad came up to me one day with the mask on, and he's like, do you want me to die? Because I said, take your mask off, Dad. Stop being a slave or whatever, And he's like, "Do you want me to die?" He looks in my eyes. I'm like, obviously not. That's a straw man. Think about it. That's a straw man argument. But you know, that's how it was, you know? Isn't that crazy to think about?
Oh yeah.
Like seriously, I was trying to tell my dad, breathe and don't wear a mask. And it was a Humana mask. You know Humana, the insurance company? You know?
Yeah.
Freaking health insurance company, right? A green mask. I'm like, Dad, don't wear your mask anymore. Because we're hanging out with the kids and all the kids were having fun at a bounce house, you know, like one of those bouncy houses place, you know, like trampoline places.
Yeah.
I forgot what they call them now.
Yeah, whatever you call it. But dude, the point is we're
a
having
lot of
fun.
them are blown up in the air and
Yeah,
killed
but
children.
but the point is we're having fun with the kids. And I'm like, Dad, don't be a weirdo wearing a mask because nobody else is wearing a mask. Because it was like, you know, we weren't those people. But my dad was all scared. I'm like, oh, you're a scared little bitch. You know what I mean? Like my own father, dude, being not father, I don't say father, but my own dad being a scared little baby.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to go to Christmas because the whole family had it and I hadn't. And yeah, I was like,
oh, really? They're like that?
Yeah. So, nah. So, but I was invited to my stepdaughter's family's place. So half of them had it, but they didn't care. So that was weird, you know. That I couldn't even go to my own family for Christmas that year. But you know, it was amazing times, really. It was like I was really taken in psychologically, analysing and all that stuff. And
yeah, dude. Because
I almost foresaw it, you know. I was speaking against the stuff for since about 2003 or 4, I think it was. I was Tiani's mum had a baby, Jakey, and like I went out with her on and off over the years, but she had a baby to someone else. But anyway, this kid, he was great, you know, he could talk, right? And then 2 years old, they went him in to get some sort of needle.
Yep. And
suddenly he couldn't put a word together.
Wow.
He was scopey-eyed, and he's nearly 18 now, and he still can't string many words together.
Oh, he's still, see, that's the thing,
he's
dude.
very, you know, he's on the high range of autism. And,
yeah.
And, you know, I tried to, you know, I got banned on Facebook so many times just telling that story. Like, that was way before all this shit, you know. This was like 2009 or something.
Yeah, when the first stuff.
I was, you know, there's a lot of people coming out in Australia against it. Like,
they were doing it here too, dude.
Become autistic, and then David Icke got banned from coming here and on YouTube because Australia classed him as an anti-vax. He wasn't even coming over here to talk about that. He'd been over every year to do a lecture. You know, you get so many people. Oh, he was booked out. They cancelled his tour, made sure he got here and then had to go home again, you know.
Dude, David Icke is another.
That was like 2 years before the pandemic. And then they did the same to that, what's her name? She used to work for Rebel News, and that other guy, that Lauren, something, Lauren Southern. Yeah, she come over and they all attacked her and the other guy she was with, and they went to New Zealand. They weren't allowed into Australia. Then Katie Hopkins from England, she comes over. This all happened within that year and a half. And, you know, then the pandemic happened, and she's invited over for some, you know, comedy fucking thing. And then because she spoke and defended, Harry Potter author, what's her name? Rowland's something. She was quarantined in a hotel for 2 weeks before they'd let on the aeroplane back home. She wasn't even allowed. That's her whole journey to Australia was 2 weeks in quarantine. The whole media were demonising her here, you know. And especially my premier. Oh, God, he was so despicable person and Dude,
isn't it crazy how it's been
It's like-
freaking? It's been
It's like all
4.
these people I followed were being banned from Australia all of a sudden. It's like, fucking hell, you can't make this shit up. I was seeing it all unfold like that, you know. And then I knew something big was coming, and they're all talking about how censorship's going to become a big thing. And sure,
Oh
enough,
yeah, Kenny. Do you remember in 2019, right before this happened?
yeah,
Do you remember thinking like that happened, whatever? You know, this has been 5 years now. But like, do you remember like thinking that something big is going to happen? Like, I was telling my
that's
friend
why
that,
I
dude.
stopped it. I was, that's when I shifted to here. You know, I thought, look, shit's going to go down. My landlady's going to buy this shit, so I'm going to live at this place because if it does, it's the nicest place you can live during some sort of lockdown. And then the lockdown happened. It was like, wow, that was good timing, sure, because I went around there to visit me horse and that, and she told me to order me off the property, and you're not wearing a mask. How dare you turn up here? Don't you know there's a quarantine? And I go, what? You know, and she wasn't wearing a mask, but she ordered me off the property because I wasn't wearing a mask. And I'm going, you I said, you're actually buying this shit already? I can't believe it.
You know what's crazy? That reminds me of is I knew somebody that was in Italy. In Italy, like they did lockdown like right away in 2020, like early.
Yeah, they faked all that shit. I know.
They did like they were like doing like sirens and like go to your houses.
Yeah.
Like,
and then
dude,
they were showing footage from Italy, making out it was in New York City or something. You know? And then people
oh
go,
yeah,
that's Italy. That's not America.
yeah, dude. Because I knew somebody, like I knew a girl that moved to Italy, and she was like, "It's crazy here."
Yeah.
But dude, honestly, dude, in 2018, my friend was like, "Dude, something's gonna happen." I'm like, "No, not yet."
A lot
Wait
of people saying it. I could, yeah. There's too many people saying, yeah, they're going to
Well,
bring
it was so
I thought about
obvious.
martial law all the time for years. You know, Agenda 21. Turned out they were right about Agenda 21 anyway. But
Oh, it was the 20.
it was Agenda 19, really. Agenda 20.
Yeah, it was in 19. It was in November.
Yeah, that's what it is.
They did that whole remember that little.
We had the burning of our eastern coast. You know, with
Oh yeah, at the same time.
whatever
Yeah.
weapons, you know, whatever weapons they used. But those guys, they all started in every state at the same time. Lee agrees with me, but I remember I watched it.
No, dude, I looked at all that. It was you guys.
Lee was one of the people who had to be, you know, go down the beach, and
You guys had
last year.
You guys had the fires like the same time that we had the fires in California. Yeah. And then after that,
it was months after that one started, we got them here. Yeah. And it was like they started early here too. They started before summer, I think, and that was unusual. November.
well, was it about like they were trying to make railroad tracks or something, or trains or something? Railroad tracks.
People say it doesn't follow the whole line of the bush fire, but it might have cleared a few areas. I don't know. I don't know about that one, but it is a land grab thing, whatever it is.
Yeah, land grab, yeah.
Been doing, they've been grabbing land or farmers who got burnt out and shit and giving them hardly anything for it. And see you later, go to old people's home there, you fucking farmer cunt. Yeah. You still there, Glenn? He's, what is it, Saturday? No, he doesn't have to work. Yeah. It's Friday there, isn't it?
No, Saturday.
Oh, right. It'll be Friday here in 6 hours.
No, it'll be Sunday. No, it's already Saturday, right?
Yeah, it'll be Sunday ahead. Here in 6:42, so 6:47. Anyway,
Well, that was funny. You went early tonight. It was like 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah. 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours. Yeah, 3:09.
So, what do you think of that beetle technology?
No, I'm still here. I'm listening to you guys. I was just laying down a little bit.
Yeah, that's good.
No, so what, Scott? What do you think's on the horizon for the next plan here? What's going on next?
Who's going to win the election? Americans?
I don't think it matters who wins that fucking thing.
No, of course not. But like you hear how
You
they
guys
say.
don't know. I don't either.
Nobody's doing nothing. Are you kidding me? It doesn't matter.
It's like it could go any way, couldn't it? This is the funny thing. It's like a
Wait,
spin.
hold on. Do you, Kenny? Do you think that like Kamala Harris can freaking win? I mean, would they make her?
Everything's so stupid now.
I know. You never know. You never know.
100% wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, it really doesn't matter. They're all in the same club. It don't matter.
It doesn't matter, and it would not surprise me. But like, what are they gonna do? Because
It's like the
obviously,
Emperor's new clothes. They can roll out anyone. They can be naked. No one will even see they're naked. I think they're great.
yeah, they won't even notice.
I'm just wondering, is it going to be an
what if
economic
it was Hunter
collapse,
Biden?
Scott, or do you
Well,
see the money collapsing? Like,
I always say this though, bro. Think about it. They don't want to collapse the money because they don't want to be. I mean, they know they won't do that, dude. They won't. They haven't. They always.
Actually, Wall Street's fighting the elites.
Well, they
'cause
just print
they
out
would lose
more
their money,
anyway
right?
if they run out.
Yeah, but also like the thing is, dude, they want to keep it the way. I've always said this for like 6 years now. They want to keep it the way it is because they're comfortable. You know what I mean? All they're doing is messing with everyone. But also,
I think Trump could win. It's a 50-50. I'm just going to flip a coin.
it can't be 50-50.
Tell me, God, is it divine intervention that Trump wins? You know, like
No, I think Trump wins. There's no way they're going to make Kamala Harris.
Nah, I think there'd be a bit of an uproar, but
well, they bring all these people.
You know, we've still got what 3 months or.
Think about who we're talking about. Listen. Think about who we're talking about. We're talking about freaking people that control the world, the men. There's no women
You
controlling.
heard Kamala when she tries to, make a speech and she just repeats something she just said and.
Oh, she constantly does that. Yeah, but that's what they all do.
She regurgitates. Yeah.
It just laughs at everything.
Yeah, regurgitates. It's a good term.
It's funny, as like she just laughs and cackles. And
Yeah, it's retarded. But they're not. They're using her as a
she'd be the
pawn.
happiest president ever.
I think Trump gets back in, and then they do something crazy. They're gonna do something crazy, like something you can't even think about.
What? Get buses and load up the illegals?
Oh,
No,
Les likes
way
Kamala.
worse than that.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Les likes Kamala. Kamala has charisma.
Charisma.
Oh.
Well, she's
Charisma.
funny, but so's Trump. Trump's
She's
very
not funny. She's not funny, dude. Come on.
God.
Is she
Don't
funny?
laugh
Is she
with
like she's
Trump.
funny? Oh yeah, you laugh at her. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I laugh at Trump too.
I think Trump's funny sometimes too, but like
Oh, he's fucking hilarious.
Kamala is more sad. Like, whoa, that's sad.
Yeah. Look, there's nothing. She's done nothing. What has she done?
I thought it was funny when Trump's like, she's black now. She's black now.
Yeah, right.
Like,
that's right.
like she was Indian. She was Indian, and now she's black.
Yeah.
A black lady.
like Alec Baldwin's wife, Hilaria. She was Brazilian or something, or now it turned out she's never born anywhere near there and always been an American.
Oh yeah, I heard that. And that one lady, remember that?
These Mexican accents. And so, how do you say cucumber? Cucumber, yes, that's right.
So, have you guys heard about this new SpaceX thing? It was called the Transporter 11. Have you heard of that?
No.
I just saw it. It was freaky. That's why I wanted to show you guys. That's the only reason why I even called in. Dude, I saw this freaking thing. It was weird. I don't know. Something in the sky. Okay. I wish you guys can find it, but like,
I'll search. What is it called? Transporter 11?
Yeah.
Where do I search? DuckDuckGo?
What, like a sky elevator?
The thing is, though, it's the only guy I know that like actually takes video over the UK. By the way, it was over the England. But it's called Melgig. Look up, dude, Glenn. Look up MELGIG, all lowercase. MELGIG, Melgig, and see if you see it.
Someone can do the searching for me.
Actually, try Melgig and then Transporter 11. Like I'm like, what is going on here? It's weird. But it doesn't matter because they're doing things. Apparently they're doing
deals with demons,
maybe, yeah, or they're doing stuff up there like that we don't have any idea about. I'm just wondering what they're doing because sometimes you have to think about like what are they really doing?
Made pacts with demons. That's what they've been able to do. All this technology over the years.
I kind of agree with you, Ken. Ken, I really do. Like I really do think they're doing.
I got it.
Yeah, the Melgig Transporter 11.
Copy. Yep, I'll put it right in Ken's chat here, private chat. It's just not a video, but it tells about it. Watch.
Yeah.
Paste.
I got Bruno. He's on the couch.
Bruno.
SpaceX launches Transporter 11 smallest rideshare mission, August 16th.
Yeah, but that
shows the same rocket as they always have.
Okay, let's have a look.
Falcon 9 lifted off Vandenberg Space Force.
Yeah, but it's not the video. See, the video I saw though.
Oh, okay. I'll look for a video now.
Like, I mean, it's way afterwards.
Yeah.
It's like a real video by a real person, not like NASA or whatever, SpaceX. But it's pretty weird looking, and I wish I could show you guys, but I can't because I'm not subbed.
I'm looking.
Yeah, there's tons of
really making it hard to do searches lately. I'll watch a video, then I get suggested to watch that same video again.
I found it. Oh, no, it's cool. Falcon 9 Transporter 11 instead of. Hold on. Oh, I got it. I got the video. Here we go. They make it look like it's a kid's game. Watch this, Ken. Hold on. It took me a while on DuckDuckGo to find it. Copy. StreamYard. Paste. Okay. Got it. I put the video in there. This is what Scott watched right here.
It's got Japanese.
Yeah. It shows it's like a kid's thing, but play it a little bit and it goes into what you really want to watch.
Yeah.
Yep.
This YouTuber I follow, him and his mates just mock Corey. No, it was Count Dunkiller, Bearing from Australia, and the Quartering. I forgot his name, Jeremy or something. Anyway, they were talking about how he who was it? Count.
Oh, you can't play that one?
Quartering.
Oh.
He said the word Jap, and he was talking about the Japanese war, and in his storytelling he was saying, so the Japs did this, and then he got striked and hate speech for saying the word Jap. Like, what? That's not I don't think a Japanese would get offended if you called them, if you said Jap in front of them. I don't know. Anyway, here I go. I just thought I'd share that fantastic story. Where's Gordon? God, he must have had a. Oh, Scott.
Yo, you heard?
Yeah.
All right, so I copied the link.
I already got the. I found the link. I got it, Scott.
Hold on, I'm gonna put it in the chat. Let's see.
Yeah, I already put that one in there.
In the studio chat.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm gonna put in what I saw, dude.
Oh.
Listen to me, dude. This is craziness. Okay, can you guys play this? I just put it in the chat. In the private chat. Okay, I just put a link, and it's freaking crazy, dude. Seriously. I'm like, what is this thing that they supposedly are doing? They're dropping off like more of the Starlinks, like the Starlink satellites,
Yeah,
right?
that's been spinning me out too, Scott.
But look at this. If you guys can find this link, one of you.
Yeah,
and
I'm
put it,
watching it right now. It's putting out like these. It's putting out these waves.
yeah,
Blue waves.
yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. So show that. Dude.
Is that Transporter 11 passing over UK?
Yeah, passing over UK. Yes.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Watch it and then zoom in on it. Dude, like, look at it. It's crazy. Yeah, look. Watch this thing. This thing is weird, dude. Because I know this guy is a real photographer guy. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but like, you can't fake this. Watch this. Look at this. It's crazy.
We're going to start again.
Yeah, I see it. And watch it.
I wonder what that is. What is that shit it's putting out?
Dude, I don't know, dude.
I see something flying by fast up above on the right corner.
What's that going down?
Yeah, dude. Look at this. It's weird. This guy has a really good camera, and like, if you can zoom it, like, on your own. Well, you guys are probably watching on the bigger screen, but
I got
yeah, I am.
Yep, I am too. Yep.
You know, look at that.
Weird. Fuck,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah, dude. Watch this. It's really
It's
weird.
like 3 buffer clouds in front of it that are like.
And like, if you keep watching, you'll see.
And there's stars falling down. And
I
and
just saw.
Well,
gliding around.
it's going through the sky. It's going opposite direction.
Yeah, but I can see stars like UFOs.
Well, yeah.
They're
Of
going
course.
all over the place.
He has a really good camera, dude.
Look at that one. Look,
Yeah, I saw that. Kid. Yeah, that's what I watched. Yep.
that's amazing.
Yeah, dude. Seriously, what are they doing? What is that? Like, they're not obviously doing what they say they're doing, but like,
Right. What do they put out for me?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
What are they scanning for? What are they sending out?
look how it goes down.
Mm.
I don't know, dude.
There's the trees, tree level.
Yeah, it's a real person taking a real, camera shot.
It's like an fallen angel creature coming down or something. Yeah,
And look at it. It's like it's projecting a light or something.
Yeah,
It's weird.
pulsating something, and they're saying it's Elon's vehicle or something.
Yeah, that's what it is. SpaceX.
That's the other thing. We have a capsule up there that we can't get the 2 people back to Earth.
Oh, yeah.
It was supposed to go up there for like a couple weeks. Now they can stay up there for 3 months. They got plenty of supplies and oxygen. Right?
This is cool, Scott.
Nonsense. All of it.
It's pretty amazing.
I mean, it's pretty weird. I slowed it down and zoomed in on it.
Right.
I don't know. What are they doing? I don't know.
I don't know. It could be a new ion drive.
And it's not going up like they're meant to. It's going across the sky.
Yeah, it looks like it's going
We go
down.
straight up into space, up and away.
Yep.
Why is it going across the sky then?
Yeah, it gets blurry here. I didn't watch this part. It's like, what is that? Like, it's slowed down?
What the
Like-
fuck is that meant to be?
Like, what is that?
Oh, good on you, Elon. You're doing sky's spectacular.
Yeah, this guy does really good footage. Like, amateur. It's amateur. He has a really good camera.
Yeah.
And he just, you can see. But no, what is that now? I don't know what that is.
I think
It's
he's
going
got
down.
a tripod too, so he's.
Yeah, he's really good. This guy's really good.
I
He's just,
heard it was coming over, so he set up the tripod.
dude, he's got a lot of good videos of sky stuff.
That could be the Space Force.
Space Force.
Oh, that was cool. Yeah.
That's what I was watching before I came on the show.
Yeah, Mel Gig. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
it's interesting. Yeah, sub to him. Yeah, he's got a lot of good stuff. And honestly, I don't know him.
27 subs.
What? 27?
327. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not many. Wow.
No, I
Yeah.
used to have, almost 700 at one stage. But I did a lot of controversial vids that were, about migrants back in 2015.
We lost Gordon. He might not have Ken's new channel, I'm guessing.
Gordon?
Yeah, it doesn't have Ken's channel. Check,
No, he knows this one. Yeah.
Oh, he does? I wonder what happened. Maybe he didn't wake up.
We've had some good yelling competitions the last two streams.
Yep, maybe he had problems with his neighbors.
Oh, he was going to shift out. That's right. Yes.
Right? He was moving out, wasn't he, over there?
Yeah. That's what's happened.
Maybe he's living in the container.
Yeah.
Hey, Ken, by the way, this guy Mel Gig or whatever, I don't know anything about him. So like, don't think that I think that everything he shows is real, because I don't believe anyone. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like,
believes nothing. Pay no attention to.
But I've seen, yes, I've seen some things, and it's interesting,
Oh, everything I'm seeing in the sky here, I've seen that sort of shit,
Yeah, he has a good camera. Whoever he is, he's not my friend, But I found that interesting. I'm like, what the heck is that? What is going on?
I'll start doing just to watch a few of his vids, and then I'll see what I think.
Well, because I've really been into this whole sky watching thing for 10 years or whatever. So I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was a youngin. I saw UFOs since I was like, when was I? 9 years old.
Star Trek, yeah, Doctor Who.
Well, that was your whole show tonight about UFOs and whatnot.
I didn't get back to it.
I know, but I've been interested in that.
I wanted to have a chat anyway with people, I can end off with UFOs, and I got a lot of good Aussie ones,
Yeah.
I mean, God, so many in Australia. It's like just as bigger ones as in America. Like they talk about that Benny and what's her name's encounter all the time, but we've had ones just as good.
Dude, you know that Norway spiral? You know that thing?
Yeah.
That thing was interesting.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was just a missile that got out of control, went in circles. I get fucked.
But then the same thing happened,
just recently.
Yeah,
it was just a few weeks back, wasn't it?
And
it's happened in the same place. That's a fucking wormhole of some sort, a dimensional,
or the whole idea
portal into hell. Yeah.
Yeah.
and this one had a black circle in the center.
Is that the Devil's Triangle? Is that a
It's probably one of the many portals around.
Yeah.
Around.
Dude, do you guys see that Hurricane Ernesto is in Bermuda? And then the reason why I know this is because I know this guy that he was flying there, and he was about to go to Bermuda, and they said, "Oh, turn the plane around," because the plane was malfunctioning or something. Dude, the whole hurricane thing is there's so much fakery going on with that. You guys know I've told you about this. Hurricanes in Florida, I've literally gone to hurricanes, hurricane hunting, and looked into it and how they create them. They make them. They say a hurricane's coming, and then there's not a hurricane. and then all of a sudden they create the winds, and they make it happen from the towers.
Yeah,
and all that
they're
stuff.
like prophets, you know. Oh, we can predict the weather so well, you know. Oh, get
That's
I
pretty
know,
much, yeah.
I was talking about that the other day. God, what was
Well,
it?
that's what they do. They scare you. They're like, go buy gas. Go buy, dude.
Yeah.
Everybody buys gas. Dude, think about this, guys. Think about this. They say gas, like, you know, deteriorates after like a couple of months or something. I'm like, no, it doesn't. And they're like, yeah, no, it doesn't, dude. It really doesn't. I
I've
don't
had a
believe.
gas bottle full for a year and it still works fine.
Yeah, exactly. But they tell you to go buy gas when a hurricane comes, and then everybody buys the gas and they get rid of it.
You mean petrol, like fuel?
Yeah, petrol.
Oh, right. Yeah, that does. Like 2 years, I think it starts losing all its.
Yeah, 2 years.
Yeah,
But
stagnant. Yeah.
But no, dude. But
think
dude, the thing is, they say after 6 months here, they're like, no, get rid of it, like dump it out.
Well, it
And
never used to be like that.
no, it doesn't, dude. It keeps working. I have old gas. It keeps working.
Maybe these additives are doing that, you know.
Well, yeah, they say use additives.
No, I mean they put all this stuff to stretch it out now, and you know, oh, I got this new petrol, you know, it'll fuck any old car up, but it'll be good for your new cars. That was happening here, you know. Anyone who put certain new petrol, they'd be trying to promote it, high octane or something, and then your whole fucking motor shits itself because it can't take this new fuel. It's like fucking it destroyed 3 of my cars. Anyway, that's another story. Yeah, they changed the petrol. That's the thing that happened here. Yeah. Anyway, at any rate, what's Richie from Boston doing? He hasn't done many videos lately. He's just promoting. Oh, Scotty, where the fuck are you? Oh, he must have got bumped off by the, you know, those satellites going over that Elon's putting up there. Yeah, those fucking satellites, God. Anyway, we're talking about UFOs. Where were we, Falcon? Yeah, that was pretty cool footage. I saw amazing footage of a UFO today. Where was that? Oh, God. This, I forgot which country it's in. But it's pretty amazing. God, I watch a lot of UFOs. It's today. Where is it? One of these ones.
From beyond our world. As reports continue to surface, the fascination with these unidentified flying objects only grows stronger, leaving us to ponder the mysteries that lie beyond the stars.
Yeah, the one before that. Oh, I'll show this. Hang on.
Either Peter Chapman says his...
I love these old 80s VHS vids. So cool.
bus was buzzed and then followed by a glowing sphere at Mundrabilla on the same stretch of road where the Knowles family reported being picked up by a UFO earlier this year. Peter Chapman and his passengers are convinced they saw something from another planet.
Ironically, the trip to Perth began with a viewing of the movie Gremlins. Just after midnight Monday morning, the Ansett Pioneer bus was taking 25 passengers between Mundrabilla and Madura when a bright light with another small light circling it confronted the vehicle and then followed the bus for 8 kilometres.
It seemed to just hover there for a couple of seconds, and I went past it. And I looked in the rear vision mirror and it come in behind the bus, and then it stayed around about 1 kilometre behind me. And that
Peter
followed
Chapman
me
kept
for around
driving but alerted 5 other passengers who were awake. They were stunned and frightened as the glowing 3-metre sphere chased them. In January this year, the Knowles family from Perth claimed their car was buzzed and then lifted into the air by a similar object. Peter Chapman laughed off their claims, but Monday morning's experience has changed his mind. In 4 years of driving this road, he's seen nothing like it.
And I didn't believe it in it at all. That's UFO stuff. But I do now. It's totally different.
Unfortunately, no passenger could find a camera aboard to capture these few moments on film.
11 foot. No, 3 meters. That's 3, 6, 12 and half. 13 foot long. Yeah, the one I saw when I was young was about at least 20 foot wide. It was circular. Maybe 22, I don't know.
Captured here in these police files, strange things were happening in northern Queensland during the 1950s and 60s. Strange shapes and lights were appearing in the sky, and the police, Air Force, and aviation authorities were all looking for answers. Held in the collection at Queensland State Archives, this record, like many others, might bring up more questions than they can answer. If you have a theory, feel free to drop it down into the comments below. Coming and going for over 3 hours, this extended sighting has multiple witnesses and a fantastic description about the object and the way it moved through the sky. From the police report, 5th of June 1961. At 12:55 p.m, 2 farmers, brothers, William and Arthur Bacino, reported to Senior Constable Anderson, officer in charge, Police, Mila Mila, that at about 11:30 they observed something in the sky over Mila Mila. It was moving at a very high altitude, but then reported that it was more or less stationary. Senior Constable Anderson observed the object through field glasses and was also approached by Terence Seary, schoolteacher, an ex-Royal Australian Air Force navigator of Mila Mila, who also viewed the object in the company of a number of townspeople. In his report, Senior Constable Anderson reported what he saw. I then got my binoculars and located this object, which was about halfway between the zenith and the horizon and approximately due west of Mila Mila. To the naked eye, this object appeared to be a dull star, but with binoculars, it appeared as a round sphere, which turned and became cone-shaped. At the same time, the thin end of the cone appeared to turn a red color. At 1:24 p.m, it commenced to turn and glow red and then move towards the east. After moving slowly, it suddenly picked up speed and flashed across the sky in an easterly direction at a terrific speed and disappeared in about 2 seconds. About 10 seconds later, it was found that the object had returned to its original position, although it was not seen returning. At 1:40 p.m, it again flashed across the sky, but this time in a southeasterly direction. And at 1:45 p.m, it disappeared in a southerly direction. And at 2 p.m, it traveled in a northeasterly direction. On each occasion, after it had disappeared across the sky, on looking back, it was found to have returned to its original position. It then commenced to sink towards the horizon and finally disappeared at 2:50 p.m. Measurements of the object were not discernible, and several residents with late model cameras endeavored to photograph it but were unable to get the object into focus. Object disappeared from view at Mila Mila at 1450 hours. Trying to find some sense in what they had just seen, in a radio transmission, we get an idea of what happened next. 6th of June 1961. Meteorological Station Cairns Airport advised of object but were unable to assist in identification. Stop. Flight Lieutenant Darby, Duty Officer RAAF headquarters Townsville advised that Pilot Officer Stewart in a Minjeel aircraft was leaving Townsville to search Mila Mila area and investigate. Stop. Residents, Mila Mila area concerned with presence of object. Stop. Inspector Gill, Cairns, and Inspector Cantwell, Townsville, advised. Stop. Any information regarding identification of this object which may be available would be appreciated. And then only a few days later, another sighting of the strange object only an hour away. 10th of June, 1961. A truck driver, aged 63 years, reported to me that he saw a flying object which he could not identify pass almost directly over his house at Mount Garnet on the 10th of June, 1961, at a height of 600 feet more or less. The time of sighting was 6:30 p.m. But this time, instead of trying to take a photo, Mr. Jones, the truck driver, was able to draw a quick sketch of what he saw that evening. Jones had the object in view for 8 or 9 seconds. It came from a southwesterly direction and disappeared in a northeasterly direction. It was flying exceptionally fast, but made no sound. The object appeared to be approximately 8 feet wide and deep. It had an oval-shaped top, which was light-coloured, and a wedge-shaped bottom, which was dark-coloured, with light-coloured stripes. Behind it was a trail of what appeared to be black smoke or vapour, which did not linger in the air but followed along like a tail. The object flew along, tilted in a forward position. At 6:30 p.m. on the 11th of June 1961, Jones again sighted what he took to be the same flying object. It was travelling in the same direction as previous. This time it passed some distance to the south of Mount Garnet, too far away to distinguish any colouring, but the second object was the same shape as the first and had the same tail or trail behind it. Mr. Jones is normally a very level-headed man. He is not a crank or a crackpot, and as far as I know, is usually truthful. I have no doubt that he saw something. So, this is where we get an idea of what this strange, seed-shaped object might have looked like, thanks to a sketch made by Mr. Jones. The sketch is rough, but its smooth shape is consistent with other reports.
Wow, that's he's got no artistic quality. But it's got that almost jellyfish look. It's very similar to the one Kelly Cahill saw. But the one I saw the two I saw last had two gigantic red orbs at the back of them that were pulsating and blowing the whole sky up, and the rest of it was all luminous cylinder shapes. Every UFO I've seen has been, but a lot of them go orange. They turn orange, not the last ones I saw. But anyway.
We've taken the opportunity to use the description and the sketch to render a rough visual of what Mr. Jones may have seen that night in the sky. Flash forward a few years. In 1965, R.A. Roberts, a grazier at Dornier Station near Nebo, about 800 kilometres south, reported on what he saw at 6:45 p.m. on the 24th of June. I saw that it was dome-shaped with a row of brilliant bluish-white lights with a bright red tail. The colour of the red tail did not vary and the flame was a consistent size. It approached from the west and turned about a mile from where I was standing and headed off in a northeasterly direction. I could hear no engine noises. I could not see any legs hanging down from under the dome. Nothing was visible owing to the brilliance of the lights. The bottom of the dome appeared to be black. The object was travelling at a terrific rate of speed. I would have no idea what the speed would be, as I have never seen anything travel so fast. It did not appear to increase or decrease its speed whilst I had it in view.
sorry, I just had to show my Bruno. Hey, buddy, what's the matter? You hungry? You want food? Oh, buddy.
Do you think there's some UFO stuff going on with that Mount Shasta, Ken? Mount Shasta?
Oh yeah, I've heard weird stuff about Mount Shasta.
And then that Crew 777, he's personally seen him coming out of Lake Michigan too, another high spot. Lake Michigan, they come out of the water there. Yep. Underground bases, I guess, underwater bases.
Yeah. USOs.
Yeah. Yep. Underwater submersible objects. Yep. UFOs. Yep.
Yeah.
Where the hell did Scotty go? Scotty's gone now.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know.
Where's Gordon? Holy wow.
Gordon might be shifting. I don't know.
He might be what?
Moving.
Oh yeah, he is moving. Yeah, he said he might be shifting, moving. Yeah.
Unless he threw his computer out the window.
Yeah. The last few streams are kind of
insane. That
rough. Yeah. But I digress. I digress, Ted. Gordon and Puck are making their own channel now. Gordon and Puck.
I was going to say that to Puck. Look, I have nights where I have just you on, so.
Well, tonight you got Farmer.
Because he can't interact with other people too.
Tonight you're on Farmer's channels tonight, Ken.
Yeah.
Yep, you'll have you, Joe, maybe Gordon, Farmer, right?
Mm. Yeah, Joe's going to turn up there if he turns up. If Eric does a stream. I hope he's a bit more positive than last time. I mean, the time before, he's okay last time. That's right.
Yeah.
Time before that, it was like, wow. Just want to kill myself.
I know. I heard that.
A senior constable followed up with Roberts. Having known him for
Yeah,
4
well,
years
just
and
go
considered
feed
him to be
Bruno.
reliable,
Okay.
in his report, he writes, I went to the scene and found that a tract of country did in fact look as if it had been subjected to intense heat, but the leaves on the tree, although black and burnt, were pliable and moist. The tract of country was 200 yards wide and went for a distance of about 1.5 miles around a small mountain and continued on for another 4 miles, then stopped. This report also contains a few more drawings to help illustrate what was seen that night. The shape is very similar to the sighting years ago by Mr. Jones. Dark underneath, curved with bright lights. We've taken the opportunity again to use the description to render a visual of what it might have looked like shooting through the sky. The reports held in this file range from the 1950s all the way up to the 1980s in northern Queensland, and it's only one of the million records held at Queensland State Archives. But sometimes things don't stay a mystery for very long. A strange figure that appeared to be wearing clothes was spotted in a crevice on the side of Castle Hill in Townsville in 1956. The police report reads, Sir, I have to report in respect to the above that the object lodged in a crevice in the face of Castle Hill could not be identified with binoculars. A length of rope was obtained from the Marine section of the RAAF Townsville, and a member of the RAAF Marine section was lowered over the cliff, and he identified the object as an empty carton of Foster's lager. He removed the carton and the rope was returned. All the records used in this video have been digitized and are available for you to read yourself online. So you can imagine what had so many people look into the skies in northern Queensland. But also, you can do your own research here at Queensland State Archives. Only a small part of the collection here is digitized, but we are open to the public. But I have to warn you, sometimes looking for answers will bring up more questions. But at least, there's plenty of places to look.
No, that's the end. Right. It's raining. It's raining outside.
That's it, man. What the hell? That was that video.
That was one of a Queensland sighting. We've got them everywhere.
Lots of sightings out there.
Oh, they're becoming more and more now. You know, that's a crazy thing. It's that at least they try to hide it. And if you know, like, first thing my dad said to me when we had our first major UFO incident was, don't tell anyone if you saw this, you know, we'll have to tell the kids at school or our mates, you know.
Yeah.
So you'll be called mad, you know. It's the 60s.
Yep, Ken's mad over there. Don't listen to him.
And
professionals arrested by their utter perplexity and marvel. What she would discover would forever leave an impression, not just upon her life, but also upon her skin and in the soil and grass where those memories were forged. On the night in question, after driving through the mysterious curtain of light, Kelly eventually recalled that they pulled off the road and parked next to a large open field. But what awaited them in that field, they could never have imagined. A colossal craft the size of a 3-story building and as wide as an Olympic swimming pool hovered in the air a short distance away. The two of them stepped out of their vehicle, and it quickly became apparent that Kelly and Andrew were not the only ones who had stopped to observe the strange object.
2 other cars.
2 other cars had pulled up about 100 or so meters away. A man and 2 women in the closest of these vehicles, and another man travelling alone.
Yeah, Glenn, I lived in this area, right? I knew this road so well, and I'd seen UFOs before, like, plenty of times. I used to go up to the Mount Dandenongs to show people UFOs. Anyway,
but I digress.
Yeah, but yeah, I knew the family that knew this lady, so I know it wasn't bullshit. And it happened in I think it was 1993, 92, 93. And I ended up living in the Monbulk, the place in Dandenongs where they went to visit that night. And I'd seen UFOs up there, you know, with friends. So it's a very active area, you know. Like, so, like, one time I'm in the town of Belgrave, which is, you know, you go out of Belgrave, and there you are on the road she's on, you know. And I'm standing there waiting for a mate of mine. He's in the shops. It's up on a big hill in Belgrave, this town in the mountains. And I'm in this car park, and I'm just standing outside the car having a cigarette. And there's always other people in the car park. And then we're seeing this big, gigantic thing in the sky that looked like a city. It was like bigger than a fucking, you know, like a, it was like a giant fucking city space. It looked like a ship in the sky anyway. And like a chandelier shape almost. And we're all looking at it going, what is that? And I'm going, yeah, what the hell? You know, and then we're all watching it. It's just hovering there for like a couple of minutes. And then it just tilts to its side and falls down to the ground behind these mountain ranges. And we're all expecting a fucking explosion or something. And these people screamed when they thought there was going to be a big explosion, and nothing happened, no sound. And it was like, my mate comes out and he go, oh, what's up with everyone? And I go, we just saw this gigantic fucking city in the sky fall to earth. And that was a few years after, but yeah, anyway, I totally believe this woman because that place is, must be a porthole area.
In the 1/3.
And I read this woman's book too, so I know every detail about it more or less, but except that was 25 years ago.
Furthest away. Exhilarated by this rare opportunity to witness something so extraordinary, Kelly and the others looked on in amazement. But then, a tall, dark figure appeared beneath the craft, with a large group of other dark figures standing behind it.
They couldn't see their legs, though.
Slowly, Kelly's enthusiasm soured into a brooding uncertainty, which pooled in the pit of her stomach. She stated that this sensation was like low-frequency waves, so dense and profound that it became an arresting physical weight upon her. Spellbound, she lost control of her senses and suddenly went mad.
Yeah, that happened. They both, her husband and her, fell down at the same time, along with the other people who went out with them.
Oh wow!
It was 3 separate cars from 3 different parts of Melbourne. Like they lived in Gippsland out this way, and so these people never knew each other. And the UFO Society here put an ad in the paper and actually contacted all 3 parties who witnessed this thing that night, which makes it so much more convincible because each party drew the UFO the same way, drew the weird alien critters the same way. But when they saw them, they said they couldn't quite see their legs. They just seemed to glide, and they just glide right over to them. And they felt like they couldn't get up, and next minute they're on the UFO. Anyway, I'll let this guy tell it. I don't know if he read the book, but some of the details are different, but not too much. Yeah.
With absolute terror, she desperately tried to free herself from what she described as an almost hypnotic trance. But no matter how much she fought to secure her own sanity, there was nothing she could do. The figures, who possessed bright red eyes which were disproportionately large in relation to...
Oh, yeah, there's no pine trees there. There were no pine trees there. I remember going there just after it happened, looking over I went into the place and everything to find evidence because I heard about it like a year after. And I used to take people to say, yeah, this is a famous UFO encounter site, I knew all of the sites, where in Melbourne where they, Westall, what's the other one? Anyway, I don't know, sorry. But, at least it's got pictures that, probably AI generated it.
To their heads, then split up and headed towards each separate gathering of people, affecting the appearance of demons gliding across the field towards them.
Here we go.
One group charged after Cahill and her husband. Another sped after the party further down the road. An electric blow then struck Kelly at her solar plexus, knocking the wind out of her lungs and sending her flying onto her back. Struggling for breath, she attempted again and again to sit up, convinced she was about to die. Suddenly, Kelly was unable to see. There was nothing but darkness as she was overcome by an intense nausea. She sat up, screaming for Andrew, and a hand was then placed upon her shoulder. She recalls one of the figures speaking in plain English.
Do something about it.
Nearby, she could hear Andrew demanding to be released. Let us go, you bastards.
We mean you no harm.
If you didn't mean us any harm, then why did you hit my wife? Completely terrified, she vomited. She then felt someone examining her.
Straight away.
The next moment, She and her husband were back in their car, driving on Belgrave Hallam Road in silence.
Know that road well.
But I digress.
Kelly would later seek the assistance of UFO researchers.
Yeah, when they got abducted, right, they saw a light flash, and then next minute they're driving along and they get to the intersection of Heatherton Road on this roundabout, right? They go through it going, hang on, what happened? You know,
I don't know what happened. Right.
90 minutes were missing in their life.
Uh-oh.
She had this big triangular mark on in her leg that was killing her.
Uh-oh.
Not in her stomach. I don't remember this being in her stomach like he's saying. You know, I think he's got mixed up. Anyway, I read the book, you know, her testimony.
Mm-hmm.
I was obsessed with this case because
who do you think's grabbing people? The people from Tartaria coming over?
No, I think they'd. Well, the fact that I've seen so many in my life, I think we actually draw them to ourselves. You know, I think we see them because we believe they're there. You know, like I haven't seen any for 20 years now. Which is weird as fuck. Because why? You know, I've seen them all my life, and now
now all of a sudden
I really feel rejected. I feel like that. You know what? I was special once, and now they don't want to know me.
Yep. No, they want you. They want nothing to do with you. Yep.
But maybe it's because I believe, you know, they don't like Jesus. You know.
Yeah.
Actually, this story, it's great because they give her a choice. I don't know if this comes out in this one. I haven't watched this, but when she's on the UFO, she'd lost her Bible 3 weeks earlier. It was in her car all the time. She had a Bible. She was a full-on Christian. And her husband was a Muslim, actually. And she couldn't find it. And then when she's on the UFO, they're going, yeah, here's your Bible. We can tell you everything you ever want to know, or you can take your Bible and we don't want to know you then, you know, or something like that. And she chose the Bible, and they actually handed it to her, and that's the last thing she remembered on the UFO. But she remembers seeing her husband on there on a table, unconscious. And I'm just saying this because I don't know what this guy's going to bring out, but, you know, I'm just ad-libbing and, yeah. But it is a fascinating story, and I believe, because I know the people who she used to visit in Monbulk, and she lived in Gippsland. Never has she given away where she lives, which is good for her. Yeah, fuck that. I tried contacting her a few times, but very hard. Anyway, my friend Tanya, we were talking about UFOs the other day when we went shopping, and turns out she's had UFO encounters too. So, wow. Tic Tacs. She's had Tic Tac experiences. That's another one. Oh, wow. They're incredible. Anyway, we'll talk about that after this. We got 22 minutes. We're halfway through it. 11:19.
Roger that.
Who would conduct the most thorough UFO investigation in Australia's history at
No
that
one's
time.
here anyway, so I can swear.
Cahill's case would be pivotal in bringing this subject into the public eye. For 18 months solid, the location of the incident was intensely probed. Researchers divided several acres of the field into 1-meter blocks with pegs and tape. Samples were taken from the ground. Aerial surveys were carried out using infrared photography, and magnetic readings were logged by a portable magnetometer. What was found would only prompt more questions regarding the significance of the markings discovered on some of the victims. The ground scans uncovered a large, 20-meter triangular shape in the field. Initially, it was thought to be an impression, but this turned out not to be the case. A carcinogen known as pyrene was instead discovered, which is a chemical found in coal mines, even though no coal mines were located anywhere near the field. Whatever the triangle signified, for 5 months following the event, Kelly would be visited 4 more times by one of the frightening beings she had witnessed, who would stand at her bedside in a cloak and hood. She described these visitations in a strange way. The experience would start as a dream, in which she wasn't able to see the entity, but could feel it in other ways. She felt as if she was being pulled by a nearby presence, which spoke to her and told her not to panic.
I used to have the same experience.
But despite its assurances, she felt the same profound horror she had experienced on the field. It was only when she awoke that she would see the entity briefly standing over her before it disappeared right before her eyes. Aside from these odd visitations, she and Andrew would have countless bizarre electrical disturbances in their home.
I 100% believe this woman because so much shit like that happened to me that the older I got, the more I didn't fear it. You know, I took it head on, and then I used to go looking for it. You know, like I was like, fuck, you know, used to invade our house. My parents would be screaming because of these lights coming into the windows at night. I'd run in the kitchen, go, what's going on? I'd see these lights just flickering off. And yeah, my dad was a rasp-boy, but he used to be constantly saying, don't tell anyone about this. And he used to work for the Air Force, so I know he was a Freemason too, you know, at the top.
Right.
Yeah. Then he became a Jehovah's Witness, but didn't stop the UFOs coming. He thought that would, you know. But no, they kept harassing me and a couple of my brothers, you know. And my sister had, yeah. I remember one morning, you know, how old were we? You know, I was probably only 8 years old or something. But Mum and Dad had come in. Why did you scare your sister last night? And we go, what are you talking about? And she goes, oh, you. And she's scared. They're going, no, they didn't. These UFO landed in the backyard. These shadow people, they were big, tall, giant black people, shadow people. And she saw through the window. She hid under her blankets, and then one of them was in the room all of a sudden, pulled the blankets off her, and she looked up and it was laughing at her. All she could see was its eyes and its mouth. And then she got angry at it, chased it through the house, and then it vanished through the front door, and then she went to the window and the UFO was gone. And yeah, we were blamed for pulling brakes on her or something, and we're going, what the fuck are you talking about? And yeah, she used to see all these like one-eyed images, and she started drawing. She'd get Mum and Dad's records out, and she'd rub out on the forehead, and then she'd draw an eye on people's foreheads all of a sudden, you know, in pictures. It's like, why are you doing that? And yeah, it was all to do with yeah, I think it's Masonic related as well, you know. I think her family was cursed. Fuck.
Yikes.
Yeah. Well, you know, I actually sort of haven't thought about it much for years, and yeah, it's pretty spooky shit when I start to put it all together. We were under demonic fucking shit back then. Anyway, thank God I believe in God. Bruno's out there barking in the rain. Bruno, get out of the rain, you idiot. I just
is he in the rain out there? Is he barking at a kangaroo or something out there?
Nah. It is. That's another thing happening. There's a creature. There's these creatures over in the woods. I don't know what they are. no one here knows. I've played the sound bites of it, what it sounds like.
Oh no, I remember you went out looking too. You didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I've got a video on me.
Yeah.
Ken F Caravan Live.
Yep, I saw that. Yep.
Yeah, and it keeps coming back. It's been back all week. And the other night I went out and there was like 4 of them. I could hear them from all different directions, and I'm going, wow, this is weird. Like they were echoing and everything. It was like, oh fuck. And they sound like cats, but they're not cats. You know they're not cats because it's a different type sound, but it's very similar. It's like
Do you have Fisher cats there, Fisher?
Nah.
Okay.
We don't even have feral cats here.
Oh.
Nah. Bruno, get out of the rain.
Oh.
What are you doing? You get abducted by UFOs. I'm starting to talk about them and then they'll come back. Fuck. That's sort of what I think happens. You know? I haven't bothered about talking about them since my last one. And well, I have, but, you know, if they know you're zoning in again, they'll come for you. Nah, Jesus keeps them away anyway. Same with demonic possession, you know. They flee in the name of Jesus. Yeah. And you're safe. It's our protection weapon. Maybe you're coming across demonic fucking shit. Just go on the name of Jesus and demons will flee. And, Bruno. Anyway, back to UFOs. Yeah, right.
Okay, we got 2 watching now, so
I'm digressing.
Kelly related how appliances and lights would turn on by themselves, and that she would receive static shocks through things which were not otherwise conductive, such as soil, wood, and rocks. The most incredible of these anomalies occurred when the engine of her car started of its own accord, despite the vehicle having still been locked and the kill switch activated. Psychologically, the whole incident had a tremendous effect on Cahill's husband. For many years, he would not divulge his recollection of it, until reluctantly, he admitted to Kelly that not only did he remember his experience, but also that he'd had several UFO encounters prior to it. Unbeknown to the Cahills, the other people who had stopped to observe the strange object that night had also reported their experiences to researchers. Kelly Cahill had never met any of the occupants of the other vehicles, either before or after the event, and yet the similarity between each of the accounts is astonishing. On the night in question, the vehicle closest to them, parked about 100 meters away, was driven by a man named Bill. He was accompanied by his wife, Glenda, and a family friend named Jane.
I was in Barone.
Another car was parked a further 30 meters beyond theirs,
like half an hour
and this
away.
was occupied by a government law department employee named Dave. All of them, apart from Andrew, would produce illustrations of what they had seen. Neither group was made aware of each other's drawings until much later, and the uncanny resemblance between them would only further reinforce the reality and nature of the event. All depicted a circular craft lined with many windows and unnaturally dark figures standing between 6 and 7 feet tall, backlit by a bright white beam being emitted from above. Of the 6 witnesses, Kelly, Glenda, Jane, and Dave each discovered a triangular burn mark on their body, located just below the navel. Andrew and Bill, however, had no such wound. The 2 other women had also suffered gynecological problems similar to Kelly's in the immediate aftermath, and Glenda in particular would recall waking up in a strange room strapped to a table and being examined by a tall entity dressed in a dark cloak. This sounds eerily similar to the creature described in Kelly's subsequent visitation experiences. The only difference in the accounts is that Bill, Glenda, Jane, and Dave all reported hearing a humming sound from the craft and blacked out immediately after crossing the road to see what was in the field. Although they saw the figures, they don't recall them having bright red eyes as Kelly described. On the other hand, the Cahills didn't hear any humming and seemed to have remained conscious for a while longer than the other 4 witnesses. Kelly would go on to say that the eyes of the figures glowed red only after they began to glide towards them. Finally, the accounts of all 6 witnesses were backed up by reports from residents in the area, saying that they had seen a strange object in the skies at around the same time that the event occurred. We have covered several abduction experiences in previous episodes, and whilst those accounts are both harrowing and intriguing in their own...
Now, the funny thing was, Glenn, are you still there? The exact same year, I was in Baronia. I was at me mate Cammy's place with his girlfriend, Laura. And Cammy wasn't there at the time, that's right, but Cammy got to see a few UFOs too with me over the years with my younger brother, and they grew up together before he became a she. And yeah, it was just his girlfriend Laura and this other guy Stewie, who I got out of the witnesses, and they're all, you know, like Cammy was a muso then, and anyway, Stewie's there strumming on his guitar, and Laura and I are out in the yard looking up at the sky, see all these star-like things. They look like stars, and they were moving around all over the sky, crisscrossing, zigzagging. There's like 20 of them, and I'm going, wow. And then I go in, Stuart, come out, have a look at this, explain this. You don't believe in UFOs, but tell me what this is. And he's looking at them, and he's going, I can't explain it. And then he walked back inside. It's like, what?
Wow.
And we watched them until they vanished for like over an hour. And they did a whole show for us. It was like fucking fantastic. And that was the same time Kelly Cahill was having her experience, you know. I was like, wow. I was at the foothills of the Dandenong Mountains and living there, yeah. So, yeah, there was UFO, other sort of UFO shit going on. There's another time at the same time, I went to visit this guy I knew, Mr. Do carvings and stuff. And I went there with a mate. He used to work for the Hells Angels and all that shit. Anyway, he's a really sus guy. We're going out to our car, and it's near the beach of Melbourne. And then the whole night sky lit up, and it was daylight all of a sudden. I'm going, wow, what the hell's happening? And then it went black again, back to night. And then I'm going, what the hell was that? And then it happened again, twice. And they both go, I don't know. That happened, I guess. And it was a weird thing when the night become day twice. And there was nothing in the sky. It was a clear night. And it was like a whole reset thing happened or something. Yeah, it was all around the same time. Anyway, I just thought I'd share that before I keep going. Okay. You know, I'm having a rave. But yeah, I've been through a lot of paranormal shit. And I don't really give a fuck. Because it's sort of, you know, it didn't worry me back then either. I want to see, bring it on, bring me as many UFOs as you bring.
Ways. In nearly every single case, there is almost always only one witness. The fact that in this instance, there are multiple witnesses who are previously unfamiliar with each other, all reporting the same thing, lends a high degree of credence to their stories. And the fact that the studies of the ground on which the event took place yielded strange results, somewhat corroborating their accounts, should leave even the most ardent of skeptics wondering, what if? What was it that the Cahills and the others present experienced? Was it really an alien abduction, or could it have been a shared hallucination between all 6 witnesses? If so, what would have caused it? And why did residents across the region also report seeing a vivid orange light in the sky? Perhaps it was more spiritual in nature. Could they all have been spirited away, or even undergone a collective near-death experience? Kelly and Andrew certainly seem to lean towards this possibility, at least at first. Having both come from deeply religious upbringings, their initial impressions of the beings who seized upon them were that they were entirely demonic in nature. For many people, the triangular abrasions discovered on their bodies go some way to supporting this assertion. As with the Buffalo Ranch in Colorado, where many otherworldly occurrences took place, some commentators believe that the painting of an equilateral triangle upon the carcasses of the mutilated cows was a way of mocking the Holy Trinity. It's also interesting that all 6 witnesses described the entities as featureless black shadows, much like the shadow people seen in many haunting experiences. Red-eyed shadow people, as they were described by Kelly herself, have been witnessed all over the world and are viewed by many cultures as demonic, carrying with them sinister agendas. Regardless of what the circumstances may be surrounding the events that took place in the Dandenong Mountains, it was certainly enough to have caused great distress in 6 different people all at once, to the point where it changed their lives forever. They would never be the same again. We only hope that Kelly, Andrew, Bill, Glenda, Jane, and David managed to come to terms with what happened, and eventually found peace and solace in the face of such a terrifying experience. Until next time.
Sub to the bedtime stories. I don't know any content here. So sub to that because I'm just trying to promote here and it's just coming out the way. It's all wet and it's just getting on me head. To the window. Go to bed. When I go to bed.
That's it. That's the show. Heading to bed. But I digress. right, man.
Jesus, Kelly.
Wow.
That fucking stinks.
God, what was that?
All right, man. I'll see you tonight on Farmers.
Okay, Glenn. Good
Talk to you,
night,
man.
matey.
Okay, bye.
Thanks for joining. Always good talking. Yo. Smoke. Peace on. Hey, God. I got some good buds. Oh, fuck. They're strong. Oh, man. It's fucking the strongest weed I've had for a long time, but it's knocking me for a six, so I'm going to have to fucking cut back on smoking. Just have like 3 cones a day. This stuff's wow. I don't know what it's called, but it's good. So Les, I'm having a computer virus problem. I want you to get on TeamViewer later or tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. But Les, help me. My computer has been infected. It's got a virus. It's called PC Coronavirus. Something like that. McAfee. Yeah. It's just evil. It just took over a whole browser. And I need that browser. It's my backup browser for lots of shit. That's how I get into Odyssey and BitChute. Anyway, please help me, Les. Help me. Okay, so UFOs. I've had a lot of experience. I'm actually a UFO expert. I'm probably more UFO expert than a lot of the cunts who say they're experts. We've never actually had encounters, but anyway. We've covered the bus UFO incident on the Nullarbor. We haven't covered the Knoll family. Fucking Knoll family. Nah, they were demonized, the poor buggers. Yeah.
Conspiracies, myths and urban legends, and unexplained paranormal phenomena of Australia.
Ooh, and if you aren't new here and this is your second time, it's our second video, welcome back and welcome to
hello,
yeah. I guess installment, I guess.
Yeah.
Another true crime, or are we?
No, we're shaking up. We've gone.
Shaking it up, ladies and gentlemen.
We're flipping a coin. We're going right to the other side. We're going unexplained.
They're really trying to tread.
Oh, I do like the paranormal.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. You piqued my interest.
Well, I better like.
Have we piqued your interest? I hope so. I'm excited. Can we get into it?
Yes, on the 20th of January 1988 at around 4 a.m, the Knowles family, which consisted of Faye and her 3 sons, Patrick, Sean and Wayne, were crossing the Nullarbor Plain on their way to Melbourne in their blue 1984 Ford Telstar.
This might not.
They also had 2 dogs in the back seat with them as well.
Doggos!
Yeah, I thought you might like that.
Doggos. Yes. This one's familiar. I feel like I have heard some of these.
You probably have heard of it. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I think I pressed on the wrong channel. Oh God. No, they're a daggy couple. They remind me of this other couple that are building a house now. What are they called? Oh God. I've got to check on their progress, but I do love the nerdy couples. They're so funny. What's that channel? She bought a house with her hubby and they're renovating it. It's God, it must be costing them $1 million now. It's like, watching their progress. So they had to pull out every single fucking thing except for the main structure. But anyway, this couple, they're not, I got doing it for me. Okay, I'll play 5 more minutes if they annoy me. I gotta boot them.
Yeah, see, we'll see how much you know, how much you might remember.
Maybe some new things.
Yeah, oh,
I
definitely.
have read about this. I think in like a compilation of supernatural things of Australia.
It is on a couple of compilations.
Both of them need a good.
But when you find the compilations,
They
they
need to have a
usually
shower.
Yeah,
Don't go into
from memory, I
full
think it was
detail.
quite a short one.
Look like their hairs.
Okay.
All
So
right.
you got some new information for me to bring.
Oh yeah, I've
to
got
shed on this
plenty.
case.
I have got plenty of information for you.
Okay, all right.
Somewhere between Majura and Mudrunbilla, all of them were awake at the time. They usually has a paragraph.
Look at their hair. Like, did they just get out of bed every morning and go, let's do a podcast? Look at her hair, it's fucked. Look, come on, guys. At least have a shower, a week before you do a stream. Oh god. Anyway, I'm mocking now. They're probably a lovely couple, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to mock, but oh god, sometimes couples aren't funny when they're trying to be funny. And
Yeah,
Don't go
from
into
memory, I think it was quite a
details.
short one.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
So
right.
you got some new information for me to bring.
Oh yeah, I've
to
got
shed on this
plenty.
case.
I have got plenty of information for you.
Okay, all right.
Somewhere between Majura and Mudrunbilla, all of them were awake at the time. Sean was driving with Patrick next to him in the passenger seat. Faye and Wayne were both in the back when a bright light appeared ahead of him. Mrs. Knowles thought it was a truck, while Sean thought it to be strange, asked Patrick if it was a spaceship. Patrick rejected the idea, but Sean accelerated to get a better look at the light. The family claimed that they were confronted by a very bright light. It was approximately 1 meter wide and was shaped like an angular egg in an egg cup, with a yellow light in the center. It seemed to be...
that's a tic tac. That's what they call tic tacs. If they're sort of only a centimetre or more. No, they're normally like 3 centimetres wide. But anyway, I got a funny feeling this couple don't believe in UFOs, but
either on the ground or just hovering above it, and it was about 20 meters ahead of him, sometimes completely blocking the view of the road. But it started moving back and forth. Sean swerved to the other side of the road to avoid it, and nearly had a head-on collision with a Holden station wagon towing a caravan.
This is in the dark, right?
Yeah, yeah. You've driven on Nullarbor before.
Mhm.
You know how there's pretty much no light out there.
There's no light, but if there's a station wagon coming towards you at night,
well, obviously she hasn't, because she's asking him what it's like.
they would have their headlights on, yes?
Yeah.
Maybe this thing is so bright, right? Maybe that it's totally filling their entire view, and they can't see something like a station wagon in the middle of nowhere coming towards them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There
Once
was
again,
moving all over the place, and yeah, it was very bright, like extremely bright. Like I think one of the descriptions I found, it was like, like magnesium flares. You know how
Yeah.
bright they can get? It was like that kind of bright.
Burn is the eyeball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty bright.
Yeah.
Okay.
So none of those didn't see this hole and just.
I like how they're stoned off their fucking ass, but at least they're not bonging on while they're streaming. Yeah. That's good. They're trying to be, at least half-assed about it all.
Coming out.
Okay.
The object seemed to circle around the right-hand side of the vehicle and give chase to the Holden until it was completely out of view of the Knowles family. They did a U-turn to pursue the object, but after concerns were mounting, they did a second U-turn to leave it alone and continue on their journey to Melbourne. Although they didn't see the object again, they were under the impression it was back and pursuing them. Then they heard some kind of clunking noise, and the car felt like it was being pushed down by what seemed to be a tremendous weight upon it.
All of these things aren't measurable, though, so far. None of these things are actually measurable. So there's no way of, so far into the story, there's no way of, like, disproving or proving they were right, though. So at this point, it's kind of just like three crazy people in a car, maybe having a shared hallucination, you know, that thing that happens.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, the Nullarbor, by the time you get to the actual Nullarbor Road, you've gone for a few days through Western Australia, because it is a huge state, and you finally cross that border or about across the border, whatever. By that time, I've done it like 3 or 4 times, that drive.
Yeah, you have. I've
with family and with you. And by the time you reach that point, everything's kind of bled into one. You've been looking at the same sort of scenery for quite a while, and they're obviously driving at night time, so they've had perhaps a long day driving at night time now.
Right. Anyway, I can't take it anymore. Sub to Australian Mysteries. Oh, no. No, please do, because I'm sure it gets funnier from here on, and but I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I've got nothing against this couple, but fucking hell, they annoy the fuck out of me. I'm sorry to mock your, but yeah, I didn't mean to. I didn't know what I was expecting. Then I saw it. It's raining here, just like it was with the couple we just saw. It was raining there. I think they're in a trailer or a caravan. So it's nice, actually. It's not as cold tonight as usual. Now it's raining. And Bruno's on the bed. He's wet as a dog. He's been out in the rain barking at this creature. And, well, I don't know how many were out there tonight, but it's hard to hear them over the rain. But, Bruno, how many creatures are out there? They won't go, at least they're not trying to attack him or anything. I don't care. I don't know what they are. They're not. They've been here for 2 months. Screaming at us every night. And I don't know what. I think they're thylacines. I'm sort of sorry, hiccups. Got to have some vinegar. I'm sort of 90% sure they're thylacines, which are meant to be extinct back in 1926. Get fucked. I've seen 2 of them, so I know they still live. Anyway, UFOs, Yowies, thylacines, they're all real. I haven't actually seen a Yowie, but I've heard them. I've heard them up in the mountains when I used to live, and they're pretty scary, but I used to want to try and find them, and they can teleport. Those fuckers. I'd go near where they were, and they'd be clumping trees together and shit. Anyway, I'm moving on. Forget Australian Mysteries. I mean, no, it's up to them. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, excellent. Influences. They've been big influences, and it's great. Anyway, that was good. That one, Transport 11 bus over UK. That was really weird shit. Okay, there's a woman who films a UFO in a valley. It's a bit sus. Sorry. Anyway, here's Chappelle Corby. I'll play a bit of music.
I'm in Queensland and it is sunny. I have the palm trees behind me.
This is a lot. I might play this for a while.
Behind me.
Yeah, she's back here to stay. She's in the Sunshine State. On Chappelle is her name, and she's got something to say. Yeah, she's in Queensland, where it is sunny. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm in Queensland and it is sunny. I have the palm trees behind me. I'm in Queensland and it is sunny. I'm in Queensland.
And I got a boogie board full of weed. Oh, God. Anyway, in case Americans didn't know who that was the lady who became a scapegoat. So this new drug could get out on the streets of Melbourne called meth. And when she got arrested for a boogie board full of weed she brought from Australia, allegedly, to a country where you could get it dirt cheap, which didn't make sense economically. Yeah, all these drugs got on the streets of Melbourne on the planes, and there was many airport people reporting on it, saying, "Yeah, all these drugs," and they got fucking sacked. And anyway, that was 2004, I think it was, and that's when the nasty drugs ended up on the streets, and young people I knew in the Dandenong Mountains, yeah, they died. In one weekend, a friend of mine, she told me, yeah, 4 of my friends died this weekend from this new drug on the street called meth or something. It's like, what the fuck? That's all because of this Chappelle Corby psyop shit. And yeah, she, I'm not saying she is involved in any of this, but there was a lot of photos of her living at, go to restaurants while she's meant to be in jail. Yeah, it's all weird. Anyway, back to UFOs. They live. We sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Yeah. Shit. Yeah, I should play that song. I feel like music right now. I've been streaming for fucking long. Anyway. Yeah, so no one's watching anyway. Yeah.
Bombs going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole realities. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
I like his music, some of it, but he's a dick.
The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep.
By the way, this is my theme song for my beautiful Pitbull Arab dog, Ivy. Every time she heard this song, when she heard the beep beep, she would bark because it reminded me of this fucking idiot that used to back into me drive and he'd go that beep beep sound, and she hated him and she attacked him a few times. And yep, this song reminded her of him. And every time she'd hear the beep beep, she'd think he was coming back. And no, I got a restraining order on the prick. Once my dog tried to attack him twice. When he got in my face, he had to go. But, oh God, sorry. Fucking Kim Charles.
Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
We sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
ODD TV.
Anyway, that's going to go for a while.
Most people go through life oblivious to all the deception that's going.
He did some good music, but oh god, he's a neat. Hangs around with people like Duran. So, what else is there? There's Nullarbor people. They got abducted. So many the Westall one. I did show that, didn't I? Yeah. Did I show the Westall? I was living just like 2 miles away when that happened. Where over 400 people witnessed these UFOs. Shit. I was very connected to that shit. Anyway, I'm just looking at history.
John states that he sees that could potentially prove that we are not alone in this world.
This one might not be the best one.
The Iraq UFO. On the 24th of April 2024, an ex-user posted a video that appears to show an unidentified object in the mountain regions of Suleimania, a city in the east of the Kurdistan region of Iraq, not far from the Iran-Iraq border. Take a look.
There's no way this is happening.
No. Well, what an arrow thing.
Можешь так специально говорить?
Yeah. Wow.
The user states, "This is not the first time seeing this, but this time I had the opportunity to record. Midway through the clip, you can see what looks like a white light aura surrounding the potential craft. Many claim that this ambience is actually a propulsion system for the craft itself. It's always good to see footage from other areas around the world, and although we cannot find any information about the region to suggest anything strange happening, it's certainly an interesting piece of footage. Take a look again."
Everybody.
Yeah.
Wow.
Aliens.
Seneca Lake Anomaly. Take a look at this one, and then we'll discuss. This was uploaded to TikTok, a conspiracy theory in and of itself, and filmed in Seneca Lake, the largest of the glacial Finger Lakes in New York. Now there are 3 potential theories about this one. It's either an underwater alien spacecraft, also called a USO, or unidentified submerged object, some kind of sea creature, or a natural phenomenon. Of course, we'd love it to be either of the first 2, but many believe that this is the result of fog settling and making the appearance of a dome. However, what is interesting, and argues against this case, is the fact that the filmer has never in their 7 years of living on the lake seen it before. Many people are then led to believe that this is a cloaked USO hiding beneath the surface of the water. What do you think? Florida Orbs. UFO researcher John Bell took the following footage one night on April 29, 2024, in his home state of Florida, as part of a series of clips posted on his social media page, as he attempts to capture what is out there. Take a look at what he got, and note that the beam you see is John using a laser and infrared tech to point directly at a circular light in the sky, which according to many would otherwise be invisible to the naked eye, should such mechanics be unavailable. Take a look.
Get a better look at you guys anyway, come on. He's come over quite a bit. Come on, man. Ain't nobody gonna bother you out there. Come on. You're already here. Why wouldn't you come over?
John states that he sees these UFOs often, and they are invisible to the naked eye and can only be spotted with special equipment. It would make sense for an advanced civilization that would have a craft capable of visiting Earth to have invisible technology. What do you think about this one? Ukrainian troops spot something. Ukrainian troops from the 406th Battalion of the Armed Forces were analysing footage and were shocked when they saw this. The craft was apparently recorded using a militarised heat vision quadcopter drone during a reconnaissance mission. The object is stationary and doesn't seem to move, which allows the team to zoom in closer. The shape, size, and darkened shadow encapsulate the stereotypical flying object one associates with extraterrestrials.
That's what I said.
Now, we have no idea what this one could be, but we'd love to hear your thoughts. UFOs being spotted during conflict between nations is certainly not a rare occurrence.
Cylinder shape.
Blink and you'll miss it. Take a look at this one recorded from a plane window over New York City. At first I thought this was just a bird, but when you slow it down, that is definitely not a bird. That's an object. What object it is exactly is hard to say, but if it was a piece of plane falling off or something similar, you'd think it would just fall straight down. But this is moving in the opposite direction of the plane in a horizontal fashion.
That one's
Pretty strange. What do you think it is?
Not much. Sorry.
Potomac River sighting. Submitted by the National
Could be
UFO Reporting
urgent
Center,
bypass.
this 3.5-minute clip shows what looks to be a massive craft, or possibly multiple smaller crafts, in the skies above the unincorporated community of Ridge in St. Mary's County, Maryland, United States. It was taken on November 28, 2023, and is a spectacular sight, whatever it is. Take a look. According to the eyewitness who tracked and recorded the event, the object hovered approximately half a mile above the major Potomac River, which flows from the Potomac Highlands in West Virginia to the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland. Despite its sheer size and intimidating presence, it did not emit a single sound while lingering in the air for nearly 5 minutes before disappearing out of sight. We have no clue what this one could be. It's interesting though, because in 2018, an April Fool's Day prank shed light on the Potomac River. It was said that the removal crews of the US Armed Corps of Engineers had seemingly pulled a small alien spacecraft out of the waters. After a brief pause for breath, the story was exposed as a joke, but it has since made people curious about what lies beneath the rivers, lakes, and oceans of Earth. And some have wondered if something was recovered in 2018, but was covered up as a joke to silence interest in the case. What do you think's going on there?
Don't know.
Cornish UFO. On April 17, 2020, in the historic ceremonial county of Cornwall in the south of England, a translucent object was captured on film, baffling those who have seen and studied the footage. Filmed on a webcam across St. Ives Bay on the Atlantic coast of the northwest area of the country at around 9 p.m, the orb can be seen coming into view in the distance, hovering above the water. It seems to emit a foggy trail behind itself as it abruptly stops before shooting up into the sky above at high speed. Take a look at this one.
So there's things going on the beach, but whilst that's happening, this object is just basically hovering, and then it suddenly shoots off into the sky, leaving a kind of weird white trail.
When slowed down, the footage clearly shows the white trail coming out of the bottom of the craft as it shoots off into the clouds, a phenomenon which has now become known as instantaneous acceleration. Until now, no man-made aerial technology other than drones have the capacity to conduct such feats, especially at high speed. Video analysts cannot detect any suspicious tampering of the footage, nor can they agree on what it actually is. We have seen this type of unidentified object before on the 29th of January 2011 in the ancient city of Jerusalem, where a ball of light hovered above the Temple Mount. Similar to this video, the orb descends, hovers for a few seconds, and then shoots off into the heavens. Is this a hoax, or is this really a new form of extraterrestrial technology? If you ask me, we're not alone.
We've never been alone. What are you talking about?
The jellyfish UFO.
It's Ghazali.
Our last clip comes from a friend of the channel, Jeremy Corbell, an American ufologist, filmmaker, and contemporary artist.
Who is he? There you go. Yeah, just because there's no aliens existing on other planets doesn't mean we're not alone. I mean, why are they? Oh, us humans are so alone because we don't know the other aliens. Like, wow. Anyway, just my 2 cents.
Artist, who along with Dr. Stephen Greer has been at the forefront of UAP disclosure projects over the years.
Look at that.
The footage was filmed near a US military base and spread like wildfire across social media platforms after it was first posted by Jeremy on his Instagram channel. We see a circular object with hanging attachments, similar to tentacles or elongated limbs, as it moves at a steady speed in one direction over the joint US operations base in Iraq. The recording was reportedly captured in October 2018. So was this a militarized or undercover test? Was it a spy craft sent by an enemy to conduct reconnaissance? Or are we really not alone in this world? So that's it from me. Keep searching, everyone. And if you can, take a walk tonight in the dark and see what you can spot in the skies. Thanks for watching.
Raining.
Take care, and we'll see you next time.
It's raining right now. I'm not going to go for a walk in the fucking dark while it's raining. Pissing down, God. You know, maybe it's a good idea to you, but I'm not going walking in the fucking dark, in the rain, tripping over fucking trees and branches and shit. No, the bush across the road from me is pretty creepy. And I'm not scared. Oh, God. Anyway. That wasn't the best one. It's okay, I guess. You know, look, I'm not hating on the guy, but top fights, I mean, yeah. Anyway, I played Chappelle Coffee. Oh, God, she's, I wonder what she's doing now. I just don't know. Anyway, I think we covered it all. Maybe I didn't show this properly.
The RAAF was behind the fire and that they were attempting to destroy evidence of UFO activity.
It's one of those ones that show lots of stock footage. People wondering.
So a man named Grebennikov from Russia. Grebennikov was kind of a non-conventional scientist. He was an entomologist, did a lot of work with bugs, entomology. And his favorite thing was to go out into the steppes of Russia and into the various outer hinterlands and camp out in the summers and study his favorite subject. And on one of these expeditions, he started seeing some weird effects. This is all explained in great detail on the AchilleNet site if you type in Grebennikov and his flying box or gravity platform. But anyhow, the result of this was to show that he found a certain bug that didn't fly, it levitated. And this was, he'd put this bug into a little vial or something, and he saw this vial jumping up off the lab table, jumping up and down. And of course, this is patently impossible based on any type of normal physics. So he got into this, and he found out that the bug wings themselves were creating an anti-gravity phenomena under certain conditions. And of course, what we have here, if you analyze, I think I found the bug. It's actually a beetle. And if you analyze this bug structure, you see a hexagonal pyramid structure array throughout the entire bottom wing of this bug. Turns out that beetles have two wings. The top wing is called a wing cover, and what the beetle does is it lifts this wing cover up, and then it flips out its lower wings or inner wings. Now the bug cover protects the inner wings, but when it gets excited or something, it flips these other wings out, and it flaps these other wings, and the other wings, the inner wings flap a little, and this beetle goes gyrating around. They can't fly very good, but they sure levitate great, I guess. And anyway, he took a whole bunch of these bug wings, and he glued them to like a Venetia blind structure, and he put it into a little platform he built. So they were all, these bug wings were all covered in here. And he used I theorize he used the wing covers as well as the inner wing itself. There's also a kind of a handlebar on this thing with some controls. You can see a thing a little better here in detail. The controls, I think, had to be manipulated continuously and probably vibrated to create the same action that the bug was doing. There was also down at the base some kind of a lever, which I suspect controlled the amount of lift he was getting out of this thing. Anyway, Grebennikov claimed that he could fly this thing or levitate it, and it would go around at almost 1,000 miles an hour. Now you ask, how can that happen? You know, well, he said that there was an energy field that built up around this thing due to this gravity field building up in the platform, and by this thing building up, it built out a force field that basically surrounded him and protected him from the local environment. So even though he was flying at 1,000 miles an hour, you could go, you could be wearing your Sunday best suit and not get it flutter a bit at 1,000 miles an hour. I'm not sure I'd want to stand on something going 1,000 miles an hour that's 2 feet square. But this picture here shows him sitting on the ground, and these pictures are much better if you get on the KeelyNet site. This is the platform with him on it about 3 to 6 feet above the ground, because here's the shadow here down below. Now you could say this is all faked, but if you get into the other things he did with shape, they almost mirror the stuff that I discovered, and it proves, I guess, that there's either two crazy people in the world, or there's two people that have found the same discoveries. So I think that this is a valid phenomena, and I'll show you why. Next slide is a micrograph that I took of a beetle inner wing. This is at 100x. If you look closely at this thing, you can see rows of bumps all along the bottom of this wing, each row is staggered from the next row next to it, and this is all over the surface of the bottom of the wing. Now, I don't know of any aerodynamic surface that has bumps all over the bottom to help it fly better. If you blow this up to 430x, you can start to see some of this microstructure of the cells that form where these bumps are. The next slide, at 970x, you start to see what these bumps that stick up are. They're hairs, look like hairs or fibers that grow out of the center of these hexagonal cells. And of course, this harkens back to my basic shape power discovery, is that each one of these, because of their shape going down to a point, is creating a magnetic field. And remember, a magnetic field is a rotating piece of vortex in the ether.
Amazing, eh? We can travel anywhere if we just fucking had that technology. But, government don't want us knowing all the secret stuff and stuff. What do we got here? We got a whole archive of UFO shit. Not shit, but search metadata. What the fuck? I don't get it. I'm look at a public domain. I can't find movies. It's got everything else but movies. That's weird. Go. No. I'm trying to find the public domain Internet Archives. Okay. Right. American Libraries. Oh God, this is gonna go forever. Movies. Okay. Oh no, this is fucked. It is fucked the way they do it. Where do we? Oh God. I don't have genres or okay. Anyway, I'm just searching fucking shit here. Right. Bruno's having a good old sleep. Anyway, I couldn't believe this one. This was amazing. Oh, well, it's raining now. Yes, I can't find the bloody public domain channel. Is should be here somewhere. Internet Archive, digital. No, same fucking site. Search. Okay, yes. See what happens. It's pretty weird shit they're showing. Absolutely fucked. What the hell's happened to this site? It used to be really easy. You know, Glenn, I used to... What? There's no movie sector. Sci-Fi Channel ads. What the... Oh, God. That's fucked. Should be here. I've got it on another browser, but as soon as I open it, I get fucking... what's it called here? Internet Archive. I'm going forever tonight because this is the last stream I can do on this account. But I can stream on main channel tomorrow, I think. Yeah. They give me the same shit. Fucking hell. This is mental. They're really not letting anyone get to public domain shit. Okay, we've got some violent. It's different. I don't know if it's going to play all right, but anyway, let's have a look. No UFO films yet. Boris Karloff, the ape. Right, so we got Buster Keaton. Oh, God, there's some old ones here. Little American. Oh, God. This is terrible. They don't have a category, do they? Oh, here we go. Science fiction horror. Oh, yeah, here we go. Right. I've got to fucking copy this, keep it. I finally found where I used to be. Okay. Invasion of the B-Girl, The Last Woman on Earth, Horror Express. Yeah, I'm here with her. I'm finally at the side I've been trying to find. Oh, God, that was a mission. I could watch this Life After Death haunting film I saw when I was young. Fucking haunted me, but Carnival of Souls. But I'll try to find something more Sci-fi. Bruno's snoring. He's having a bad dream. Bruno. Okay. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. It's the one. I'm sure the last man on Earth is, I just can't find it here. Killer Shrews, yeah, I watched that. I showed that a while back. Little shop. This is not a test. Yeah. I've actually showed a lot on here. I didn't realise. Horror Hotel, yes. Evil brain from outer space. Okay. Where's the Japanese ones? I like them. Cosmos. I think this is one. Which country? Oh, it's an Italian one. Oh, no, no bad. I want a Japanese one. Anyway, it looks like I'm gonna load up anyway and shit. So there you go. Way she goes. I fucking load up. Okay. Last one. Let's see if that loads up. God. Why are we waiting? Oh, God, this is fucked. VPN, of course. I don't know why, but I need the VPN. Okay, let's just reboot. See if it works with the VPN. I shouldn't. No, it's public domain. Why should it need a VPN? No, same thing. Okay. Anyway, fuck that. Fuck everything. I guess I have to go to YouTube to find a public domain film now. That's mental. That looks good. Bomber and the Jungle Girl. What else we got? Zorro, Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, I like the old show. Okay, I'll show you. Sure. I didn't know they were non-domain. Anyway, if I get taken down, so be it. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a color there. Anyway, if the stream stops, it wasn't public domain, I guess. Good night, everyone. God bless. Les, I've got to talk to you tomorrow about computer virus.
I won't forget that morning, not if I live to be 100. I counted the men as they marched out of the yard. They'd hardly slept for weeks. We of the CID had slept even less, but the nightmare that kept us awake was all the same nightmare. That's why we weren't surprised when the commissioner asked us up to the conference room for a bit of a talk. He'd talked to us plenty, we knew that. It didn't help any to know what was ahead of us.
Must we have that window open, Gregson?
Oh, shut it if you want to. Chief will be in enough of a temper without having a ruddy blast down the back of his neck.
Gentlemen, the commissioner.
Stuffy in here. Be seated, won't you? Gentlemen, if you wish to know what
Yes, I don't know how to
read
find
any of the works of
anything. I
popular
haven't
fiction
got a search
and glamorize your achievements, but don't, I beg of you, read the daily papers. They might give you an inferiority complex. I hate to mention it, but we're confronted with a series of the most atrocious murders since Jack the Ripper. And in the meantime, the CID might as well be playing at shove hate me for all the good we've accomplished. Now look. Here, here, and here.
Yeah, Liz, can I ring you tomorrow? I know you can clean it up. I can't even find the right way to get rid of fucking viruses and shit. Yeah, I just really need your help. I'll ring you about lunchtime tomorrow and you'll know it's me and not some Indian curry eater, as you call it. Anyway, good on you, buddy. Where were we? Yeah. Oh, fuck. What is it? 9 o'clock, 9:01. It'll be 9:11 soon. It's not even late. I didn't get up till 9 o'clock, so I shouldn't be tired, but I am. It is what it is, and I am what I am, and stuff, and yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Anyway, back to Sherlock Holmes. God, I loved it when I was young. Always wanted to be, like Sherlock Holmes. I could solve mysteries. I solved lots of mysteries. And, yes.
Each of these red flags scattered through the city stands for a woman brutally murdered, a woman's terror, a woman's death agony.
Bloody serial killers.
These are no ordinary crimes.
These
These are the works of a fiend who kills first and mutilates afterwards. A ghoul who hacks off a part of his victim body and carries it away with him, a loathsome souvenir of his butchery. 3 women murdered so far, and you haven't turned in one clue. You haven't given me one lead. Here you sit and wait for news of a 4th victim, with your arms folded.
Well, we hadn't long to wait. It was down Lambeth Way where a young woman was hurrying home late last night. She saw something and stopped. It was a constable. He spoke to her and he walked along with her, just in case. He saw her go down the stairway to the basement lodging where she lived. We can only surmise what happened after
Look
that.
out, constable.
Well, I put my pride in my pocket and went to see the man who'd so often helped out Inspector Lestrade and myself in the past. Mr. Sherlock Holmes. If ever a man needed help,
It better be
I-
Basil Rathbone. I mean, what?
This makes 4, Inspector.
It is. Oh, cool.
4 defenseless women here in the heart of London.
and everyone with the right forefinger hacked off.
Not hacked, Inspector Gregson. Cleanly, expertly severed. The work of a skilled surgeon. That's our only clue.
Much about the age of my sister's girl. Is there no way of stopping this, Mr. Holmes?
Yes. There's a way, somehow. Fiend that
So
did this.
this has been colorized by computer, I
I
guess.
promise.
We've nothing to go on. That's the rotten
Used
part
to
of
be
it.
black and
We
white.
can't get far without knowing the motive.
Or at least we know the
Anyway,
motives were not.
I love it.
Robbery. No passion, thanks be, nor yet vengeance. Because they all came of totally unrelated families. Steady, Inspector, steady.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I don't turn a hair when it's a bloke who can look after himself. A little slip of a thing like that.
Yes, it's horrible. Come on, let's get a drink. Give me, Mr. Holmes. Give me, Vincent. Whiskey and soda, please, and a double for my friend here, Inspector Gregson.
Thank you, sir. Make mine Irish. Decent of you to give me a hand with this thing, Mr. Holmes.
Always a pleasure to be of help to Scotland Yard, Inspector.
Little out of my line. Looking for a maniac who murders just for the fun of the thing.
Or perhaps just to get a human finger. In all 4 cases, murderer risked capture by stopping to secure a finger. 1 or 4.
Who knows? He's just a madman.
Perhaps there's method in his madness. If we could just trace those missing fingers.
If we could just drain the English Channel, we might find a penny. Huh?
Oh, thank you. Make it those, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Sir George Fenwick, isn't it?
Yes.
That his daughter with him.
Don't be so naive, Inspector.
You know everyone, don't you, darling?
Well, hardly. A week ago, I didn't know you.
A week. How fast it's gone.
I collect these things.
How very quaint of you.
Shall we go?
Yes.
What are you looking at, Mr. Holmes?
Well, I just got to say, it's amazing how they restored this. They really did a good job. It's like so sharp and yeah, this was black and white turned to colour, but I'm very impressed with it. You know, very impressed with the sharpness of it. Anyway, I love them Basil Rathbone and what was that? Watson's name. Anyway, it was a great movie series. I grew up loving it. I love Sherlock Holmes. Because, you know, I've been a good detective in my life too. I think I learn a bit from this, the actual character. But anyway, UFOs is over here and I'm very tired and I'm going to go to sleep to this film. And sorry, not more people turned up, but at least Glenn and who else was there? My memory's going already. Oh God, the aliens got to me. Yeah, we had a good night anyway. It was great. And Joe turned up and Scotty, that's right, Scotty. Sorry, Scotty, I almost forgot you turned up. Yeah, we had a night. Anyway, here's what it is. This might be striked for no reason whatsoever, but if it stays up, it stays up, and I'll try and share it on me channel, Kenneth Caravan Life. Kenneth's Caravan Life. Yeah. Go to that one. That's me main channel now. And I've got 15 subs, and oh wow, you know, such an influencer and shit. You know, things are really going ahead. Anyway, I've got a confibrillator, a nebula, what do you call them? A confibrillator-ish steamy thing. No, hydrom, no, forgotten. Anyway, it puts steam in the air and helps you breathe better. And fuck, I missed that because I had another one and I had another one before that. They all last a year. I'll be happy if this lasts a year. It cost me $40. Enco by made in, oh, you fuckers. Made in China. Yeah. Anyway, if it lasts 6 months, I'll be happy because it's made in China. Anyway, God bless China. It's not their fault that our governments allow them to make shit. No safety check, quality products. Yeah. Anyway, back to the movie. I digress like Richie from fucking Jailbreak Overlander. He's in jail and shit. Yeah.
Vicky, a very handsome woman. Not born to the purple, but giving an excellent imitation.
Would you like to come to my flat for a nightcap?
Lovely idea.
Yes, isn't it?
I wonder where she's taking Sir George Fenwick.
Don't be so naive, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Mum. Hello, Grandon. Any messages? No, Mum. Thank you.
I love the high definition colorization.
One of your nice cars. Yes, Mum.
I say, you don't mean that...
Grandon's a marvel.
I've never seen this like colorized.
You wouldn't believe the things she can do.
Anyway, I'm loving this.
Charming place. Delightful.
Really? Do you think so? I'm so glad. Do sit down. Do you mind?
Do I mind? Not a question. I don't mind anything, really. Except not being with you.
No, you really don't want me to believe that, do you?
Not too seriously.
Good. We're both quite grown up, aren't we?
Quite.
You're a treasure, Grandon. And lower the lights a little as you leave. I prefer a more flattering light.
In any light, you'd be.
Would I?
And don't you?
Turn the lights off, wench.
Perhaps I do.
Good slave.
Oh, that priceless woman. You wouldn't believe it, but she's absurdly romantic. She loves dreamy music, and she thinks that we...
But we do, don't we?
Do we?
Well, it's rather soothing, restful.
Yes. And we all need rest at times, like tired children who've played too long. You've played with wooden soldiers, I suppose.
Funny, hadn't thought of that for years.
Toy boats were my special joy. Anything I could set afloat anywhere. Like this. And this. Toy boat sailing into the Never Never Land. The land
She's had too much time to think.
Look. Look, odd, isn't it, how the light is reflected?
Has it got out of her?
Little specks of light that move and move. Like stars on a slowly moving stream.
You know, Holmes, I'm very sensitive to atmosphere.
No?
Yes, I can tell by the feel of this room there's been a murder committed here.
It may interest you to know, my dear fellow, it was the other side of that door at the foot of the stairs that the poor girl was murdered. If only I could find it.
Find what?
The one thing these unfortunate victims have in common that might give us a motive for these murders. There must be something.
Another Jack the Ripper, if you ask me, a homicidal maniac.
No, Watson. In the case of Jack the Ripper, there was one thing in common. His victims were all from one walk of life, living in the same section of the city. In this case, the murderer chooses his victims from all walks of life and from different sections of the city. No, my dear fellow, this is not the work of a homicidal maniac. It's something infinitely more sinister.
Give me the creeps. What on earth are you talking about?
Watson, I'm convinced that these murders are only incidental to some larger and more diabolical scheme.
That may be, but why the severed fingers?
The answer to that question, my dear fellow, is our only hope of solving these mysteries.
Dear sister, I am so happy. I had such a lovely holiday at Brighton with you and Alf. And I'm looking forward to being with you again. Poor little thing. Sort of raises a lump in your throat. I can picture her sitting here happily writing this letter. And I'm not bitter realizing that she's shortly going to her death. Hello? Gregson.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Holmes. I've been looking for you everywhere.
What's happened?
Murder in Edgware Road, not half an hour ago.
Woman?
Yes. And the right forefinger cut off clean.
Get your papers. All for murder, papers, all about the murder. Morning papers, all about the murder. Papers, all for murder. Now the young woman found murdered, papers here. All for murder, papers, read all about it. Get your papers, murder in Edgware Road. Horrible finger murder. Shocking murder. Murder in Edgware Road. Horrible murder of a young woman. Read all about the murder.
Only fancy, Mum. There's been another of those horrible murders.
Dear, dear, how shocking.
Yes, Mum. I really don't feel quite safe here myself. Oh, dear. Why, Sir George!
I must see Miss Marlowe at once.
I don't know if she...
I must see her. Where is she? Lydia.
Why, Sir George, what is it? What happened?
I don't know. You'll have to help me. You've got to help me.
But I don't understand.
Listen, I woke up a few minutes ago in a cheap boarding house off Edgware Road. I don't know how I came there. I don't know when. The last thing I remember is being here with you.
Calm yourself, Sir George.
When did I leave here?
Well, it was about,
It was 10:45, Mum. Precisely.
You seemed, forgive me, just a little distressed. Detached, not interested. I thought I'd said something to offend you.
I don't remember. I can't remember.
Tell me, has this happened to you before?
Before?
Well, there is such a thing as amnesia, you know.
If it was 10:45 when I left you, it was 9 this morning when I woke. Over 10 hours lost. 10 hours that I can't account for. And in my pocket when I woke, I found... Yeah, in my pocket. That isn't...
Oh, it's not for you, of course. It can't be.
Excuse me, Mum, but there's a man asking to see the gentleman.
Send him away.
Yes, Mum.
No, please. I'll see him.
Well, delightful room. Not much like the place you woke up in this morning.
You followed me here?
Yes.
Are you a detective?
Oh, no. Quite the contrary. Don't be afraid, Sir George.
You know my name?
Oh, yes. A very old and highly honored name. And being the bearer of such a name, and also a very wealthy man, I thought you might care to possess yourself of this trifle. Rather than let it fall into the hands of the police. It is yours, if I'm not mistaken. The initials, GF.
Where did you get this?
It came out of your pocket. I saw it fall, but you never noticed. You were very busy, bending over something with a knife. Then you put something in your pocket.
Come along, Holmes, come along, come along. How many more Talismans, I tell you? You're missing a treat. This is delicious. Little jam tarts to follow. Aren't you tempted?
You and your flesh pots.
They tell me that fish is good for the brain.
Brains haven't any. You realize that a whole day and a night have gone by since that bestial affair in Edgware Road? I'm as much in the dark as ever. Hello, here comes a client, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Well, attractive. Very attractive.
Obviously, she left home under the stress of some very great emotion.
How do you know that?
She isn't wearing any gloves. A startling omission in a young lady of fashion.
No, she didn't put her coat on. Open car, too.
Furthermore, there's something in that bag she wants to show me.
What makes you say that?
The bag doesn't match her dress, indicating it was picked for size rather than style, to accommodate some bulky object.
Sure, amaze me, Holmes.
Elementary money, fellow. Well, that's interesting.
What is?
A cab, turning at the empty house. I wonder why he followed her here.
Oh, wouldn't you?
Quite possibly with glasses. Well, we shall soon know. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
It's a young lady, sir. Most urgent.
Ask her to come in.
Go right in, miss.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes, this is my friend, Dr. Watson. How do you
How do you do? Mr. Holmes, you must excuse me, please.
Yes, well, won't you sit down?
Come on.
May I? It's quite all right. Thank you. Now try to control yourself, Miss Merrick. You're with friends.
You know my name?
No magic, I assure you. I've often seen your picture. You're the daughter of Sir George Merrick, aren't you?
Yes. It's about my father that
What about your father, Miss Fenwick?
Oh, I don't know what to do. He's always been the nicest, dearest person. Only since Mother died.
Yes, I do. We know.
So I didn't think anything of it when he was away all night before last. But he didn't come home until yesterday at tea time. Didn't come in for dinner at all. Just paced up and down in the library hour after hour. I begged him to let me in, but he wouldn't.
Steady, steady. Now take your time.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Then I started hearing things.
Hearing things? What sort of things?
I heard someone in the garden underneath my window. Then I saw a figure moving down the garden path. And I recognized my father, stealing through his own garden like a thief. He had a spade in his hand, and he stopped by the greenhouse where he started to dig. This morning, at daybreak, I stole out into the garden and I found this.
A finger. A human finger.
Bring up Scotland Yard, will you, Watson? Ask them to get hold of Inspector Gregson and tell him to meet us at once at George Fenwick's house, Kingston.
Operator, put the Scotland Yard quick.
Where's my father, Norris?
He's still in the library, miss.
Thank you. We'll see him right away. Will you come with me, please?
Thank you. I got your message, Mr. Holmes. Yes, indeed.
Dad, may I come in? Dad. That's funny. He doesn't answer.
You mind?
Please do.
Thank you. Watson, quick.
Oh,
Come on,
no,
dear.
no, no.
Take charge, Miss Fenwick, please.
Sorry, sir. Now, miss, please. Please come along with me.
Ed?
Yes.
What do you make of it, Doctor?
Shot in the back between the second and third ribs. The bullet undoubtedly penetrated the heart. Look at the powder marks on his coat.
I was afraid of this.
What do you mean?
Don't you remember the man in the cab who followed Miss Fenwick to Baker Street?
Well, you don't think he had anything to do with it, do you?
I think it's reasonable to assume that he tipped off someone that I'd been sent for. Sir George has obviously been murdered to keep him from telling me what he knew. What was the weapon used?
Small caliber revolver, point blank range, by the look of the wound.
The murderer came in through those French windows. The mud from the garden he brought in on his boots. Sir George must have surprised the intruder. Crossed the room to him here. What follows we can't tell. But from the location of the wound, I'd say that he turned his back for a moment, and as he turned, the muzzle of the revolver was placed between his ribs and one muffled shot fired.
And you mean to say he kept on going, even after he was shot?
There's no doubt about it. Look there. The trail of blood leads us back to the desk. Something Sir George was after. Something.
I know. He was trying to summon help, poor chap.
I don't think so, Watson. There's the bell pull by the fireplace. No, you'll notice from the trail of blood that Sir George made straight for this desk here. I wonder, there was something he was desperately anxious to get. Hello. His right hand's clenched.
That's perfectly natural. Death agony.
The left hand lies open. Why only one hand clenched in the death agony? The right hand, the hand nearest the desk. Please note that. If Sir George took something off this desk, something so important that he spilled his last drop of blood to get it, I want to know what it is.
Nothing but an ordinary match folder.
Where does that lead us?
I imagine to something very important, Gregson. This match folder's from Pembroke House.
Why shouldn't it be? He was there, you know. We saw him yesterday.
Yes, but the effort he made after he was shot to get hold of this match folder. It's just possible he wanted someone to remember Pembroke House. He may have wished to record it to someone who saw it there. Someone who, like ourselves, saw him with a woman.
Come in.
Oh, Dr. Watson, this came by hand from Mr. Holmes not 10 minutes ago.
Thank you, Mrs. Elson.
That would be the report from Mr. George's bank.
Report from Mr. George? Oh, really?
Don't you remember his daughter told us that he just closed his account? Had it looked into at once. He drew out his entire balance in cash, nearly £10,000, yesterday, just after that young woman was murdered. What does that suggest you, Watson?
That he paid it out to someone.
Precisely. I smell the faint, sweet odor of blackmail.
You don't think he paid it out to someone who saw him murder the McLean woman?
Sir George never murdered anyone.
But he did have that woman's finger, and he empty did have and pay out a lot of cash.
That's the terrifying part about blackmail, Watson. The victim is afraid to fight the accusation, no matter how false. Once the accusation is made, his name is smeared, and sometimes his life is ruined.
Well, Sir George didn't commit these murders. What fiend did?
I rather think they're not the work of any one man.
Oh, come, Holmes. You don't expect me to believe there's a whole organization going about killing people and chopping off their fingers?
No, it's possible, quite possible.
Well, whoever's behind all this thing must be out of his mind.
On the contrary, my dear fellow, if my assumptions are correct, this little scheme has behind it the most brilliant and ruthless intellect the world has ever known.
You don't mean Professor Moriarty?
I do.
Oh, steady, Holmes, you've got him on the brain. This is the third time in as many months you've suspected him of unsolved crimes. He's dead, you know.
Is he?
Is he? You know he is. He was hanged in Montevideo, well, over a year ago.
I know that someone was hanged in Montevideo under that name, but I'll stake my reputation that Moriarty is alive and here, now in London. Hello? Yes, Dr. Watson, wait a minute.
You me? Hello, yes? This is Dr. Watson speaking. No, I'm afraid I've retired. I don't practice anymore. What? Oh, that's a different thing. An emergency case. Well, just a minute. Yes? Yes, well, see, she's not moved. Remember that? Don't touch it till I get there. Fractured case in the Carlos Mews. Heavy woman. 14 stone. 14 stone. Just the sort of person who would hoist herself up on a stool to feed the canary. There ought to be a law against fat people keeping little dicky birds. Well, so long, old man. I shan't be very long. I haven't used their bag since I brought little Amelia. What's her name in the world? She grew up to be a very unattractive child. Oh, who wouldn't with a name like Amelia? Oh, Amelia. Amelia. People so stupid about accidents.
Oh, Professor Moriarty. Not that I wish to appear inquisitive, Not to what am I indebted for the pleasure of this visit? Scotland Yard will be interested.
It's very convenient for me to have Scotland Yard think that I'm still dead in Montevideo. I never dreamed of fooling you.
Thank you.
The thought occurs to me, Mr. Holmes, that there are some advantages in living within the law.
You are very comfortably fixed here, aren't you?
As I get on in life, the little comforts appeal to me more and more.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
And now, Professor Moriarty, what can I do for you?
Everything that I have to say to you has already crossed your mind.
And my answer has no doubt crossed yours.
That's final?
What do you think? I shall not rest until you are hanged for the finger murders.
You've no proof, you know.
No, not a shred. But I have you. I could turn you over to the police here and now.
You could. But if you did, you'd never see Dr. Watson again.
Oh, the telephone call.
Quite.
I rather assumed you had taken some such precaution. Or I should have snatched up a revolver and indulged in a fit of heroics when you came in.
Very smart, aren't you?
Not smart enough, or I should have anticipated you. But if any harm comes to Dr. Watson, I shall seek you out. I shall not rest until I find you, and when I do...
No harm will come to Dr. Watson this time. But I can't answer for the future. Mr. Holmes, I should strongly advise you to drop this case.
Don't be silly.
Think it over. We've had many encounters in the past. You hope to place me on the gallows. I tell you, I shall never stand upon the gallows. But if you are instrumental in any way in bringing about my destruction, you will not be alive to enjoy your satisfaction.
We shall walk together through the gates of eternity, hand in hand.
What a charming picture that would make.
Yes, wouldn't it? No, I really think it might be worth it.
Shoelaces, Governor? Tons of pair. And strong enough to hang yourself.
How many more times must I tell you I don't want your filthy shoelaces or your company?
Shoelaces, Governor?
Nasty impertinence. Run along, my good man, or I'll give you in charge.
Shoelaces, Governor? Shoelaces, Governor? You're a poor bloke. What's only got one arm? Any luck with Mr. Holmes?
You can read his obituary in tomorrow's papers.
Oh, there you are, Watson. Come in. I was just going out to look for you.
Look for me, what for? Suppose you don't think I know my way about. Well, you're right, I don't. Blast all practical jokers anyhow. Know where I've been?
On a wild goose chase.
Exactly. There's no such number in McCardle's Muse. Some fool's idea of a joke.
Did you see anyone?
No, nobody especially. Only a whining old idiot selling bootlaces.
Assistant baker, wasn't he? Stuck to you like grim death.
Huh? How do you know?
Finally left you for someone who looked like Philip Pickings. Someone, my dear Watson, was Professor Moriarty himself.
What?
Just called on me.
Moriarty here and you let him go? But you must be out of your mind. Why?
Well, he bluffed me into believing that he was holding a friend of mine as hostage.
Friend of yours who?
Oh, nobody very important, just a fat, lazy fellow. Medical man, I believe.
Medical man? Do I know him?
Yes, I think you do. A fellow by the name of Watson.
Watson, never heard. Who, me?
I'm afraid so, old fellow. Your street hawker's job was to do away with you in a certain contingency.
And you let Moriarty go? Because of me?
I had no choice. I can't afford to lose you, old fellow.
Well, it's very decent of the old chap, I must say, but... I wish you'd nabbed him.
We shall, never fear. I know the motive for the finger murders. All I have to find out now is the method used with the blackmail victims.
Method?
Yes. How does Moriarty get them to the scene of the crime? How does he plant those severed fingers on them? And how does he scare them into believing that they may have committed those atrocious murders themselves? Curious. Very curious.
Huh? Curious? What's curious?
That window in the empty house across the street. First floor front.
Huh? What's wrong with it?
It's open.
Why shouldn't it be open?
Well, it wasn't open half an hour ago. I'll stake my life on that.
Well, it's not our business. Let it stay open.
I wonder if you'd go over, old fellow, and see what's the matter.
Trespassing. Against the law.
Very well, I'll go myself.
Oh, well, if you're going to put it like that, ridiculous waste of time. Think about shutting windows at this hour of the night.
Yeah, you better take this torch.
Well, take what? Dignified job for a doctor. Dr. Watson, the torchbearer. And what do you propose to do? Sit in a comfortable chair, I suppose, and read a good book.
That's a very good idea.
Yes, very good idea. While I play night watchman, you have a nice read.
Mm-hmm. Good night. Have a good time.
Good time. What do you mean have a good very good. What on earth is it for? Oh, I'm very scared. Pretty little thing to keep about the house. Must have been a pet. Right. This was the door. Well, he sits comfortably reading a book. He killed Holmes! He killed Philip!
Watson.
You? But I saw him shoot you a second ago.
Not me, my dear fellow. Merely the bust of Julius Caesar. Incidentally, you may have noticed that all through the ages, prominent men have prominent noses. Oh, I'm afraid we're in for terrible trouble again with Mrs. Hudson. Windows smashed, plaster all over the floor. Get up, you.
Corporal Williams, Middlesex Regiment. Discharged from the army as physically unfit. Huh. Papers seem in order.
Now, Corporal Williams, you've seen service in the Far East, haven't you?
The East?
I thought so. Look at his complexion, Watson. Yellow as saffron. He's been taking atabrine. Cure for malaria. Sniper, aren't you?
Sniper.
Hmm. Why did you try to kill me?
I had to kill him. I had to. Oh, snap out of it.
Stop it, Watson.
He's shamming.
No, he isn't. Who told you to kill me?
She told me.
She told you?
She told me. I couldn't miss. Well, luckily you did miss, you murderer.
He isn't a murderer, Watson. Listen, Corporal Williams. She told you you had to do it, didn't she?
I had to do it.
I've got it, Watson, I've got it.
Got what?
The method used in the finger murders.
Well, what is it?
Hypnotism, my dear fellow, hypnotism.
Yeah.
And it wasn't against his nature.
Okay,
That was part of it. They picked a man for their purpose whose job was sniping. Who are they? Professor Moriarty and his finger murderers. Williams spoke of a woman. I think you'll find that she asked him home tonight for a drink. Nice quiet rooms, soft lights, music.
You got it all pat, Mr. Holmes. What's the lady look like?
Oh, up 30, nice figure, blonde, lustrous eyes.
Oh, really? Got a phone number? Oh, so?
Williams will give us her address. Look after him, Gregson. Don't let anyone come near him. He's our key witness in the finger murders.
Well, I hope you're guessing right, Mr. Holmes.
Get up, Williams. Now, go with Inspector Gregson anywhere he tells you.
Come on.
Yeah. Ring me as soon as he comes to himself, will you?
I will. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Well, if you believe that fellow Williams was hypnotized, I suppose you think Sir George Fenwick was hypnotized too.
Yes, I'm quite sure of it. Have a cup of tea?
Thanks, old boy. Nothing to eat. Well, why didn't these people make Sir George do the murder himself?
Because they didn't want to get him hanged. They wanted to blackmail him.
Well, who do you think the actual murderer is?
One of Moriarty's gang. A diabolically simple technique. Kill a woman.
Yes. But why cut off the fingers?
My dear fellow, don't you understand? The severed finger is what links the blackmail victim to the murder. He wakes, finds the grisly thing in his pocket. Doesn't know how it got there. He's no idea that he's been hypnotized. For all he knows, he may have committed the atrocious crime during some dreadful lapse of sanity.
In that state, when he's utterly demoralized, the blackmailers take over. Is that it?
Undoubtedly. You see, they swear that they saw him commit the murder. And being human, the victim will pay anything rather than stand trial on a charge that will make his very name loathsome.
Oh, it all fits in if you believe in hypnotism.
The only possible explanation.
You think the hypnotist is that woman with the blonde hair, the lustrous eyes, the woman you invented?
I didn't invent her. I saw her.
What on earth are you talking about?
That woman, my dear Watson, was with Sir George when he left Pembroke House. I saw her there. I shall see her again, and Williams will lead me to her. That's why it's so important to keep him safe. He will identify her. Hello? Yes? Inspector Gregson? What? Well, get every constable in the district. Yes, I'll be over at once.
What's happened, Holmes?
Williams is missing.
Great Scott!
Come on. Lorry crashed into Gregson's car. During the confusion, Williams disappeared.
Escaped, eh?
No, kidnapped. To keep him from talking when he came to.
You don't think that Moriarty...
Moriarty? Anything is possible.
Williams!
Dead. You see, anything is possible.
Oh, good morning, Professor Moriarty. You startled me. I'm dressing another dolly, a dear little nurse. Is there anything wrong with your finger?
Just a splinter.
Nasty thing, splinters. Most trying. One can't be too careful, but I'll get it out for you. I have the very instrument to help you. Sharp enough to split a hair.
Put those tools away until they're needed.
But they're not tools, sir. They're instruments.
Put them away. Is Lydia in?
Yes. But really, you should let me.
Get dressed. Holmes and Watson just left Baker Street for the Mesmer Club.
Mesmer Club, the meeting place of all the top hypnotists in London. Do you suppose that Mr. Holmes is onto our method?
If he suspects, it's merely a suspicion. It's our business to see that it ends there.
I hope you're right.
Williams passed away before he could talk, remember?
What do you want me to do?
Go to the Mesmer Club, meet Holmes, and induce him to come back here.
Isn't that a bit dangerous?
Every meeting with Sherlock Holmes is potentially dangerous. However, you say he didn't see your face at Pembroke House.
And how would you suggest I get Mr. Holmes to accompany me here? Kidnap him?
Oh, no. Holmes has one weakness, his insatiable curiosity. If you can arouse that, you can lead him anywhere. It's up to you to take advantage of any opportunity that may arise.
This way, please, gentlemen. I'll tell Dr. Onslow that you're here.
Thank you.
So this is the Mesmer Club. If you ask me, hypnotism is a lot of mumbo-jumbo.
Oh, come now, Watson. As a medical man, you must admit that hypnotism has its place in modern science.
That may be, but 90% of hypnotists are crooks of the worst kind. Nothing more than a lot of charlatans exploiting weak-willed morons.
Ah, Dr. Onslow, I believe.
Happy to meet you, Mr. Holmes. Your brother Mycroft suggested I might be of help to you. He's a valued member of our little group of charlatans and crooks.
Oh, beg your pardon, sir. I didn't know you were listening. Behind the curtain.
My friend, Dr. Watson.
Ah, delighted.
How do you do?
I wonder now. You see, we're in the midst of a little experimental session at this very moment. If you'd care to join us.
Oh, certainly,
That'd
certainly.
be very instructive.
Oh, well, will you follow me?
Thank you.
In treating his patients. But today, the therapeutic value of hypnotism, as we now call it, is conceded by innumerable physicians. Especially is of value in surgical cases where the administration of local or of general anesthetic is inadvisable.
Inadvisable poppycock.
For the sake of latecomers, I may say that I have placed this subject under profound hypnosis. In this condition, he can feel no pain, even under applications which normally would be excruciating.
Excruciating?
Excuse me, please.
Carter, you are having a peaceful sleep. You feel nothing. Your arms and your hands are without sensation. Mowbray, the long needle. Carter, give me your right hand. As you observe, the needle has been thrust completely through the subject's hand. No feeling, no pain. This lack of feeling is the one infallible test of profound hypnosis.
Nonsense. Fellow's full of drugs. Well, isn't he?
Definitely not, Doctor.
Wake up, Carter, wake up. You feel well and rested, remember. No pain anywhere. Wake up, wake up.
I say, when are you going to begin?
All through, Carter. Stand up.
This way, sir.
And these all the people that come here?
Oh, no. Others keep dropping in all the time.
I suppose it's all right for those who believe in it, but of course, I'm a professional man myself.
Then you don't believe in hypnotism, Dr. Watson?
Oh, I don't deny that there are certain types of hysterical, feeble-minded people who go under if you point your finger at them. But anyone with an ounce of character.
How right you are. You see right through our little artifices, don't you, Doctor?
Right through, my dear sir. Right through.
Right so. But with the feeble-minded, as you say, excuse us, Mr. Holmes.
Certainly.
Step over here, won't you?
Certainly, sir. Anything to oblige.
Let me show you how easily we charlatans take advantage of them. Now, sit down, Doctor. Now, we set a thing like this in motion. It's wonderful, the attraction on the feeble-minded, of course. The continuous motion, if they just let themselves follow it. Of course, you could stare at it till doomsday, Dr. Watson, with no effect at all. Still, it might make you a little drowsy, like the white ribbon of road at night when you're driving. The rhythm is smooth, unbroken, and the road goes on and on, round and round, always the same, winding and winding. And you're drowsy, you're tired. Let the road come into you, as it were. The long road, the smooth road, the road to sleep. Sleep. Open your eyes. Stand up. Turn around. And now, Dr. Watson, you're on a holiday in Scotland. The country is amazingly beautiful. We're coming to a stream. It isn't deep. Better take your shoes and socks off. Roll up your trouser. That'll do. The other leg is waterproof. Turn around. Mind the pedals. Sit down. Wake up now.
I see. What I tell you, it didn't work with me. Why, nobody with an ounce of character.
I think you'll need these.
Going to laugh at?
Watson, she's here.
Oh, the woman you're looking for?
Yes, I'm going to meet her. Perhaps I can induce her to take me to Moriarty.
Do you think it's wise, Holmes?
May not be wise, but it's essential. After all, I've held me on with Moriarty in the past.
But isn't it dangerous? She might be a hypnotist.
My will isn't stronger than hers. I deserve to be hypnotized.
I feel I must protest, Dr. Onslow. I was told this was a gathering of serious students of a great science, and I find myself in a company of buffoons.
Oh, my dear madam.
Elliot's and Esdale Braid. Were those men martyrs for the truth? That you may laugh over your childish, cruel tricks?
I must say I'm in complete agreement with you, madam. This was most unnecessary performance, Dr. Onslow.
Beg your pardon, sir.
My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes. At your service, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid I've created a rather embarrassing situation. But you see, I'm interested in the serious study of hypnotism.
So am I, too.
Perhaps we have something in common, Mr. Holmes.
Perhaps we have. Do you join me for a cocktail at Pembroke House?
I should be delighted.
Good.
Thank you.
I didn't know there was such a pleasant place in London. It was so nice of you to suggest our coming here.
I thought a little picking up would do us good.
You mean you thought I looked...
I like the way you look.
Thank you. I suppose I did lose my head a little at the Mesmer Club. But you see, hypnotism is almost a religion with me. I know so well what it can do to help, heal. And I can't bear to see it used for trivial purposes.
I know very little about it. That's why I went to the Mesmer Club. You see, I'm rather puzzled just now with the case that I'm working on.
How fascinating. Tell me about it.
It's the murder of Sir George Fenwick.
Fenwick? Who's he?
Quite a well-known figure. Odd now I come to think of it. Last time I saw Sir George was here at Pembroke House.
Strange.
Yes, isn't it? He was sitting, I believe he was sitting at this very table. Cigarette?
Thanks. Do go on.
There was a charming lady with him. He was lighting a cigarette.
Charming. Did you see her face?
No, worse luck. Merely her back.
How unenterprising of you.
Yes, wasn't it? Afraid I'm getting a little older.
I shouldn't say so.
That's nice of you. Still, the first time in my life, I've got hold of a case that's beyond me. I'm actually losing sleep over it.
You know, Mr. Holmes, I believe I could help you.
Really? I should be very grateful.
You're amused.
Oh, merely skeptical. How would you go about it?
I've used hypnotism more than once in healing. Not for profit. I'm not a professional. But I do think I could help you. If you'd care to...
I can't think of a pleasanter experience.
Low lights, music, is that all there is to it?
You must relax, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid you're a rather difficult subject. So I thought perhaps a little help. Materia medica might be advisable.
Drugs? No, I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
As a matter of fact, I'd rather not myself. But Schrenk-Notzing, he practiced in Munich, you know. Believed it the best means for difficult subjects. Do you mind?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't approve of sedatives.
Just as you wish. We don't have to go on with this at all, you know.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right. I'll take a chance.
It's really quite harmless.
What is it?
Cannabis japonica, an oriental soporific. You need water.
Thank you.
Now sit down, Mr. Holmes. You feel yourself growing drowsy. Don't fight it. Give in to it. Because you do want to sleep, you know. Just fix your eyes on this one white flower floating on the water. Empty your mind of every other thought. Follow the motion of the water. So smooth, not a ripple. Waters of forgetfulness. Steady, deep, strong. Strange, isn't it? How the light is reflected. Little specks of light that move and move. It's restful here. It's peaceful. It's friendly. And you're very close to finding what you're looking for. You'll find them soon now. The guilty ones. When you're rested. Gentle waters closing over you. Steady. Deep. Strong. Drawing you down. 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 Sleep. 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 Here he is, Professor Moriarty. Stand up, Mr. Holmes. Open your eyes. Face this way. Are you satisfied?
We are dealing with a clever man. He may be shamming. There's just one infallible test for profound hypnosis. You ready, Dr. Simnel? That will do, Doctor. He couldn't fake insensibility to the knife. I congratulate you, Lydia. Turn round, Mr. Holmes. Now walk to the desk. Sit down.
Take that pen and write what I tell you to write. I have at last found a case which I cannot solve. I have outlived my usefulness. Therefore, I have decided to end my life. Sign your name. Now blot it. Fold it up and put it in your pocket. Come, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Go out onto the terrace.
But it won't look like suicide, sir.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Holmes' injuries must all be self-inflicted. Let's walk a little, Mr. Holmes. It's so pleasant here in the garden. Just step up here onto the terrace. It's a nice, broad terrace. Now turn to the left and walk slowly to the end of the terrace. Don't stop. You must walk to the end, you know. The end leads to an open doorway. You can pass through it in perfect safety. In the room beyond the doorway, you'll find what you've been looking for.
Must you drag this on?
This is the moment I've been anticipating for a long time, my dear. Go on, Mr. Holmes. Through the open doorway, you will find the man responsible for the finger murders and the death of Sir George Fenwick. Professor Moriarty.
Holmes! Stand still.
What a beautiful view, Watson. I'm quite enjoying it.
No, you're not. You're hypnotized. You're under a spell. Stand still. Don't move. Steady, Holmes. Steady does it. Stand perfectly still where you are.
Nonsense, Watson.
You don't know what you're doing.
Of course I know what I'm doing.
You mean you're not hypnotized?
Certainly not.
Then get off the wall, you idiot. Oh, look out! Holmes!
Dear fellow.
What were you doing up there?
Holding the fort until you arrived. What kept you?
Well, I ran into a spot of trouble on my way to Scotland Yard. I was arrested for exceeding the speed limit.
Your luck seems to hold, Mr. Holmes.
I'd hardly call it luck, Professor. You see, I substituted a drug of my own for the one that this dear lady pressed on me.
You are clever, aren't you?
A drug that, although it leaves the subject conscious, renders him quite insensitive to pain. That accounted for my lack of reaction to Dr. Simnel's knife. Well, Gregson, quite an impressive haul. Even Inspector Lestrade himself couldn't have done any better.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes.
Take him away.
All right, put her in the van.
I was right, Mr. Holmes. You are a difficult subject.
Thank you. And now, Professor, our score is settled. Au revoir until I see you on the gallows.
The rope has not been made that'll go around my neck.
Come on.
I'll take care of things, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Inspector.
Come on.
An evil man, Holmes, but what a horrible death.
Better than he deserved.
What are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of all the women who can come and go in safety in the streets of London tonight. The stars keep watching the heavens. And in our own little way, we too, old friend, are privileged to watch over our city.
Sherlock Holmes, post anything there. Sorry, it's talking, but I was just saying, yeah, I'm just showing Sherlock Holmes movies. I love these when I was growing up. And, Basil Rathbone and the guy who played Watson. Oh, God, that was great. Yeah, I just love these films. It's pissing down rain, and I'm just watching old shit. But anyway, nothing beats the intelligence of Sherlock Holmes, you know.
Dartmoor Prison, isolated from the outside world by walls of granite.
They say you could get out of here by merely telling what you know.
You may or may not be another Scotland Yard bloke, but I'll give you the same answer I gave the others. I still have 2 years, 8 months, and 6 days left in which to make musical boxes. That'll be sold at auction for the benefit of this delightful sanctuary. And I intend to serve them.
Move along.
And now we come to the next object on our list, or I should say objects, because there are 3 of them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these can be bought together or separately. Now, these beautiful little musical boxes only arrived this morning, and I didn't intend to put them on the auction block until later, but I'm going to sell them now. So, good friends, as our old pal Mark Antony used to say, lend me your ears. And what do you hear? Right. The beautiful tinkle tinkle of a musical box. What a lovely trinket. What a beautiful gift. Created and made by loving hands. A thing of beauty and utility. I was going to start with £5. It's a bargain, £5. Do I see any hands? If there's a connoisseur in the house, will go £3 for it. £2. £1. 10 shillings. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 shillings is offered for a musical box you couldn't buy anywhere in London for less than £5. It'd be stealing to let it go for 10 shillings. Like taking milk from a baby.
All right, we're selling for 10 shillings.
10 shillings, 10 shillings is offered, 10 shillings is offered, 10 shillings is offered. Then anybody give me £1? Bring me £1?
Oh, won't someone give me £1? £1 is offered, £1 is offered, ladies and gentlemen, £1 is offered. It's against you, sir. Will you go to £2? Will you go to £2, sir?
£2. £2 is offered. £2 is offered. Going once.
Twice. Third and the last call.
Sold to the gentleman for £2.
Sorry, my dear.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, comes the opportunity to purchase an exact duplicate of the beautiful little musical box just bought by this gentleman for the ridiculous low price of £2. Oh, it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Made with the same hands.
You hear that? Isn't that lovely? That tinkle, 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 tinkle. Sounds like Bow Bells to me, you know, with little angels pulling on the rope, eh? Who'll give me £2 for it? Who's starting with £2? Will anybody start with £2? Oh, come, ladies and gentlemen. You know, from your enthusiasm, we might all be in Scotland instead of London.
Please buy it for me, Daddy.
£2, certainly not. We all might be in Scotland. Besides, I don't like his manner.
£1, 10 shillings. £1. £1 is ours. £1 is offered. £1 is offered. Going £1. Any advance? Going once. Going twice. The third and the last call.
Sold to the lady for £1.
Smart bidding, my dear.
Thank you.
We come to the third and last of these beautiful little musical boxes. Exactly the same. Tinkle, tinkle. Isn't that lovely? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't bring you here to gull you and swindle you. This is the exact replica of those 2 I just sold before.
We're closed.
But this is extremely important.
Come in, sir, come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was unfortunately delayed from arriving in time to bid on certain articles which I was rather anxious to obtain.
Or perhaps they weren't sold, sir. We are carrying several things over. What might the articles be, sir?
3 identical musical boxes, about so large.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but they were sold. Pity you weren't here to bid on them. They didn't bring anything like the real value.
I'm most anxious to obtain them. I wonder if your records would show who the purchasers were.
Oh, we don't usually give out that information, sir.
For certain, shall we say, sentimental reasons, I'm most anxious to get in touch with the purchasers. I'd be willing to pay, shall we say, £5.
Well, for certain sentimental reasons, sir, we'd be very happy to oblige. Alfred, today's sales. The 3 musical boxes.
Musical boxes. Oh. Ah, here we are.
The first purchase for £2 from Mr. Julian Emery, 52 Portman Square. Write this address down, Alfred.
Yes, sir.
Second didn't leave any name.
Oh, how unfortunate.
I think she's a dealer. You see, they don't like us to know where the things are going.
On account of the profits.
You say the second purchaser was a woman. Can you give me a description of her?
Oh, she was a young woman, fairly tall, slender, she had a light complexion and dark hair, and she was wearing
A grey suit, don't you remember? That's right. She probably runs a gift shop. She paid £1.
You say she comes here fairly frequently?
No, I didn't say so. But she does, sir. Like as not, she'll come in on Thursday. We have sales on Mondays and Thursdays.
Oh. And the third box?
The third, Mr. William Kilgore, 143B Hampton Way.
For 10 shillings.
Quite a drop from £2.
Mr. Kilgore was a Scotchman.
Oh. Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Oh, thank you, sir. And any time you're passing, dropping, we always have lovely things for sale. How can't you?
Thank you. I'll be back Thursday. The message reached us too late. Musical boxes are being sold. Well, let's get out of here.
Someday you'll go too far.
Reaching for a star, you fool.
Yet a fool may touch a star, Colonel Cavanaugh, if he but reach high enough.
But not possess it as you would.
The musical boxes, they've been sold. What a pity for you, my dear Colonel.
Is it my fault that the message reached us only an hour ago? Is it my fault that they were sold? You can't hold me responsible for that.
Hope for your sake you're right.
They will call upon you tonight at 7:45, a gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Remember that letter, Holmes? It was written over 2 years ago. An interesting case, devilishly interesting. Irene Adler. What a striking-looking woman from the brief glance I had of her. Seems only yesterday. What charm. What poise, and what a mind. Sharp enough and brilliant enough to outwit the great Sherlock Holmes himself.
I take it the new issue of the Strand magazine is out, containing another of your slightly lurid tales.
It is indeed.
And what do you call this one?
I call it A Scandal in Bohemia. Not a bad title, eh?
If you must record my exploits, I do wish you'd put less emphasis on the melodramatic and more on the intellectual issues involved.
More on the what do you mean by that?
Well, I do hope you've given the woman a soul. She had one, you know.
By the woman, I suppose you mean Irene Adler.
Yes. I shall always remember her as the woman.
Come in. I think
That's it, old boy. How are you?
How are you, old boy? I haven't seen you for years. I want you to meet my old friend Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, this is Stinky. In other words, Julian Emery.
How do you do, Mr. Emery? Watson has often spoken of you.
Oh, has he? Yes, we were at school together.
Yes, more years ago than I care to remember, but you didn't come in here just to remind me of that.
No, I just happened to be in the neighborhood and saw your lights burning, so I took the liberty of looking you up. Still writing your mystery stuff?
Yes, there's a new one out this week.
Good, I never miss them.
Oh, good, thanks. I say that bandage makes you look very interesting. Still poking your nose into other people's business as usual? Who hit you?
I haven't the foggiest notion. Somebody knocked me on the head in my own living room, and then proceeded to commit the most idiotic burglary you ever heard of. Fellow must have been balmy as a coot.
Balmy? Why? Come sit down, old boy.
Hey.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Huh? Oh, all right.
I'll go and tell Mrs. Hudson about it.
Yeah.
Why do you say the robbery was idiotic, Mr. Emery?
Oh, simply from the fact that with about £5,000 worth of musical boxes in my living room, the thief, who I caught in the act, made off with one that isn't even worth £5.
I gather you're a collector of musical boxes.
Yes, I am indeed. Some of them are very beautiful, but not the one that was stolen. The thief evidently grabbed the first thing that came to his hand when he heard me coming into the room.
Still, it's rather odd, isn't it, that having disposed of you, he didn't pick up something more valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything unusual about the stolen box?
No, nothing at all. I picked it up in the south of France, several years ago.
You say you have many valuable music boxes, and yet the thief made off with one that isn't worth £5. Sounds like rather an intriguing little problem.
Yes, well, I take it that he was just an ordinary petty thief and didn't know the value.
That is a possible explanation, and yet I venture to say that the average petty thief has a more extensive knowledge of the value of object d'art than the average collector.
Well, anyway, that's Scotland Yard's theory. They didn't get very excited about it.
That's consistent anyway. I wonder if I might see your collection, Mr. Emery.
Oh, of course you could, yes. Nothing a collector likes more than showing off his trophies. When would it suit you?
No time like the present.
Good. My place is just round in Portman Square.
Shall we?
Yes, right.
Hello? Where are you going? Stinky hasn't had his tea yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're going round to my place, where I'm going to give you something better than tea. Now, this one was made for Louis XV, and is one of the very few still in existence from that period, and a particularly fine specimen at that. Charming, isn't it?
Quite.
They all sound to me like a lot of mice running about on a tin roof.
I'm afraid you have no ear for music, Watson.
Give me a good old band playing a rousing march. You have all your silly little tweets. No room. It's just me. Stupid thing. Singing rabbit.
What would you say offhand is the value of a box like that, Mr. Emery?
Well, it's hard to say offhand, but I think we'll bring about £500 or £600 today. It's the gem of my collection.
A thief who steals an oddity like a musical box passes up one worth £500 for one of almost no value at all. Odd. Very odd. What was the stolen box like, Mr. Emery?
Oh, just a plain wooden box about so big. As a matter of fact, I have one over here almost exactly like it. I picked this up yesterday at an auction room in Knightsbridge. Paid only £2 for it. Of course, I wouldn't in the ordinary way add one like this to my collection, but the tune intrigued me. I'd never heard it before. You have a remarkable ear for music, Holmes.
Rather an unusual melody.
Sit down, will you?
Thanks. You say you bought that box at an auction sale yesterday?
Yes, the Gaylord auction rooms in Knightsbridge. Run by old, what's his name?
Crabtree.
That's the man.
At what time was the robbery committed?
Oh, about 3 o'clock this morning.
You know, Mr. Emery, that box and the robbery might well be cause and effect, especially since you say that the stolen box outwardly resembles this one a great deal. And Scotland Yard were not particularly interested, eh?
Oh, yes, but I wouldn't blame him for that, especially as I told him I was quite unable to describe the thief. Except, of course, for the fact that it was definitely a man.
All you remember is that you came in here and someone struck you on the head.
Yes, the next thing I knew, my man was trying to revive me.
It might be wise for you to put that box away somewhere and lock it up.
Oh, I don't think that's necessary. Besides, everything's insured.
Well, at least if any further attempts at robbery are made, I'd suggest that you call the police rather than running into any personal danger.
Oh, come, Holmes, aren't you being a bit of an alarmist?
Possibly.
Well, Mr. Gray, with old Stinky, seems to me you are making rather a mountain out of a molehill.
Molehill is the word, old boy, and it's time you were in bed. Thanks so much for letting us see your place.
All the best. It's been glad meeting you.
Holmes, I can't understand why you were so mysterious. Seems to me the petty thief explanation was the only sensible one.
Really?
I can't see how you can believe it was anything else.
I didn't say I believed it to be anything else. The petty thief theory is the obvious one, I grant you. However, it's often a mistake to accept something as true merely because it's obvious. The truth is only arrived at by the painstaking process of eliminating the untrue. We are not able to do that in this case without further data.
Rubbish, you're pulling my leg. You're trying to turn a tuppenny halfpenny robbery into an international plot.
No, I'm not. I just hope that your friend Stinky is a little more cautious in the future, just in case.
Hello? Yeah? Julian Emery here. Who? Why, of course I remember you, Mrs. Courtney. Yes, you're the one bright spot at that appallingly dull affair of Lady Sanford's. Huh? Of course it isn't too late to come round. Yes, I shall be delighted to give you a drink. I tell you what, come straight up and I'll leave the door unlatched. Right, well, 15 minutes? Good. I shall be counting each moment. No, I mean that, really. Right, goodbye. Boo!
Oh, you startled me.
Did I?
Yes.
Must be the pixie in me.
I know I shouldn't have called you so late, but I was at a party just around the corner, and I remembered your invitation to see your collection of musical boxes.
My dear Mrs. Courtney, pleasure is all the greater for being so unexpected.
My friends call me Hilda.
Thanks. Mine called me Stinky.
Thank you, how quaint. Oh, what a perfectly wonderful collection of musical boxes. You know, when you told me you had a collection, I had no idea it was so attractive.
Yes, they appeal to the ear as well as to the eye.
Oh, what a plain little one. Why, it looks just like a country cousin amid all this grandeur.
No, you mustn't underestimate the country cousin. I only last night a burglar broke in here, and with all these to choose from, went off with one very much like it.
Really?
Yes, I don't mind the loss of the box so much, but I do resent this crack on the skull.
But it makes you look so interesting.
Oh, do you think so? It's funny, that's what old Fatso said.
That's so?
I mean, Dr. Watson. He was here this evening with a friend, Mr. Holmes. He's interested in my collection, too.
Sherlock Holmes?
Yes. Do you know him?
I've heard of him.
Yes, he seems to think I'm in some sort of danger.
What a haunting tune. It takes me right back to my childhood.
Really? You know, it's odd that you should be interested in that particular musical box.
Odd? Why?
Because Mr. Holmes is also interested in it.
He may have been more interested in the tune than in the box.
My dear, yes, that's right. I remember now. He whistled it note for note, having heard it only once.
Really? He must be a remarkable man.
Bit of an alarmist, if you ask me.
Don't you believe in warnings?
Of course not. Who'd want a box like that?
I would.
You're not serious.
Oh, but I am.
Well, you put me in a very awkward position. I'm a collector, you know. And the collector buys but never sells.
But if the price were high enough.
The price has nothing to do with it. It's the principle of the thing. Yes, well, we haven't had our drink.
No, thanks. I must be getting along.
Must you really?
I'm afraid so.
You're not walking out on me, are you?
My reputation. Stinky.
I say, you know, you are an attractive woman.
Thanks. fool. I told you to wait outside. What did you have to kill him for? All I had to do was walk out with this.
He held you in his arms.
Don't touch him. Don't touch anything. Now get out.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry. What about me? This is murder. What about Scotland Yard? What about Sherlock Holmes? Now get out!
Did you get it? Good. Did you have any trouble with him?
Just a matter of murder.
Ah, Mr. Holmes.
Hopkins.
Thanks for coming so promptly. Inspector Lestrade suggested that I call through to you.
Mr. Emery was a client of Mr. Holmes, Inspector.
Indeed. You didn't mention that when I telephoned you, Mr. Holmes.
Well, not exactly a client, Inspector. Sergeant Thompson?
He was killed between the hours of 11 and 2 o'clock this morning, Mr. Holmes.
Must have been someone he knew, someone of whom he had no suspicion.
Poor old Stinky. It's all my fault. I should have prevented this.
Well, it's no time to start talking about that now, Doctor.
Apparently it's gone. That's the second attempt on the musical box that Emery bought at the auction sale. And this time it was successful.
But that box was only worth £2.
It was worth a man's life, Watson. I think we'd better pay a visit to Gaylord's auction room and that fellow Crabtree. Inspector, may I suggest that you make a complete search of this flat for a small, plain, musical box about that size? Thank you. Come on, Watson. You say the first box went to Mr. Julian Emery, the second to Mr. Kilgore, 143B Hampton Way, and the third to the unidentified young lady who presumably has a shop and lives near Golders Green.
That's right, Mr. Holmes.
Isn't it rather strange, Mr. Crabtree, that you should have had 3 identical musical boxes all playing the same tune? Where'd they come from?
Dartmoor Prison.
Dartmoor?
Yeah, we get a regular shipment from there every month. The inmates manufacture them. Well, they make all kinds of things, you know, pipe racks, waste paper baskets, musical boxes.
Did you happen to notice if anyone showed any particular interest during the auction in the purchasers of these 3 boxes? Oh, come now, Mr. Crabtree. This is very literally a matter of life and death.
Well, since you put it that way, Mr. Holmes, there was a gentleman came in here about an hour after closing time, and he was in an awful state, he was. He gave me £5 to tell him where the boxes had gone to. He said they had a sentimental value for him, sir.
Expensive sentiment.
Can you describe him?
He was tall, distinguished looking, and he had grey hair and a moustache. Oh, he's quite a gentleman, sir.
Now, what was his reaction when you were unable to supply him with the address of the young lady who owned the shop?
I told him the young lady usually come back on Thursday. He said he'd come back on Thursday. Now, that's tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. You've been very helpful. Thank you. Come on, Watson.
Where are we going now, Holmes?
To the home of Mr. Kilgore, the man who bought the 3rd box.
But hang it all, Holmes, how do you know those other 2 musical boxes are of any importance?
I don't, but I certainly have no intention of waiting until the owners are murdered to find out.
No one at home.
I hope that's the explanation.
I'll have a look through this window. Doesn't seem to be anyone there. The whole place seems deserted as far as I can see.
Yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Kilgore at home?
No.
When do you expect them?
Oh, in an hour or so. There's no use you're hanging about. They don't buy nothing from peddlers.
Peddlers? My good woman, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes? Oh, go on.
Do you mind if we come in and wait? My business is rather urgent.
Well, I've got to go out and do my shopping. And I don't know if Mrs. Kilgore'd like any strangers nosing about.
Quite all right, I assure you.
Well, I've got to be off. You two wait in the parlor. And no smoking either. Mrs. Kilgore says it smells up the house.
Funny old girl, Holmes.
Park Lane.
Park Lane? And what would the likes of you be doing in Park Lane?
Now, don't worry about the fare, Ducky. If you knows how to get to Park Lane, up it.
You know, Holmes, I've been thinking. There must have been something hidden in that box of old Stinky's. Stolen jewelry, possibly. What's up, Holmes?
Listen.
What's just the steam in the water pipes?
Watson!
Great Scott! Come on, Holmes. Get on the chair here.
It's all right, my dear. There. Now, don't worry. It's all over.
There you are, dear. Don't cry anymore.
She tied me up and shut me in the cupboard.
I know. She won't come back. Did you show her your new musical box?
Yes, she said she wanted to hear it play, and as soon as I showed it to her, she grabbed all of it.
I know. Now, don't worry. We'll buy you a new musical box.
Yes, my dear, the best one in London.
Watson. Oh, what a fool I've been.
What do you mean, Holmes?
She took the musical box out of this house in that market basket, right under our very noses.
Why could the Kilgore charwoman want to take the music box?
She isn't the Kilgore charwoman. She's a consummate actress. An extremely clever, unscrupulous woman who will stop at nothing. Take care of the child, will you, Wolfella, till her parents get back. Explain everything to them.
Of course I will. But, Holmes, where are you going?
Somewhere, somehow, I must get to the young lady who bought that third musical box before our opponents find her. I only hope that I won't be too late.
Oh, no, darling, you mustn't cry anymore. Now, cheer up. Would you like to hear old Uncle make a noise like a duck? Oh, sorry.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, how much am I offered for this beautiful lace Dresden china figurine? A lady of the French court. Now, this is the genuine article. What a beautiful ornament for your mantelpiece. Or you could use it as a centerpiece on the dining room table. Now, will somebody start me for £10? Will somebody start me for £10? £8? £7? All right, £5 is offered, £5 is offered, £5 is offered, £5.10, £5.15, £5.15. £6 is offered, £6, going once, going twice. The third and the last call, have you all done? Sold to the lady from Twickenham for £6. Next, we have a real museum piece, ladies and gentlemen. A fine 19th century doll. The costume an exact replica of the holiday clothes worn by the Hungarian peasant women. Now, ladies and gentlemen, an article like this would cost you from £15 to £20 in a West End shop. I'm not going to ask for anything like that. Who'll give me £2 for it? £2. Anybody offer me £2? £2 for the Hungarian? £2? £1. What? Anybody give me £1? Anybody offer me £1 for the doll? £1 is offered, ladies and gentlemen. £1 is offered. Now, I'm not going to waste your valuable time or mine in trying to get one half of what this beautiful doll is worth. If the young lady can steal it for £1, that's her good fortune. So it's going once, it's going twice, the third and last call. Any more? Sold to the young lady for £1. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I draw your attention to something which may be a great surprise to you, worthy of any collection. The only other one like it is in the British Museum. It's a Ming vase of the 7th dynasty. This vase lay in a large collection somewhere outside Rome for over 2 centuries, I understand. It was discovered there by the noted antiquarian, Sir Andrew Coppleston. Now, some of you may remember Sir Andrew Coppleston. Besides being a noted traveler and antiquarian, he's also a gentleman rider.
The girl with the parcel in her hands, that's her.
Are you sure that's the girl?
Well, she fits perfectly the auctioneer's description.
Follow her, Hamid.
It's lovely, dear.
And only £1. We can get at least 3 for it.
Easily. I'll go make some tea.
I could do with a cup.
Right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm looking for a birthday gift for a 7-year-old girl. What would you suggest?
We have some lovely dolls. Now, this Hungarian
I think
peasant-
she has enough dolls already.
Books are always welcome.
Well, I'm looking for something a little different.
Well, that's rather cute. What is it?
Well, that's a musical box. Children always love them. And this is an exceptionally nice one. It plays many tunes.
Have you any others?
Yes. If you'll just step this way. I have only 2 left.
How nice. Are you sure this is all you have?
I'm sorry. They're rather hard to find, you know. That's our entire allotment. I did have one other, but I sold it earlier this afternoon. But it was only a plain wooden one. It wouldn't have been a very nice gift for a child.
Really? Do you happen to know who the purchaser was?
Why, yes. He left his card, just in case anyone should inquire for him.
How interesting. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to look a bit further. Thank you anyway.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Heavy! Follow that cab.
Here now, what?
Scotland Yard.
Hop in.
Sherlock Holmes. I might have known.
We thought we were the hunters, instead of which we're the hunted.
We've been fools. We've played right into his hands. Of course. He's had us followed. Don't look. The man in front of the toy shop. Hamid, turn sharp right at the next corner and again at the next.
No photograph of her, Commissioner, as I expected. She's not a known criminal.
But how do you expect to know if you do find her? After all, she was disguised as a charwoman.
Don't worry, old fellow. If I ever see her again, I'll recognize her.
Well, it won't be long till we know who they are and from where they operate. Who's covering them?
Sergeant Thompson's following them, sir. They won't get away from him. He's a good man.
We could have arrested them at Clifford's toy shop if we had any proof.
But we know that they killed Emra.
Proof, my dear fellow. We must have proof.
We have x-rayed it, sir. There's nothing whatever concealed in the box.
We'll have a look at the plates.
There must be some clue. And it's probably so obvious that we've all overlooked it.
Seems to me we're up against a bunch of lunatics.
Not lunatics, my dear fellow. Extremely astute, cold-blooded murderers.
What can these little musical boxes have in them that's so important? Don't forget, they were made in Dartmoor prison. You can smuggle stuff into prison, but not out.
Do you want us to break the box apart, sir, to see if there's anything the x-ray hasn't caught?
No, not yet.
Do you mind if I take it?
Certainly.
Thanks.
The governor of Dartmoor Prison informed us, sir, in answer to Mr. Holmes' question, that all 3 musical boxes were made by the same convict, John Davidson, serving a 7-year term, sir.
Davidson?
The Bank of England plates.
That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Now we're getting somewhere. Wait a minute. How did you know about the plates, Mr. Holmes?
I'm a student of crime, Inspector. I make it my business to know about such things. And when the name of Davidson was mentioned...
Well, who is this fellow Davidson?
As long as Mr. Holmes seems to know all about it already, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. 2 years ago in London, there occurred a robbery of such tremendous importance, although the stolen articles themselves have no intrinsic value whatsoever, that the Home Secretary was instrumental in seeing that not a word of it appeared in any newspaper.
But you never told me anything about this, Holmes.
You were away at the time.
Articles of no intrinsic value and yet of such importance? I don't understand.
Davidson was apprehended within 15 minutes of committing the theft. But by that time, he'd hidden the articles in question and they've yet to be found.
Before going further, Dr. Watson, I must inform you that this matter is not to be mentioned outside of this room.
Of course not. Do I look like a man who'd gossip?
Let's not go into that now, old fellow, shall we? Davidson had been employed for years in a position of extreme trust by the engravings department of the Bank of England. The articles he stole were nothing less than a complete duplicate set of plates for printing £5 notes.
What? The Bank of England's own plates?
Precisely. And with those plates, a gang of crooks could flood England with £5 notes, not forged in the usual sense of the word, but notes undetectable from genuine Bank of England notes in any way whatsoever.
Good heavens.
Any whisper at all might have resulted in enormous damage in shaking public confidence in the Treasury.
We tried everything after we arrested Davidson. Offered him a shorter sentence if he'd tell us where he'd hidden the plates. Why, we even put in Scotland Yard men with him as cellmates, but no results.
Obviously, Davidson is a man of strong character and infinite patience. Yet suddenly he feels impelled to smuggle out the secret of the hiding place of the plates to his confederates. Why?
I don't understand, Mr. Holmes.
Well, for example, has the Bank of England made any plans to radically change the design of the £5 note so that in, say, 7 years from now, notes made from the stolen plates would be worthless?
Confidentially, Mr. Holmes, such a move was discussed. But replacing all the £5 notes in circulation would be such a Herculean task that nothing's been done about it as yet.
I see. Of course, there is another possible explanation. Davidson didn't have much time to find a hiding place before he was captured. He may be afraid that the plates will be accidentally discovered before he's released. Hence his anxiety to communicate their whereabouts to his confederates as soon as possible.
I believe you've hit it, Mr. Holmes.
I'm sure that the message is contained in this musical box. Or rather, in all 3 musical boxes, since possession of all 3 seems to be essential. Our opponents have 2/3 of the puzzle, we have 1/3.
Well, what are you going to do, Holmes?
Try to deduce the message from the 1/3 that we have. It's the same tune as the one played by Emery's musical box. And yet it's different.
Sounds the same to me.
The tune. Somehow the tune is the key to the mystery. It must be the tune. Otherwise, why use 3 musical boxes to convey the message? Why not collar boxes or shoe boxes?
Yes? Oh, it's for you, Inspector.
Oh, thank you, sir. Inspector Hopkins speaking. What? Where? Golders Green Station reports they've just found Sergeant Thompson's body. From the tire marks on his clothes, he was apparently run over by a taxi.
What an unfortunate accident.
Not an accident, my dear fellow. I'm afraid it's murder.
Oh, you never know just who you're going to meet when you're walking down a busy London street. Mrs. Hawkins, Mrs. Brown, any subject of the crowd. Oh, you never know just who you're going to meet. So you better hold your topper in your hand, just in case you meet a lady on the Strand. Girls will think you're kind of sweet, and your day will be complete. Oh, you never know just who you're going to meet. Now, a gentleman is judged by his appearance. Yes, a gentleman is judged by how he talks. Now, he's much better off when he's acting like a toff, especially if he's taking him a walk.
What on earth is this outlandish place?
A rendezvous for actors.
Actors?
Buskers, old boy. You've seen them 1,000 times. Actors who entertain the queues, waiting outside theaters.
You never know just who you're going to meet when you're walking down a busy London street. So you better wear your best, velvet eyes to look your best, 'cause you never know just who you're going to meet. So you better keep your manners right in view, just in case a lion gives a how you do. Keep your trousers in a pleat, shine your shoes and keep them neat, 'cause you never know just who you're going to meet.
Blimey. Mr. Holmes.
How are you, Joe?
Never met him. And yourself?
Fine, thank you. I want you to meet a friend of mine, Dr. Watson, Joe's sister.
Oh, well, any friend of Mr. Holmes is a friend of mine.
Hi, Joe.
He did me a good turn once that I'll never forget.
Yes, I cleared Joe of a most unpleasant charge.
Murder, no less.
Oh, really? By proving to the satisfaction of the police that he was busy at the time blowing open someone's safe.
That's right, Governor.
Good gracious me. Joe, now you can help me.
Come on, buzz off, buzz off. Come on, up it, up it. Can't a gentleman have some peace and quiet around here? And you too. There you are, Mr. Holmes. Now we can have some peace and quiet around here.
Thank you, Joe. There's £5 in this for you.
Well, I wouldn't want to take it on myself, sir, but I can get somebody to do it for you for half of that.
You don't know what the job is yet.
For £5? Murder, ain't it?
What? No, Joe, not murder, just music. I want you to identify a song for me.
Oh, there ain't a song that's been written that I don't know.
That's why I came to you. Of course, the violin is more my instrument, but, oh, well, here we go. Now listen to this, Joe.
Wait a minute. You're playing that wrong. That should be E natural, not E flat.
You know the song?
Oh, yes. It's an old Australian song called The Swag Man. But you're playing it all wrong.
That's what I hoped you'd say. Now listen again, Joe.
That's the same tune, all right. But you're making different mistakes than you did the first time.
No, not mistakes, Joe. Call them variations. Here, play the song for me, will you? The way it's written.
There you are.
Thank you, Joe.
What's it mean, Holmes? You onto something?
Perhaps. I don't know yet. It's probably a code of some sort. Joe, could you write the song down for me? The way it was originally written?
Oh, sure, Mr. Holmes. But it'll take a few minutes. Here, ladle. Pale ale. Come on, up to it. Along with it.
Well, obviously it isn't the lyrics. No combination of those words made any sense at all.
The variations in the way Emery's musical box played the tune are different from the variations in the one we have.
You sure?
Quite. You see, I took the trouble to memorize the tune as played by Emery's box that night we were with him in his flat.
Holmes, you amaze me.
Elementary, my dear fellow. One of the first principles in solving crime is never to disregard anything, no matter how trivial.
But why the 3 boxes? Why not 1?
Because the message was obviously too long to be conveyed by any one variation. Then there's the 3rd box, the one that woman took from the Kilgores. That contains yet another set of variations.
Yes, well, it's all beyond me.
Well, all we have to do now is to find the secret of the variations. Not a very easy problem to solve, my dear fellow. Hello.
What's up?
We've had company.
I say, this is outrageous.
Ask Mrs. Hudson to come in here, will you?
Right. Mrs. Hudson?
Yes?
Oh, there you are. Will you come up here at once, please?
Coming, sir.
Mercy me, Mr. Holmes. What has happened?
Who called while we were out, Mrs. Hudson?
Just a young lady. The one who said you wanted her to wait for you. And a nice-looking old gentleman with
Our
her.
friends again, Watson.
Friends?
What did the young lady look like?
Oh, I couldn't see her face. She had a heavy black veil on. But she had such a nice way with her. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, if I've done anything wrong. But you did say I should always let clients come in and wait for you.
Don't worry, Mrs. Hudson, don't worry. You had no way of knowing. It's quite all right, quite all right. Now, don't worry, Mrs. Hudson.
Don't worry. Well, where on earth's the musical box?
They didn't get it.
Didn't get it? Where is it?
It's in your hand. Huh? In that biscuit jar. Take the biscuits off the top. Now put your hand inside, and you'll find the music box.
Well done, Holmes. Well done. Amazing. Phew, nice fresh smell. Like a pub after closing time. I say, Holmes,
What?
it's morning.
Allow me to congratulate you on a brilliant bit of deduction. It's not a transposition, not a polygraph transposition, not a trigraph, nor any known form of decoding.
How about the Morse code? Have you tried that?
Yes, at about 3 o'clock this morning.
I'm sorry, old man. I was only trying to help. Oh, do me a favor. Not again. Must have heard that thing 1,000 times. Kept me awake all night.
Not a very distinguished composition, I grant you.
You know perfectly well I don't know one tune from the other. When I was a kid, my people tried to have me taught the piano. I've always felt sorry for that old teacher of mine. The poor old girl finally reached the point of numbering the keys for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Even then, I never progressed beyond it.
Numbering the keys, Watson. The 19th key of the keyboard is the 19th letter of the alphabet. S. Here. Write it down when I give it to you, old fellow, will you? The first altered note. Write S first. Now, the 8th key is H. The 5th key, E. The 12th key, L. The 6th key, F.
S-H-E-L-F. Shelf.
Your piano lessons were not in vain, old fellow. You've solved it. Thank you.
Thanks, old man. Hold it.
We now have 2/3 of the message. Behind books, 3rd shelf, secretary, Dr. S. Presumably, these are the first and second portions of the message.
And this gang has the first and third parts of it.
Precisely.
Then it's a stalemate?
Yes, Commissioner, but we can't leave it like that. There's no doubt in my mind that they'll try to secure our third of the message that's missing.
Well, I assume you've taken every precaution to guard the Clifford music.
Oh, yes, it's carefully hidden at Baker Street with Dr. Watson on guard. However, I'm reasonably certain that, difficult as it may be, we can find the plates even without the missing part of the message.
Behind books, 3rd shelf, secretary, Dr. S.
Well, outside of the fact that Davidson hid the Bank of England plate somewhere in London, Mr. Holmes, I don't see that we've progressed at all.
Allow me to point out to you, sir, the key words, Dr. S. It looks as if the plates were hidden in the house of the doctor. Whether S stands for his first or last initial remains to be determined by a process of elimination.
Well, there must be 10,000 doctors in London with S for a first or last initial.
Precisely. And every one of them will have to be questioned in person. That's why I say this is a task for Scotland Yard.
It's a task, all right. But Scotland Yard has searched worse haystacks and found a needle.
Well, for the time being, I'll leave the matter in your hands, gentlemen.
We'll call you if and when we get a lead on our mysterious Dr. S.
In the meantime, I intend to follow up a little clue concerning a cigarette. You're certain of the identification of the tobacco?
Absolutely. I have made up this special blend for only 3 customers. It is almost pure Egyptian, with admixture of latakia for added body, and a pinch of perique. Merely a whisper, as one might say, for elusive fragrance.
Yes. And the 3 customers?
Major Wilson in Bombay, India. Mrs. Catherine Leamington Smith in Ireland.
Yes, and the 3rd?
Mrs. Hilda Courtney of Park Mansions, Bryanston Square.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You've been most helpful.
It is a pleasure to have been of service, Mr. Holmes.
Yes?
Mrs. Courtney?
Yes.
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Do come in.
Thank you.
I've heard of you, of course, Mr. Holmes. I believe we have a mutual friend in Sir Edward Brookdale. He's spoken to me of you quite often.
Indeed.
And to what good fortune am I indebted for this visit?
I think you know Mrs. Courtney.
Well, I did get a summons for speeding last week. But outside of that, I don't think I'm of any interest to the police.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Courtney. You seem to forget that you and I have met before.
I'm sorry. I'm sure I would have remembered meeting the great Sherlock Holmes. Please sit down.
Thank you.
You say we met before.
Yes. At the home of Mr. and Mrs. Kilgore, 143B Hampton Road.
Kilgore? I don't think I know anyone of that name.
Well, I didn't say you knew them. As a matter of fact, you called on them when they were out.
I don't understand, Mr. Holmes.
Really? And you were dressed rather differently.
Indeed. Cigarette?
Thank you. Thank you. You know, Mrs. Courtney, people generally forget, in assuming a disguise, that the shape of the ear is an almost infallible means of recognition and identification to the trained eye.
Evidently, you've mistaken me for someone else.
Oh, no, not at all. Though naturally, I expected your denial. But when you paid your visit to my rooms at Baker Street, you carelessly left behind another identification. They're identical, aren't they?
Yes, I must admit they are. You see, Mr. Holmes, to catch one as clever as you, I had to use a very special lure. I knew you'd be unable to resist the bait of my cigarette, having read with great interest your monograph on the ashes of 140 different varieties of tobacco.
I should advise you not to move, Mr. Holmes.
I must congratulate you on your ingenuity, Mrs. Courtney. It was indeed a brilliantly designed trap.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Praise from a master is indeed gratifying. I shall always cherish the memory of your flattering words.
Memory?
Precisely. I'm afraid these gentlemen have a most regrettable task to perform.
Unless, of course, you care to turn over the missing musical box with your pledge to take no action against us in the future.
I'm afraid that will be impossible.
I thought that would be your answer. Hamid! Careful! Careful. There's no need to be unnecessarily rough with our distinguished guests.
You realize, Mr. Holmes, that your demise will not take place here. The corpus delicti, you know.
Well, naturally.
Shall we go?
It's so fearfully awkward having a dead body lying about. Don't you agree, Mr. Holmes?
Another dead body shouldn't weigh too heavily on your conscience, Mrs. Courtney. You mind if I have a cigarette?
Don't see why not. Be careful, Hamid.
It's the brakes, they bind. Thank you, Colonel Kavanagh. It's very considerate of you.
You'll be happy to know, Mr. Holmes, that your death will be a painless one. Hamid, attach this to the motor of the taxi. That little attachment, my dear Mr. Holmes, contains the deadly fluid known as monosulfide. The Germans use it with gratifying results in removing their undesirables. Start the motor. Tape his mouth. Now, up with him, Hamid. You find yourself like Muhammad's coffin, Mr. Holmes, suspended between heaven and earth. Plenty of fuel in the tank? Good. It would be too bad to have anything go wrong through so simple an oversight.
Yeah? Good afternoon.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
No, I'm Dr. Watson.
Oh, of course, Dr. Watson. How stupid of me.
Oh, so, this is stupid of me. Won't you come in?
Well, I really came to see Mr. Holmes.
Oh, I'm afraid he's out. I don't know when he'll be back. Perhaps there's something I can do. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
You know, Sherlock Holmes and I have been engaged on a great many cases.
Oh, really?
Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, this very moment, we're involved in one of the most baffling... Oh, well, won't you tell me your trouble? I may be able to help you.
That's very kind of you, Dr. Watson. Perhaps if I wouldn't be imposing too much.
Imposing? Oh, there's no imposition at all. A pleasure, I assure you. Now, tell me all about it, Miss
Williams.
Mrs. Williams.
I live in Surrey, Dr. Watson, and I've come up to London in sheer desperation. My only sister has disappeared, and the local police seem utterly unable to find her.
Well, Holmes and I solved a case exactly like that once. Very interesting, as far as I remember. I call it the adventure of the solitary cyclist. Oh, sorry. Now I come to think of it, it wasn't so very similar. Entirely different. I think what I was saying. Where were we?
She's only 17, Dr. Watson, and until she disappeared last Thursday, she seemed to be in the best of spirits.
Well, possibly a romantic entanglement?
Oh, no, nothing of the sort. She left no note, didn't even pack a bag, no explanation. She just started to walk to the village from our house in broad daylight and simply vanished from the face of the earth.
Oh, there.
Might I have a glass of water?
Please, glass of water. Have one minute. There you are, my dear.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
No, you're not to cry anymore. You must pull yourself together.
I feel much better already knowing that you're going to help me. Oh, Dr. Watson, look!
Good heavens! Get through the fire brigade, quickly!
Haven't you a fire extinguisher?
By Jove, we have in the kitchen. Don't you worry, Miss Williams. We'll have this thing out in no time. That's got it. It's a mare. Well, you see, there was no need for the fire brigade after all. I hope you weren't too frightened, Miss Williams. Oh, gone. That's the trouble with women. They always lose their heads in an emergency. Well, a musical box. Great Scott! Miss Williams!
Well, good.
And Holmes?
By now, Mr. Holmes has no doubt exchanged his violin for a harp.
Always assuming that heaven is his destination. And now that we have the missing musical box. Nineteenth note. 19th letter.
Yes.
He hasn't been there, you say? Holmes, where on earth have you been? I've been trying to get you at the club, at Scotland Yard, all over London.
You're looking for me in the wrong places.
Holmes, terrible things happened. I've been duped. That woman, she made a complete fool of me.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, she came here, let off a smoke bomb. I thought the whole place was on fire, and my first thought was to save the musical box.
No need to say any more. She has the box.
Yes.
Don't blame yourself too much, old fellow. She is an extremely clever antagonist. Smoke bomb, you said? Well, you can console yourself with the thought that your charming friend is at least a reader of yours.
What do you mean?
If I remember correctly, you wrote about my little experiment with smoke and the cry of fire in a story you entitled A Scandal in Bohemia, which has just appeared in the Strand magazine.
All right, old boy. Don't rub it in.
Well, it may cheer you up to know that you made a fool of me, too. That cigarette stub was planted here for one express purpose. We're going to bandaging around this place.
Bandaging? What's the matter, Holmes? You hurt?
Explanations will have to wait until later. At the moment, we're faced with a problem which I fear is insurmountable.
Come over here, old boy, will you?
Right. Our opponents are in possession of all three parts of the code. And here are we, while the Bank of England plates pass into their possession.
Cheer up, old fellow, cheer up. As Dr. Samuel Johnson once said, there's no problem the mind of man can set that the mind of man cannot solve.
What's that, old fellow?
I was just quoting Dr. Samuel Johnson. He said there is
Thank you, Watson. Thank you.
Leaving the front reception room, we come into the main hall, where Dr. Johnson was in the habit of passing through to have his meager meals in the dining room opposite, in company with his friend and biographer, James Boswell. We will now pass up the stairway, which remains in its natural wood finish, just as it was when the good doctor was here. The framed etching on the wall is believed to have been presented to Dr. Johnson by the distinguished painter, Sir Joshua Reynolds.
I've been told here that picture was given in by Mrs. Thrale, and it's definitely not a Reynolds.
Is that important, my dear? Oh, I'm sorry.
This way, ladies and gentlemen, please, this way.
Move along, children, move along.
The secretary's not on this floor.
Patience, Hamid.
I have a feeling
My
that...
dear Colonel, with Sherlock Holmes out of the way, what could go wrong?
And here we have the Garrett Library, in which Dr. Johnson wrote his famous dictionary, and in which you will see also many of the great man's books and other items of interest. Step forward, ladies and gentlemen, please step forward. Standing in the corner is the secretary, which contains many of the original works by the literary genius. On this table, Dr. Johnson's cat, Hodge, used to sleep while his master worked. A strange thing about this cat, ladies and gentlemen, was its love of oysters. They do say that the dear doctor often went hungry to find the cat that delicacy. What a pity. Now we will visit the grey room, which is immediately below us, in which you will see the very bed in which Dr. Johnson died.
What did he die of?
Gout. Just gout. This way, ladies and gentlemen. Mind the steps, please.
No keys.
Third shelf up. The knife. Gentlemen, the Bank of England plates.
Well, Mrs. Courtney, so we meet again. No, I shouldn't do that if I were you, Colonel Cavanaugh.
I must congratulate you, Mr. Holmes. You're far more clever than I thought.
Thank you, Mrs. Courtney. Praise from you is indeed gratifying. I shall always cherish the memory of your flattering words.
Memory? Oh, thank you.
And now I have a most regrettable task to perform.
Holmes! Coming, Holmes! Holmes, you all right?
Perfectly, thank you, old fellow, but I think this gentleman on the floor requires some medical attention. We must see that he looks his best, you know, when he's hanged.
Take them in charge.
A brilliant antagonist. It's a pity her talents were so misdirected. Will you see that these plates are returned to the Bank of England, Inspector?
I still don't understand how you solved it, Mr. Holmes.
It's entirely due to Dr. Watson. He gave me the clue when he mentioned Dr. Samuel Johnson.
Well, congratulations, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. I don't think I'd have done it entirely without Mr. Holmes's help, you know.
The Star of Rhodesia is one of the most famous of the Earth's treasures. First touched by the fingers of the humble Kaffir, it would have been better had it never been found. For all those who possessed it came to sudden and violent death. Our story opens in London, within the sound of Bow Bells. In the shadow of Tower Bridge is the carpenter's shop of Mock and Son, coffin makers.
A beautiful job, if I may say so.
You'll be sure to have it at the undertaker's in time.
Of course.
The Scotch Express leaves Euston Station at 7:30 tonight. That leaves very little time for the arrangement of the body.
Your mother, is it not?
Yes.
You are taking her to Scotland?
Yes, Edinburgh. Her home. Oh. Thank you. Rather a nuisance. Traveling by train. Ain't it?
Up it, you. Go on, get on about your business.
I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Holmes?
Hello.
I was afraid you wouldn't get here in time.
I was studying the faces of our fellow passengers. Fascinating hobby, and sometimes most enlightening. Lady Margaret is aboard the train, I presume?
Oh, yes, Mother's expecting you. I've reserved a compartment for you and your friend, Dr. Watson. As a matter of fact, it's in this coach here, just ahead of the luggage van.
Day coach?
Yes, the sleepers are all taken. Mother wasn't interested in a bed so much as she wasn't getting to Edinburgh.
So naturally, it wasn't very difficult to persuade her to travel in a day coach.
Exactly. It had been open to take on additional passengers.
So I observed.
I say, it was awfully decent of you to come, considering the fact that I was so secretive about it all.
My dear Mr. Carstairs, there was no need for secrecy. I already knew.
You knew that Mother insisted on bringing the Star of Rhodesia with her to London?
And that while here, an attempt has been made to steal it.
Did Scotland Yard tell you that?
Oh, no, my dear Mr. Carstairs. But the fact that your mother owns the famous diamond is common knowledge. She came down to London to attend the reception of Buckingham Palace and quite naturally wore the Star of Rhodesia. You want me to accompany you back to your home in Edinburgh. Therefore, an attempt must have been made to steal the Star of Rhodesia while you were here in London.
It seems simple the way you explain it, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll wait here for my friend, Dr. Watson. I can't think what's keeping him.
Mother and I will be expecting you. Oh, could I take this for you?
Oh, I'd be much obliged. Thank you.
We'll be in compartment E.
Yes.
Ticket, please. Here's your carriage, sir.
Well, 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 look who's here. Inspector Lestrade. Why, Mr. Holmes. Taking your trip, Inspector? Fishing, eh? Bit of an holiday. Ah, that's very nice. Trout? Huh? Oh, yes, yeah. Rather large rods for trout, aren't they? Salmon, perhaps? Well, as a matter of fact, I'm going mostly for the rest. As a matter of fact, you're on a job for Scotland Yard, aren't you?
I trust this is the right carriage.
This is where we take care of the overflow, sir.
Oh, I see.
Porter will take your bags.
I'll carry this myself if you don't mind.
Ready to go, sir.
7:30, eh?
We always leave on time. Mind your head, sir.
Watson!
Coming, Holmes!
Watson!
All right, Holmes, I'm coming!
I think of I think go. Thank you for your timely assistance. Really, Watson, aren't you a little stout for this sort of thing?
Rubbish. I deal weight for a man of my age. Ran into an old friend of mine, Duncan Bleak. Late of the 12th Indian Lancers, or Major Duncan Blake, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, sir? Delightful. I've heard quite a lot about you.
India, eh?
Retired 15 years ago.
As a matter of fact, we were reminiscing about India. Didn't realize how late it was. Stays light so long these days, we almost missed the train.
Yes, so I observed.
In here, sir.
Right.
Thank you. Doctor, would you care to join me in a glass of whiskey and a dash of soda before dinner?
No, man, it's a good idea. What's it all about, Holmes?
Did you ever hear of Lady Margaret Carstairs' famous diamond, the Star of Rhodesia?
There was something in last week's text about the old girl being in London with the bauble, wasn't there, Holmes?
Yes, there was. She's on this train. That's why we're here, to see that this bauble, as you call it, gets safely back into its vault at Edinburgh.
Sounds to me, pardon me, sounds to me like a police routine job.
That's where you're on, old fellow. An attempt to make away with in London was unsuccessful. The second attempt will, in all probability, be made on this train.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, it seems more than likely that the people who planned the first attempt will not be discouraged by one failure and will stop at nothing to ensure success the second time.
Sounds like Lestrade's cup of tea to me.
Lestrade, he's on this train.
Oh, is he?
Giving an excellent imitation of Isaac Walton. And here we are.
Pardon, gents.
So come in, Mr. Holmes.
My friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
I thought it better to engage Mr. Holmes after what happened in London.
No doubt you're an efficient person, but I don't think there's any need for a policeman.
Policeman?
How long have you been in possession of the Star of Rhodesia, Lady Margaret?
25 years.
You know, it may seem strange to you, but I've never actually seen it.
I suppose there's no harm since we're paying you to guard it.
Mother.
Yes?
May I?
Do, by all means.
Thank you.
Great Scott.
What a remarkable stone.
My husband gave it to me on our 5th wedding anniversary.
423 carats, isn't it?
The original diamond was over 700 carats. Your father had it cut, less ostentatious.
Ostentatious, as big as a duck's egg.
Watson, please.
Oh, sir?
Thank you, Lady Margaret. We'll be as unobtrusive as possible.
That will be a novelty from a policeman.
Now, if you wouldn't mind telling us where our compartment is.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you. Lady Margaret?
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Impertinence. She called us policemen.
And what's wrong with being a policeman?
Oh, hello, Lestrade. Where are you going?
The inspector's going to Scotland to fish for salmon.
Oh, really? The season doesn't start for another month, but you wouldn't know that, would you?
Who says I'm going to fish for salmon?
Who? Him.
Excuse me, please.
Police.
Police? Here? On the train?
Scotland Yard, I heard. I warned you.
Oh, Mr. Holmes? Yes, this way, please.
Oh, there you are, Holmes. Try some of this curry. It's excellent.
Steak and kidney pudding, please.
Of course, the Bengal curry doesn't compare with that of Madras. No, it's the quality of the mutton that makes the difference, don't you think?
The meat's unimportant. It's the spices that make the difference. Don't you agree with me, Holmes?
What?
I said we were discussing curry.
Oh, yes, curry, horrible stuff.
Oh, really? One man's meat is another man's poison.
There will be 2 of us, steward. My son will be here directly.
My dear fellow, I still insist the unpolished wild rice does make a considerable difference to a good curry.
Well, I still can't agree with you.
Take care of this for me, will you, Watson?
That's your fault.
That was one of them.
Was young Carstairs in the dining car with you?
No, Lady Margaret came in alone.
Well, I was in my compartment just now having a bite to eat, and I heard a crash in here. Crash? It's locked. I knocked, and there was no answer.
So you just stood here twiddling your thumbs. Brilliant. Attendant, will you please unlock this door?
I'm sorry, sir. It's
This is Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard.
That's all right. You can open it.
Very good, sir.
Well. Dead.
Murdered.
That's a bit quick, isn't it, even for you? Is this the,
Yes. Star Rhodesia was in this box not 45 minutes ago.
How do you know?
I saw it.
Well, it might be here somewhere.
No, no good looking for it, Lestrade. Killer's got it.
Ah, there you are, Holmes. How about joining us
Take
in
a look
a
at this body, will you, Watson?
Body? Great Scott. How do you know it's murder, Mr. Holmes?
Murder? Oh, I say.
Who are you?
Major Duncan Preek, a friend of Dr. Watson's.
Oh. Well, what makes you so sure it's murder, Mr. Holmes? The door was locked.
Every attendant has a key.
Did you open this door for anyone during the last hour?
No, sir. Was the key ever out of your possession?
It never is, sir. It's on a chain.
to me like heart failure.
Uh-huh.
Any marks of violence on the body?
None that I can see.
Seemed to have missed it this time, didn't you, Mr. Holmes?
Possibly. Still, if it was a natural death, it came at a very convenient time, didn't it?
Hmm?
What does this mean? Star Rhodesia. It's gone. You were supposed to guard it. My son employed you. That's why I left it with him. Where is he?
I'm sorry, Lady Margaret. It was thoughtless of us to let you come in like this. Do an empty compartment?
Yes, sir.
Then I think we'd better, if you don't mind, Lady Margaret, please.
Poor chap's mother, I presume.
Yeah. Well, let's get to the bottom of this. Excuse me, Doctor.
Poor chap, he was so young. It's such a pity.
I've sent for the conductor, Lestrade. You want to talk to him, and I've asked that no one be allowed to leave this coach.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. Shall we use my compartment?
Thanks.
Attendant,
Sir?
Lock that door and let no one go in without my permission. You understand?
Very good, sir.
All right.
Sorry, old man. Official police business.
Well, that's all right. I'll catch up with you later.
Are you looking for the Scotland Yard inspector, sir?
Why, yes. Right in there, so thank you.
Come in.
Sorry, sir. No one's allowed to leave the carriage.
Can't leave the carriage? Whose ridiculous idea was that?
Scotland Yard.
You see, we don't stop until we reach Rugby.
That's right, sir.
Good. We'll have a thorough search of the train made before that time.
Find the murderer, Inspector, and you'll find the diamond.
But we don't know it was murder.
Consider the facts, Lestrade. Young Carstairs was dead when the jewel was taken. Otherwise, he'd have put up a struggle, and there were no marks of violence on the body. If, however, he died a natural death, we must assume that the thief happened to be on hand just at the right moment, which is outside the realm of probability. No, Lestrade, in this case, nothing was left to chance. That's why I say find the murderer and you'll find the diamond.
How do we know the thief didn't leave the carriage before we discovered the body?
The attendant was in the corridor the entire time, and he's certain that no one passed into the dining car. The door at the other end leads into the luggage van.
Which is always locked.
Oh.
You found no marks of any kind on the body, Watson?
No, none of any significance.
Not even a scratch?
Well, there was a small spot of blood on his neck, just a mere speck.
That's what I was referring to.
You mean that scratch killed him?
It's possible the poison that went into the wound did.
Poison?
Well, we can't tell that without an autopsy.
Hmm. Have you got a list of the passengers in this carriage?
Yes, sir. There you are, sir.
Thank you. Major Duncan Bleak. That would be your friend, Doctor. The next compartment's empty.
Where we took Lady Margaret out for the murder. You remember Lestrade. Go on.
Vivian Vedder, Inspector That's this one. Lady Margaret Carstairs and the Honourable Roland Carstairs. Professor William Kilbane, Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Shawcross, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. That would be you two. Well, I think I shall ask a few questions. Vivian Vedder. We'll start with her, whoever she is. Vedder, compartment C. Oh, here we are. Empty.
Say, Holmes, are you going to let Lestrade handle this thing by himself?
Well, after all, he does represent the official police, you know.
With him doing the questioning and looking under the seat cushions for diamonds, we won't know any more when we're through than we do now. I could do it better myself.
Why don't you, old fellow?
Huh? By Jove, I think I will. Probably find out just as much as Lestrade would anyway. I'll do it at once. Oh, that's where we just came from. That, huh? Oh, the bloody is. Huh? I'll start with this one.
Yes?
My name's Watson. Dr. Watson.
Oh. To what am I indebted for this intrusion?
I'm afraid I've got to ask you one or two questions. What you're doing on the train, where you're going, things like that, you know.
Why?
Customary. There's been a murder committed. Scotland Yard, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes and I...
What about Sherlock Holmes?
We're cross-examining suspects.
Suspects? Of what am I suspected?
Oh, fellow's dead. Murdered, you know.
Now, let me get this straight. You say a murder has been committed on this train?
Next compartment.
And because a perfect stranger to me got himself murdered, you come to question me?
We've got to question everybody.
Are you a policeman?
No.
Then by what right do you force your way into my compartment?
Well,
What are you doing on this train? Where are you going?
Not going anywhere. Holmes and I are on the train to watch the...
I know. It's a diamond or a pearl or something of fabulous value. This fellow Holmes is always chasing after missing jewels or mysterious females.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, Miss Vedder, but it was necessary for us to search your compartment.
Indeed. May I ask what you expected to find?
A valuable jewel has been stolen.
And a man has been murdered.
We're making a routine search of the entire carriage and asking a few questions.
Go right ahead.
I understand your journey is rather a sad one. Your mother...
Yes.
Perhaps we'd better not question Miss Vedder just now, Lestrade.
Eh?
Excuse us, will you?
What's the idea, Mr. Holmes?
It's not of taste, Lestrade. The young lady is taking our mother to Scotland for burial.
In a coffin?
That is the customary method, I believe. Lestrade, I think we'll take a look at that coffin. Might prove interesting.
I was about to suggest that very thing myself, Mr. Holmes. Conductor, I'll have a look in the luggage van.
This way, sir.
But I am Dr. Watson. Dr. John H. Watson of 221B Baker Street, retired. My friend Sherlock Holmes can vouch for me.
Your alibi isn't worth a Scotch party. Just told me that this fellow Holmes is a crony of yours. Naturally, he'd lie.
I resent that, sir. Sherlock Holmes is the very soul of integrity.
Might even be an accomplice. Why, if I were a policeman, I'd take you in charge this very moment.
I didn't do it, sir. I swear I didn't do it. I can prove it.
Prove what out?
Oh, there you are, Holmes.
Now get out of here and join your silly friend.
discover anything, Watson?
Yes. He's a very suspicious character. He tried to put me off the scent.
From the little I heard, he seemed reasonably successful. Look here, you're not going to let an old fellow like Professor Kilbane discourage you, are you? Why don't you try this one?
You think I'd better?
Yes, of course.
All right. Do you mind if I come in?
You may.
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you, but I represent the police.
I knew it. Alfred, I told you.
Told him what? Well?
It's quite all right, Inspector. I'll confess.
Confess? You mean you stole it? You've got it in there?
Yes.
No. Leave it where it is. I'll go and fetch Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard. And don't either of you attempt to run away.
Oh, no, Inspector.
Is this door always kept locked, Conductor?
Yes, sir. Only the guard and myself have keys.
Got him, Holmes.
Oh.
The thieves.
Thieves? Where? Come on, speak up.
That married couple down there.
Mr. Sharcroft?
Yes, I confessed.
Confessed?
Broke them down. Gave them the third degree.
And you left them unguarded?
I told them not to run away.
We'd better have a talk with them.
Oh, it's you again.
It might interest you to know that I've just caught the thieves.
Excuse me, madam.
You're the police, I know.
Hmm.
I warned him, but no, he had to take it.
I must warn you that anything you say may be used against you.
Anything they say. They've already admitted everything.
Everything?
Yes, they've got it in there.
I'd be glad to pay double what it's worth if only they won't prosecute. It's my first offense.
You chaps always say the same thing. Come on, hand it over. Where is it?
I stole it. I took it from a hotel in London.
Come on, come on.
In my small way, I'm a collector of teapots.
Teapots? Dr. Watson, does this look like a diamond?
Not very much. Now that you mention it.
What's all that about a confession?
Well, when I came in here before, they said that they took it.
Well, you'll please oblige us, Doctor, by not meddling in police business.
His time wasn't entirely wasted, Lestrade. At least you've recovered the teapot.
Thank you, Holmes.
Teapot.
The fellow tries his best. What's he get? Humiliation and abuse from the start of all people. Good man to chuck up the whole case.
Might be a good idea to let the police do their own work.
You mind your own business.
Oh, there you are, Watson. How about a spot in my compartment?
Thanks, old man. Serve him right if I got a bit tiddler.
I suppose you realize you'll be turned over to the police as soon as we reach Edinburgh. Dr. Watson, teapots.
Well, I beg your pardon, Professor Kilbane. You're in the next compartment, aren't you?
I am.
I'm afraid we'll have to ask you a few questions.
Now, don't tell me that you're going to start.
You mind?
Well, of course I mind.
Come on, in you go.
A brilliant mind, but there have been times when...
When your scientist's mind has shown him the way.
Exactly. You take the death of young Carstairs, for instance. I knew from the first it was poison.
The scientific approach, of course.
The murderer used a hypodermic. Some rare poison from South America, probably.
Or India.
Yes, India.
I've been to India. So have you.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well.
I don't like your attitude, Professor Kilbane. I don't like it at all.
Perhaps not. But I'm on this train for legitimate reasons. And I've neither the time nor the inclination to assist you with your work.
You're perfectly within your rights, sir, and I'm sure that Inspector Lestrade appreciates that.
Thank you, sir. Now, if you've no objection, I have some work to do which requires concentration.
Mathematics?
Yes.
Interesting study.
If you don't mind.
Looking for something, Lady Margaret?
I came to get my bag. The door's locked.
Naturally. Perhaps I can help you.
Mr. Holmes, I must talk to you about the diamond.
Don't you worry about that, Lady Margaret.
£50,000, and you tell me not to worry? My son employed this man to guard it, and it was stolen right under his very nose. I warn you, I intend to take this matter up with your superiors.
I'm a private agent, Lady Margaret.
Good. I shall report you both to Scotland Yard.
But I am Scotland Yard.
Lady Carstairs entered the dining car alone. You and I were already there. Holmes came in later, and I understand that Inspector Lestrade remained in his compartment with the curtains open, so that if anyone had gone in or out, he would have seen them.
See, you've got something there.
Well, let's look at this thing objectively. Lady Carstairs seemed was more concerned at the loss of the diamond than at the death of her son.
Right, George, you're right. So she was.
Come in.
Oh, here you are, Watson.
Sit down. Have a drink?
No, thanks. Do you mind if I...
Not at all.
I've been thinking about this case, Holmes. That is, Duncan Bleak and I have.
Yes, so I see.
Well, the way we figure it out, the old Trout is the only one without an alibi.
Yes, we feel that you're approaching the whole thing from the wrong angle.
Really, Watson? What's your theory?
Insurance. A lot of people insure jewelry and then try and collect on it.
Interesting suggestion. I suppose you go and ask Lady Margaret just how much insurance she carries on the Star Rhodesia.
No, thank you. We've already had 2 tries. Why don't you ask her yourself?
For a very simple reason I already know. You're quite a doodler, sir.
Oh, if you know, would you ask me? Trying to make a fool of me.
Mr. and Mrs. Shawcross. Teapots. Well, we can eliminate them. Professor William Kilbane. I've sent a telegram to the Edinburgh police to check up on that mathematics professor.
Interesting.
Now what?
Well, just a coincidence.
What's a coincidence?
The fact that this fellow Kilbane happens to be a professor of mathematics.
Oh. Come again, Mr. Holmes?
Lestrade, did you ever hear of Colonel Sebastian Moran?
Of course I did. What about him?
Well, then, as you know, Colonel Sebastian Moran was the most sinister, ruthless, and diabolically clever henchman of our late but unlamented friend, Professor Moriarty. I've never seen him, but I've been unpleasantly conscious of his presence more than once. As a matter of fact, he was directly responsible for what very nearly turned out to be my premature death on 3 separate occasions.
Very pretty, Mr. Holmes. What's all that got to do with all this?
Possibly nothing. However, his speciality was spectacular jewel robberies. And for relaxation, he was addicted to the study of mathematics.
Are you inferring that this Professor Kilbane is Colonel Sebastian Moran? That he murdered young Carstairs and stole the diamond? Well, what about this woman, this Vivian Vedder? What about her? No one's above suspicion. And Lady Margaret. She might have a motive for wanting the Star of Rhodesia stolen. She wasn't very concerned over the death of her son. And this friend of Dr. Watson's, this Major Duncan Bleak, might be just as sensible to suspect him. Now, as far as we know, only 4 persons knew the Star of Rhodesia was on this train. Yourself, Dr. Watson, the dead lad, and myself.
And Lady Margaret.
And Lady Margaret. I'll have another talk with her ladyship. Lady Margaret, do you mind if I come in?
Home.
Leave it open, will you?
Lucky beggar.
Who's a lucky beggar?
Duncan Bleak. Been playing cards with him. He won all the way across, I believe the expression is.
Have you been with him all this time?
Yeah, just left him. He introduced me to a newfangled game. Gin rummy, he called it. American, I believe. Sort of bookkeeping connected with it. You ever hear of it?
Still looking for the murderer, Inspector?
Impossible, fellow. Stand it. Vanished into thin air. Well, there you are. Where on earth you been? I asked you where you'd been. Oh? What's happened?
I've been observing the landscape from the door at the end of the corridor.
I've just been along there. I didn't see you. The door was shut.
Actually, I was on the outside.
The outside?
Yes. We must try it sometime. We'll take a look at that coffin. If you remember, I was interrupted the last time.
Sorry.
I'm Sherlock Holmes. Do you mind if I inspect a coffin you're taking to Scotland?
No one is allowed in here, Mr. Holmes.
I'll take the responsibility. Excuse me. Does it occur to you, Watson, that this is a very unusual coffin?
I don't know. A trifle ornate, perhaps.
I wasn't thinking of the fittings. Do you mind if we open it?
It's forbidden, sir.
Sorry. Go on, Watson.
But you can't do that, sir.
We'll have to.
Excuse me, please. Little old lady.
As I thought. Shallow. Body only comes down to about here.
You think there's a secret compartment underneath?
There has to be.
Empty.
Yes, but it's been recently occupied. We asked Lestrade to come in here. He's with Lady Margaret.
Right, your Holmes.
Have you let anyone else in here?
No.
Mathematics, eh?
Gives me something to do.
Come quick. What is it? It's the coffin. Holmes found a false bottom in it. Enough room for the murderer to hide in.
Huh? What is all this, Mr. Holmes?
There's where your murderer's been hiding, Lestrade.
It's just a question of finding him, isn't it, Mr. Holmes?
Not him, them.
Eh?
This affair is obviously the work of two men, the one who planned it, and the other who hid in the coffin, and at a prearranged time emerged to commit the murder and effect the robbery.
What are you talking about?
Colonel Sebastian Moran.
You got that man on the brain, Mr. Holmes.
My dear Lestrade, I accepted this case because I was virtually certain that Colonel Sebastian Moran could not resist such a tempting morsel as the Star of Rhodesia. I'm convinced that he's the brains behind this case and that he's on this train.
Oh, and how would you go about finding out which one of the passengers is this Colonel Sebastian Moran?
If he is one of the passengers.
Well, I suggest that you start by questioning Miss Vera. It might prove interesting.
Eh? Oh.
Who's there?
Miss Vera, I want to ask you a few questions, and I must warn you. Anything you say may be used against you.
Oh,
Now, about your mother.
It isn't your mother after all, is it?
perhaps if you explain.
That coffin, we've examined it.
And found the secret compartment.
Oh, come on, let's have it.
Have what?
The old story.
If you insist. The man approached me and asked me to take a coffin to Scotland. He offered me £100.
Were you aware that the coffin had a secret compartment?
I was.
What story did this person tell you to account for a man being concealed in the coffin?
That someone had to leave London. Foreign agents were watching the train.
Foreign agents.
All right. Maybe I didn't believe that foreign agent story.
You realize, of course, this makes you an accomplice.
What was the name of the man who approached you?
I don't remember.
Miss Vera, the man who engaged you to take this coffin to Scotland, was it by any chance this man here?
I say, old man, aren't you making a mistake?
My dear Watson, just what do you know about Major Duncan Bleak?
I've known him for years. He's a member of my club.
I say, is this a joke?
Does the name Colonel Moran mean anything to you, sir?
Colonel Moran?
Yes, Colonel Sebastian Moran.
I'm afraid it doesn't. Good heavens, you don't think that
Oh,
I...
no, of course not. You have the perfect alibi, Dr. Watson.
Yes, of course, of course.
Good heavens, gentlemen, you're at perfect liberty to search my compartment, to search me. If you find the diamond,
Now, that won't be necessary. The Star of Rhodesia has not been stolen.
What's that, Mr. Holmes?
An imitation was stolen. I have the real one.
You've got it?
My dear Lestrade, surely you didn't think I would allow Lady Margaret to retain the genuine diamond when I felt reasonably certain that an attempt would be made to steal it? I have had it in my possession almost from the moment I boarded the train.
Confound it, Mr. Holmes. You had no right to do that. This is a police matter. Come on, let me have it.
My job is to see that it wasn't stolen. It wasn't.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but I do know that I never seen this gentleman before in my life.
I shall have to ask you to remain in your compartment until we reach Edinburgh.
Inspector Lestrade.
Huh? Oh,
Telegram for you, sir.
thank you.
I'm sorry, old man. I'm afraid my friend owes you an apology.
Oh, that's all right, Watson. In a case like this, naturally everyone is suspected.
Well, we all make mistakes. Even Holmes is not infallible. And after all, the killer is still at large, you know.
Yes, he is, isn't he? Well, good night.
Good night, old boy. Don't worry.
I think I'll have another little chat with that professor fellow.
Something important, Lestrade?
You have your secrets, Mr. Holmes, I have mine. This is Inspector Lestrade.
Look here. Is this racket going to continue all night?
Professor Kilbane, you told me you were on the staff of the University of Edinburgh.
I said nothing of the kind.
You most certainly did. I heard you. Mr. Holmes here heard you. Oh.
I merely said that I was a professor of mathematics and that I was returning to my home in Edinburgh.
Well, it might be necessary to talk to you again. Later.
You come pounding on this door again and I'll have the law on you.
I am the law.
And stop barging in and out of my room like a chambermaid.
Where is everybody?
Sorry, chap. Doesn't want to open the door, probably.
This should help us.
Hello? Who shut that door? Great Scott, the guard.
Murder came back from the scene.
Academic.
Look again, old fellow. Scratch. Just a scratch. Like the one on one of Carstairs.
Small dot. Apparently made of some soluble substance.
Probably a gelatin preparation that melts in the wound. That's why you couldn't see anything on Carstairs. The murderer was about to get rid of the body. He heard the knock and became frightened. Here, let me have that, will you?
Come away from that door. Were you seen coming in here?
No. Sherlock Holmes and the fat bloke are in the luggage van now.
How about the guard in the corridor?
He didn't see me. I fixed him temporarily. The guard in the van did. I had to kill him. Here, you'd better take this.
This isn't the Star of Rhodesia?
You wouldn't be trying to double-cross me, would you?
Sherlock Holmes got the diamond and replaced it with this imitation. Now that Scotland Yard inspector has the real Star of Rhodesia. Was he with Holmes and Watson in the luggage van?
No.
Good, then he's probably in his compartment. But you'll have to hurry.
I don't like it.
Neither do I. All you have to do is to relieve him of the diamond.
Scotland Yard inspector, why, that's something different.
Naturally, it'll mean more money for you. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Come on. He's in there.
He's got the diamond.
You use this.
No! No, don't shoot! Don't! No, don't shoot!
Hello. That fellow you put on guard isn't there.
That's what I observed. Strange.
What is? Stroud.
Yeah. Help me to get him up onto this seat.
He's coming too. Hand me that water, will you? Well, it's nothing very serious. I'll attend to it properly later on.
Poison like the others.
It's gone. The diamond's gone.
Gone?
Yeah.
And we better search the murder at once?
No use, old fellow. The man who killed him has the star, Rhodesia.
What's that?
It's an air pistol, Lestrade. It fires a poison dart. It's quite an unusual design. You were attacked because you had the diamond. Fortunately, this wasn't used on you. Hello, we're coming to a stop. Police. Scottish police.
Oh. I don't feel up to it, Mr. Holmes. Would you be good enough to talk to them?
Certainly.
Thank you.
You keep quiet, old boy. Be back in a minute.
Mr. Holmes, this is Inspector MacDonald of the Edinburgh Police.
How do you do?
I happen to be in this district on another case, and I received this telegram from headquarters.
You want to talk to Inspector Lestrade?
In due time, but I'm in charge here. This is Scotland. You've crossed the border.
We've had a spot of trouble here, Inspector.
And that's why I'm here. And who are you, might I ask?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
And the private inquiry agent, eh? I've heard of you.
Heard of him. Mr. Holmes has practically solved this case already.
Watson.
Will you clear the dining car? I'll want to ask a few questions.
Yes, sir.
And see that no one leaves this compartment until I need him for questioning.
Very good, sir.
Inspector Lestrade asked me to sit in with you.
It's a bit unusual, but...
Scotland Yard think a great deal of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. They frequently ask his advice.
Scotland Yard, eh? Where is this Inspector Lestrade?
Watson, will you see if Inspector Lestrade is sufficiently recovered to come into the dining car?
Right you are.
Miss Vedder, I know all about you, and frankly, you're in for it.
All I did was buy a coffin and bring it on the train.
In my opinion, this is a matter for Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard's jurisdiction ended when you crossed the border, Inspector.
So you say?
That's a matter of opinion. Miss Vedder is unquestionably in the plot.
But you may not know Colonel Moran, however.
I don't.
Colonel Sebastian Moran, is he in this?
You know him?
Unfortunately, I do. You may return to your compartment.
You said unfortunately.
Aye. I once had an encounter with Colonel Moran. The only time in my entire career I've been bested. The cleverest criminal since the late Professor Moriarty.
And then I concur.
Well, where is this Sebastian Moran?
He's traveling on this train under the name of Major Duncan Bleak.
What on earth are you talking about?
Are you serious, Mr. Holmes?
Constable, bring in Duncan Bleak.
Aye, sir.
Duncan Bleak? But he played for the gentleman at Lord's.
Come in.
Duncan Bleak?
Yes?
Inspector MacDonald would like to see you.
All right.
Colonel Sebastian Moran, eh? It will give me great pleasure, Mr. Holmes, to meet up with that scoundrel again.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, Colonel Moran. You're under arrest.
Oh, so you've managed to convince him that I'm the mythical Colonel Moran.
Not mythical, Colonel. You've forgotten that affair at Inverness 3 years ago?
I've never been in Inverness in my life.
Do you mind if I search you?
Go ahead.
For an innocent man, you carry strange things in your pockets.
A retired army officer, India.
But you're in Scotland now, and there's a law against carrying firearms.
Well, you satisfied?
Not quite, Colonel. Now I am satisfied. This clears things up pretty well. We'll be coming into Topham in a few minutes.
Train doesn't stop at Topham, I'm afraid.
I'm afraid you're wrong this time, Holmes. This train will stop at Topham.
You're only delaying the inevitable, Colonel Moran. You can't get away.
Oh!
Out of the way, Inspector. All right, Inspector McDonald, here's your man.
Who pulled that cord? It's all right, conductor. We get off here with our prisoner. Constables, take him off.
Quite a struggle, Inspector McDonald.
Good work, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps I underestimated you. Was it you who hit me?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. You must accept my apologies. Well, that's that.
Where's Lestrade?
Look under that table over there.
So Lestrade? Great Scott, it's Duncan Bleak.
Me, Colonel Sebastian Moran. Come on, old fella, give me a hand.
What's all this about? Where's Inspector McDonald?
He's just got off the train.
He couldn't have. He couldn't.
Oh, but he has. A very clever plot, Colonel Moran. Your henchmen, masquerading as policemen, come aboard the train, arrest you, stop the train, and take you off.
But this is fantastic.
Yes, it is, isn't it? And it's a scheme worthy of Colonel Sebastian Moran. He planned the whole thing, including the coffin of the secret compartment. And in case anything went wrong, the pseudo-policeman to come aboard and take him off the train before it reached Edinburgh.
Then where is Lestrade?
Well, I imagine at the moment he's pretty well occupied.
Just a minute, MacDonald. Get over there, all of you. You're under arrest. Now, put up your hands. Driver, take us to the nearest police station. Come on, get over here.
Then the poke in the eye I received from Sherlock Holmes wasn't an accident after all.
That is a matter of opinion. Come on, get in.
Send that over as soon as possible, will you?
Very good, sir.
It's a telegram to the real Edinburgh police. Ask him to meet us when we arrive.
But how did you know this fellow wasn't the real Inspector McDonald?
Elementary, my dear Watson. In the first place, he didn't put handcuffs on Colonel Moran, so I had to do it myself. And in the second place, Inspector McDonald during the fight was more hindrance than help, which is not characteristic of a real policeman.
Amazing, Holmes. Uncovering such a fiendish plot with so little evidence.
Yes, I forgot to mention that I also happen to know the real Inspector McDonald of the Edinburgh Police.
Oh, was Lestrade in on all of this?
Yes, and surprisingly enough, he grasped the situation immediately.
It's very unusual. Let's hope he hasn't overdone it.
Very clever, Holmes. You've got me, but you haven't got the Star of Rhodesia.
Oh, but I have. If in the dark I could substitute a big hulk like Lestrade for you, Colonel Moran, it's no very great feat to switch a little thing like a diamond.
I found a line. We'll go up the trail a little farther and cut into the jungle.
Yes, Buona Lady. On come go balala.
There's a big animal in there, maybe the lion. Set up the camera here, quick.
Buona Lady. Buona Lady. Buona Lady.
Timbo! Timbo! Timbo, come back!
A gun bearer must never leave his Buona, you know that.
Me know, Chief Tonka, but me not run from lion or elephant, but this is not animal, like something me never see. Maybe spirit devil.
Timbo, it wasn't a spirit.
Maybe there's others. Me not want to go in jungle again.
If you want them to go with you, Buona Evans, I'll give the order.
Well, I hate to force them to, Chief. That monster was a horrible-looking thing, and I don't blame them for being afraid with only one rifle to protect them. But I can't give up till I get the pictures I need. If there are any more of these beasts around, I want to find out about them. I think I'll ask Larry Sanders to help me.
Good. Buona Sanders, big hunter. He come with us, me go.
I'll send for him right away. Can one of your men take a message to town for me?
Of course.
Thank you. I'll have him take my film in at the same time to be developed.
Nagato.
All right, tell her I'll be out day after tomorrow.
Another hunting expedition, Sanders?
Hey, you might call it that, Stanley. Only this time I won't be guiding a regular safari. A friend of mine, a girl named Jean Evans, wants me to help her hunt down some weird sort of monster.
Sounds interesting. Where is she?
Utanga district.
Utanga? I didn't think Chief Danka liked to have white hunters in his district.
Well, Jean isn't exactly hunting. You see, she's shooting motion pictures of wildlife for the International Foundation. Anyway, she has a pretty good in with the Utanga tribe.
Well, she must have if old Danka... Say, is she the one they call the Panther Girl?
Yeah, that's right. She earned the name and reputation about a year ago. She was trying to get some Utanga natives together for a picture safari. They wouldn't help. It seems about the time Jean arrived in their village, a Black Panther started raiding it. Well, the natives blamed the raids on Jean's evil spirit.
Which proves that a few years in a mission school just can't root out the superstitions of centuries.
Yeah, it sure does. Old Chief Danka may speak pretty good English, but when you get right down to it, he still believes in voodoo and black magic and all that sort of thing. Anyway, Jean was in a pretty rough spot. Until one night, a native visitor from the city here decided to go out after dark. It was foolish, but he did it. He was bound and determined to cut some bamboo.
Calango!
Is he in the canyon?
Yes, he is, but you can't go there. It's the Killer Panther. Yes, Black Panther, black magic.
Well, now's a good chance to get rid of him.
After that, Gene brought the native back to the village and he recovered. The Utangas gave her the Panther girl name and pitched in to help her get her pictures.
She sounds like a girl who can take care of herself.
She is. That's what makes me think this must be something special. I'm really anxious to find out just what kind of an animal it is that makes Gene Evans call for help. Wait a minute, have a check, please.
Here's another one for you to work on.
You're sure the first one is dead?
Yeah, one of our natives found pieces of claw on the trail.
So we'll draw another one.
With what you know about chemistry, Morgan, you could write your own ticket in any country in the world, even if they did run you out of the States.
Perhaps, but chemists are not generally too well paid for research. And if I tried to sell my services to the kind of people who would really pay big money, I'd get in trouble with the authorities again. Besides, this diamond mine project of ours should bring us in all the money we'll ever need.
Yeah, if and when we get the stuff mined and out of the country. You know, this government's pretty tough on people who went after diamonds on their own hook.
Of course, but the authorities have no idea there are diamonds in this district. And there'll be no one around to bother us once we scare the natives out of the country. After our new specimen here has consumed these hormones, he'll be big and fierce enough to do the job.
All right. We'll start him growing. Then we'll go back to the mine and get out some more gravel.
You better go to the Utanga village first. See if the natives are beginning to panic yet.
Chief Danka don't like us hanging around there.
I know, but as long as you convince him you're not hunting in his territory, he won't bother you. Here.
Let's head for the village.
Go on the Lady Go riverbank. Take pictures of alligator. Say, when you come, you stay there.
All right, Timbo. Thank you.
Looks like we got visitors.
Might be some hunter driving through. You're still in the Jeep.
Well, we better find out. It's bad enough having that girl hanging around. We don't want anybody else here.
Come in. Hello. My name's Larry Sanders.
Staying here long?
Yeah, maybe. Why?
Because we don't want strangers hanging around here, and neither do the natives.
Well, I wouldn't worry too much about the natives. I get along pretty well with them.
Well, they won't get along with us. We're working on a deal to get the natives to let us hunt in this territory. We don't want anybody butting in.
Now, just a minute. I happen to be here at the invitation of Miss Evans. I intend to stay whether you like it or not.
Think so?
I know so.
But we're gonna make it so rough on you, you'll be glad to get out in one piece.
Huh? Just when is this lesson supposed to start?
Right now.
Gee, what's going on around here? These two characters want to run me out of the district. You know them?
They've been around here before. They say their names are Cass and Rand. They're supposedly looking for hunting territory.
That's right. We want a hunting territory of our own. What's wrong with that?
I told you before, my people will never allow you to hunt in the Utanga.
Well, we thought you might change your mind.
I can promise you I won't.
You heard Chief Danker. He says no hunting, that's exactly what he means. You might as well be on your way right now.
Thank you, Chief Danker.
Don't mention it. Bessie.
Well, that was a fine way to welcome you to the village.
It's all right, Gene. It wasn't really your fault. It was a surprise, though, to find men like that in the Utanga district. Any more of them around?
No. The only other white man is Dr. Morgan. He lives by himself in a bungalow over in the Ratturi Tribes district.
What's he doing there?
Conducting some kind of chemical experiments. I paid him a visit once, but he was too absorbed in his work to be very friendly.
Sounds like quite a character. Let's not worry about him, though. What's all this story about some kind of a jungle monster?
Larry, this is fantastic. It's unbelievable. I think I got some good film of it, though. I sent it to town to be developed. You can see for yourself when I get it back. Of course, between now and then, we may hunt down another one of them.
Well, that's fine, but you still haven't told me what the thing looks like.
Well, it sounds ridiculous, but it looks like a huge overgrown crawfish.
A crawfish?
Yes, a crawfish.
You mean like a little lobster? Oh, gee.
You'll see.
He's sure big enough.
Yeah.
Well, your bug is growing up. But do you want to turn him loose with Sanders around?
Yes, it may work to our advantage. If a Utanga or two were killed by the devil beast, in spite of the protection of Sanders and Miss Evans, the tribe would be sure to panic.
I see what you mean. They might even take their scare out on Sanders and the Panther Girl.
Exactly. Now get some of your Ratturi natives to carry the crate close to the Utanga village and then dump them out.
You think we can still count on those Ratturis?
Certainly. As long as you keep giving them my special tonic, they'll do anything you tell them to.
Yeah, but they keep wanting more all the time.
Naturally, the compound is habit forming. The user requires increased doses, but I have plenty of it on hand.
Well, we won't be carrying that crate anywhere.
We must get that creature closer to the Utanga village. Have some of the Ratturis drive it in that direction.
Okay.
Also tell them to stop anyone from shooting him. Give them enough of that tonic and they won't mind attacking white men if they have to.
Right. You savvy? No, let white man kill devil beast.
We fixed.
All right, get going.
Ungo! Kaya! Ungo! Ungo, Kata! Ungo! Ungo, Kaya! Buona! Devil spirit, come this way.
It's all right, Timbo. We'll take care of it. You and the other boys go back to the village.
Yes, Buona.
We must have hit it.
Yeah, but we sure didn't stop it. Tell you what, Gene, you follow it from here, slowly. I'll circle around and try to get in front of it.
Right.
Gee,
I'm all right, except for the shoulder.
you're lucky you still have a shoulder. Come on, Panther girl. Let's get back to the village and break out the first aid kit.
We didn't see what happened, but Aturi said the girl didn't seem to be hurt very bad, and Sanders took her back to the Utanga village.
Hey, Aturi said that Sanders wounded the claw monster, but he didn't know how bad. Well, we can grow another in less time than it would take a wounded one to recover, if it would recover.
Okay, we'll go back to the mine.
You'd better stay away from there for a while. There are too many people around now. How can we get any diamonds if we don't keep digging? Actual possession isn't important at the moment. We know the diamonds are there. No one else does. There'll be plenty of time for digging after we frighten the Utangas and the white friends out of the district. Here. Take care of this. Then go to the Utanga village and find out what progress we're making. Well, Sanders might take a shot at us. You know he won't. And you have a good chance to play in his sympathies now. Tell him you've heard rumors of these strange monsters and you're concerned about your own safety.
All right. We'll give it a try.
Now what do you suppose they want?
We'll soon find out. You two looking for another fight?
Don't blow your cork, Sanders. We got other troubles. What's this story the natives are telling about some monster running around loose in the jungle? Anything to it?
It's true enough. I have some pictures of one here.
Are they really dangerous? They're dangerous. Miss Evans' pictures ought to prove that. We were just going to run them. You want to see for yourselves?
Thanks. We'd like to.
Come on in. Sit down.
Part of this reel is film I took of other animals. We'll have to run through it first.
All right, Gene.
The lion scared everything else away. Now we're coming to the monsters. That's all.
I'd say that's enough. What do you suppose they are?
They look like gigantic crawfish, but I've never heard of such a thing.
Neither have I. Looks too tough for me. I'm pulling out. We can find a hunting ground somewhere else.
And you can say that again. What are you people going to do? Well, first thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to take that film into town and show it to the district commissioner. Once he sees it, he'll send us enough men to clean out the whole jungle.
That makes sense. But I still don't like it. Thanks for tipping us off.
Now I know why you asked them in.
Sure. That film scares them away from here. It'll be good riddance. But just in case they don't scare easy, we'd better be ready for anything they might start.
When that troop of constables get here, we'll really be washed up.
Commissioner will never believe Sanders' story unless he sees those pictures.
And Sanders isn't taking a film into town until tomorrow.
That's right. So it'll still be in the girls' bungalow tonight. Take it easy. All we want is that reel of film. Get something to tie her up with. Get over against the wall.
All right, hold it. Drop the gun. Drop it. Now untie the girl. Come on. Jeannie, you all right?
I'm all right. It's a good thing we rigged up that little burglar alarm.
It worked fine. What were they after?
The film, but don't ask me why.
Police can probably figure out when they question this one. Sanders is taking Cass and the film to town tomorrow, eh?
I guess so.
You'll have to stop him. I don't care how you do it, but you must get Cass and that film away from Sanders.
I'll try. That's far enough. Let's get back in the brush.
You sit tight.
Get around behind him. Get around behind him.
Gas got away with the film. That's all we wanted anyway. Come on.
What did you do with Sanders' Jeep?
Left it in the Utanga country. I wasn't going to bring it here.
Of course not.
The worst of it is, Sanders will be gunning for us now. He might even get some constables to help him.
You'll have the whole jungle to yourselves once Chief Banker's people are scared away. Sanders and the girl will have to leave them, too.
Still be a lot safer if we got rid of them first.
Naturally. Don't miss any opportunity to eliminate them. Now about the mining. We'll let that go for the time being.
How can we make any money that way?
How much would we make if anyone learned what we're doing? Illicit diamond mining is very dangerous business. We'll wait until it's safe. In the meantime, we must keep our monsters near the Utanga village. The one in the crate is big enough to release now.
All right. We'll dump them out and get the beaters to herd them toward the village.
Good. But remember, you and the natives must protect it.
We'll take care of the claw monster.
this is the crate, Ibu.
Yeah, we want to be as far away as we can when we dump it.
Man, it looks pretty nasty. You better have Morgan doctor him up.
Hey, wait. You go Utanga village. White woman fix you up. You say devil beast caught you in jungle near the village.
I don't get it.
It'll help two ways. That shoot-up arm will throw a scare into the village natives. And if Sanders and that girl come out to look for the monster, we got a chance to ambush them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Dump it. Herd him toward the village.
It's a Vittori. This man was attacked by one of the monsters. His arm is badly cut. If I can use your first aid kit, I'll dress it for him.
Why, of course. I'll be glad to help you.
You don't need to. I thought you and Mr. Saunders would want to go after the monster at once.
That sounds like a good chance, Gene. Where was this monster?
Down where trail across Small River.
That's only a couple of miles, isn't it?
That's right. You take the camera crew up the trail. I'll get my elephant and circle around behind it.
You men get your equipment together. Jolly, move.
Tembu, don't forget my rifle.
Yes, Mona Lady.
Zambula.
Go after her.
Zambura!
He's gonna make it. That's all right. Zemba's over there. He'll catch her. We'll circle around the lake. You two take care of the monster.
Go, go.
Did you get her?
Yes, tied to a tree back there. What we do with her?
If we leave her there, some animal will finish her off before long.
Hunter drum bring animals.
Good. Go ahead.
On a drum call. Bring animals. They fight, kill.
It's coming from over by the lake. Those hunters might be trying to cause trouble for Miss Evans. Tembo, you take the men back to the village. I'm going to look into this.
Yes, Bwana. Ongango.
I guess that finishes her. Let's go. I guess that finishes her. Let's go.
Ibu said that Sanders brought the Panther girl back to the village and she's okay.
You should have made sure of her yourself.
Maybe. But we figured it'd be less chance of an investigation if we let the gorilla do the job.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But we must do something to get the Utanga district cleaned out so we can get on with our diamond mining before anyone finds out what we're doing.
Well, Ibu says Chief Danka's people are plenty worried. But they haven't started to move out yet.
Then we'll help them make up their minds. Did the girl injure that last claw monster when she shot at it?
I don't know.
Locate it and find out. If it's dead or hurt, we'll have to go another.
All right.
Those first attacks were made by Ratturi tribesmen. I figured that Cass and Rand had hired them to get rid of me so they could hunt this district. Now they're going after you, too. I don't know what to make of it.
I don't either. We should call in the authorities. This might be the beginning of a serious revolt. I'll ask Chief Danka to send a runner to town with a note.
It's a good thought. Gene, what about this fellow Morgan? Didn't you say he lived in the jungle by himself?
He lives just outside the Utanga country in the Ratturi district. However, he's never had any trouble with the Ratturis that I know of.
That situation could change. They've really gone on the warpath. It could be dangerous for him. I think I'll go warn him.
Maybe you better.
You stick around the village till I get back.
Hey, look.
Must be the one we thought they'd killed.
They'll scare every Utanga in the Congo. Let's go tell Morgan.
Come in.
Dr. Morgan?
Yes.
My name's Larry Sanders.
Oh, I'm glad to know you.
I'm glad to know you. Well, I've heard about this. You have quite a laboratory here.
Yes, I'm doing some chemical research. Are you on safari?
No, I'm staying over in Chief Danka's village. I've been helping Miss Evans.
Oh, yes, the lady photographer. I've met her. How's she getting along?
Lately, not so good. We've been attacked several times by Ratturi natives.
Oh, that's strange. They've always seemed quite peaceful to me.
Maybe so, but they've been giving us a lot of trouble. In fact, that's why I'm here. I came over to warn you.
Well, I certainly appreciate you going to all that trouble.
All right, now drop your guns. Hurry it up.
step away from him. Go on. Dr. Morgan, do you know these men? Why, yes. That is quite casually. They've dropped in here once or twice before. Said they were hunters. Potential thieves and killers would be a better description. I'm going to take you two into the commission. Let's go. Don't you think you ought to tie their hands? It's a long way into town. Here, I'll help you. Put down your hands.
Now we can finish him for good.
Not here, you idiot. Miss Evans is sure to know where he went. Maybe we could drag him out into the jungle. No, that won't do either. If he fails to come back, the girl will certainly notify the authorities, and this is the first place they'd investigate. You two clear out. I'll square myself with him. I'll signal you when he's gone.
Okay.
No, leave the guns there. Do as I tell you. So I finally managed to get your gun and drive them off. I'm sorry I couldn't capture them for you.
That's all right, Doctor. Commissioner's sending a constable out tomorrow to investigate this native trouble. They can check on Cass and Rand, too.
Oh? Well, that should take care of them.
I think so. Thanks again for everything.
Well, don't mention it.
Oh, and Doctor, you better remember what I said about those Raturis. Watch yourself.
Oh, I will.
That's it. Let's go.
We ought to be able to keep out of the way of one constable. There's an awful lot of jungle out there.
Well, that wouldn't help. He'd still talk to the Raturis and find out they were working with you. And with me. We can't afford that.
Well, it's no use killing the constable. They just sent out another one.
That's true. But meanwhile, we'd have time to make sure an investigation wouldn't hurt us.
I see what you mean. Well, they'll probably take the river trail to the Rituri country. We'll get them as they cross the river.
Good. But keep out of it yourselves. There may be some Utanga bearers with them. This has to look like Rituri work.
All right, Rand, let's go.
They come! Have the girl and 2 white men!
Those stakes mark river crossing. You change them so white men get caught in quicksand. And you stay and kill them easy.
How much further to the Ratturi country?
About a mile, just across the river. Be sure you stay close to these crossing stakes. It's the only way through the quicksand.
Huh? Well, in that case, I'll stay real close.
Chief!
Quicksand, Larry!
Get some bodies!
I've got to help him.
Go ahead. I'll try to keep them down.
I'll try again. I've got to help him.
Go ahead. I'll try to keep them down.
I'll try again.
You all right, old man?
I'm still in one piece. That's what you mean.
I winged one of those beggars up on the bank. We'd best go after him.
We can get across a little farther up.
Well, let's get started. Did it work? No. One white man in quicksand. Maybe dead. Other with guns shoot auto. Him hurt bad. You come.
No, wait a minute. Morgan told us to keep out of it.
Yeah. We better let it go at that. I thought the quicksand would make it a cinch, but it didn't pan out.
You don't know how badly Orto was hurt, huh?
No, but it doesn't make any difference. If he can talk, he knows what to say.
Yes, if the authorities believe his explanation, it might even help us. But we must still keep crowding the claw monsters close to the Atanga village where the natives can see it and back up his story.
All right, I'll get Rand and we'll herd it back toward the village.
Ready?
Where you take me?
To town. Probably to prison for a long time. It's against the law to try to kill people, even in the jungle.
Me only try to kill people who bring devil beast.
We didn't bring those monsters. We've been doing our best to track them down and kill them.
You see them kill monster?
No, they take pictures.
Yes, that is all. Panther girl, bad magic, bring devil beast, make pictures for her. Devil beast kill natives. She no care.
That's enough of that. Get in there.
Tell Chief Donka.
That kind of talk could cause trouble.
Yeah. I think I'll ride along with you, Harris. Some of his friends might try to rescue him on the way in.
Glad to have you.
Yeah. Don't crowd them too hard. We're getting close to the village.
Akula Lagode.
Chief Danka, what happened?
Devil beast killed Simba.
Where?
On the trail to the big spring, very close to here.
How do you know it was a monster?
We see tracks, claw marks too.
I'll get my rifle and go after it.
No good. You hunt devil beast before. Never kill it.
What does he mean by that? Is he blaming me for this?
It's the story the Rituri tribesmen told, that your black magic brought these beasts.
Do you believe that?
My people do.
Then I'll have to prove to them that my magic is good.
How will you do that?
The test of the lion, then.
But you'll be killed.
Not if my magic is good. Isn't that true?
So we believe.
If I prove to you my magic is good, then you'll no longer believe I made bad magic to bring monsters?
We believe you, then.
All right. Get the costume.
Vanilla.
You will Congo show.
You know, I'm beginning to believe in your magic myself. What a crazy thing to do, Gene. You might have been killed.
Look, Larry, these natives believe their gods are on my side. I want to keep it that way.
I agree, but why do it the hard way? Seems to me it'd be a lot easier just to hunt down those monsters.
I haven't had much luck at that so far.
Well, we'll just keep trying. Let's round up the crew and get started.
Well, I hate to force them to go. Since the monsters have been seen so close to the village, they don't want to leave their families unprotected.
All right, then, if you feel that way about it, why don't you and I just go by ourselves?
Good.
Go get changed. Somebody behind that. They're hurting you this way.
Line up! Oh, hey! 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 Out! Hey! Out!
Hey! They're driving that thing toward the village.
Ah!
Well, this certainly gives us a tie-in.
Yeah, but it still doesn't explain anything.
Ah! Ah!
If we go any further, they're liable to hear us in the village.
Yeah. We better head back for the mine. I'd rather dig out diamonds than herd these things around.
You and me both.
They're taking the trail to the abandoned gold mine.
Maybe they're using it for a hideout. Come on.
How about some coffee before we start to work?
Yeah, I could use some.
So what do we do now?
Move in and grab them. You know, there might be something in there to explain where those monsters come from.
Hold it.
You keep them covered, Gene. I'll tie their hands.
Get down!
Up there.
Now what?
Yeah, we've only got one shell left. Have to hike back to the village, get some more artillery. By the time we get back here, they'll be gone.
We can use my elephant on the way back. It'll save us a little time.
Yeah.
If they're not dead yet, they will be soon. The tunnel's blocked solid.
Yeah, well, that's sad. But it'll change our whole setup. We better go talk to Morgan.
Yes, this will simplify things for us. Now we must let Chief Danka know that the Panther girl is dead. Sanders, too, of course.
It sure wouldn't be healthy for us to be seen in his village.
Then send your Raturis. If they go there unarmed, they won't have any trouble.
All right. There's a good chance the Utangas may pull out now. Then we can get back to work on the diamonds without anybody else finding out about it.
I hope that's the way it'll work out. But Chief Danka might send a runner to town and ask for a posse to look for Sanders and the girl. If that should happen, you'd better see that the runner doesn't get to town.
We got our Jeep handy, but I'm betting we won't have to use it. The village is in enough of a panic over the claw monsters already. And without the girl there to stop them, they'll stampede quick.
They might, especially if your spies tell Chief Danka that the claw monster killed Sanders and the Panther girl.
I guess we better make sure there's a claw monster close enough to the village to keep them convinced. You go to village. You go to village to talk. Go like friend. No need these. We'll be looking for the devil beast.
Where's your elephant?
She roams around that patch of open jungle across the river. I'll find her and meet you somewhere along the trail.
All right, make it the first clearing across the river. Tembo and I will walk up the trail.
You'll probably get there first, so just sit tight and wait.
All right. I just hope Cass and Rand will still be at the mine.
That won't make too much difference. Tembo can pick up their tracks. I want to get a better look at the mine anyway. Maybe we can figure out what they're up to.
Have Tembu carry my rifle, will you?
Tembo!
Vila! Vila!
Mokakuni ongo. Kule lakamando.
Wakamai. Kua ni vosa. Karidawa dawa. Panther girl, she not dead.
What? You sure?
She ride elephant. We fix vine. Pull her off. You come.
You bet we will.
Look, Temple. I wonder if that's the Panther girl's elephant.
I think. I call.
She's trying to... Timber, something's happened to the Panther girl.
Yes, Bila wants you go with her.
Yeah. Good work. You follow us.
Yes, Warner.
That's her, all right. He and Sanders must have gotten out of that mine, but how?
I don't know. Question is now, how do we finish her off?
Monster!
There's your answer. That monster will take care of it for us.
Right. Let's get behind it. There's Sanders now.
Rifle, Timbo.
We better pull out.
Moving out fast. You track them, Timbo?
White man boot make plenty trail.
Good. This looks like a chance to run them down. Let's get your elephant.
Come on.
This does it. That tracker can trail us from here to Timbuktu. We can't outrun that elephant.
Yeah. We better head for the Jeep. Tori, tell Morgan we'll be back in a day or two.
Well, that's that. We'll never catch him now.
Yeah, but there's only one road they can take out of here, and that leads them right to town. They should have stopped that for a while. If I could get there soon enough, I could probably find them. Let's get back to the village.
All right, fellas, closing time.
All right, in a minute.
Sorry, Mac, the bar's closed.
I know. I'm not after a drink. Let's take a walk, boys. You're under arrest.
Wait a minute. Are you an officer?
No, I'm making a citizen's arrest. These men are wanted. I'm going to take them in.
Oh. All right. I guess none of my business.
Move. Now what?
Sanders will have all the cops in town after us if we don't stop him.
You can tangle with him again if you want to. Not me. I'm checking out.
Wait a minute. We won't have to go after him ourselves. Nick Burgess has that room right next to ours.
So what? That big gorilla hasn't got sense enough to come in out of the rain.
Who cares about his brains? He's the best knife fighter in this country. He'll do anything for money. If we can get him down there in time to take care of Sanders, we can get out of town.
Yeah.
And that ought to do it.
You better call the police right now before those birds fly the coop.
It's just what I intend to do. I want to thank you for all you've done. I really appreciate it.
Too late for a drink. Most of the bar is closed.
I'm having a drink. Bar's closed. Oh, Mister, you better go home.
Not until I have that drink.
Does anyone know you came back here?
I don't see how they could. As soon as we saw Sanders leave the saloon, we took off. We didn't meet anybody on the way out.
Well, you're as safe in the jungle as anywhere. But don't come around here any more than you have to. The police will probably be looking for you now.
We're no hotter now than we were before. All we did was put up a fight when Sanders tried to arrest us. And he sure can't prove we hired Burgess.
No, but he'll be gunning for you now. And your only safe move is to get him first.
We tried that once before.
I know, but this time set a trap in a good location and lure him into it.
Just how do we do that?
If one of your natives went to the Utanga village and reported he saw a claw monster in a certain spot, Sanders and the girl would go there looking for it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that would get him where we want him. But we still have to finish him off.
Suppose you were to plant some dynamite in the trail and touch it off at the right time.
Hey, landmine. That's a good idea.
Ah, we'll get the deal set up.
The bartender substantiated my story about what happened to the thug, and the police let me go. But by then, Cass and Rand had a 2-hour head start. I couldn't find any trace of them.
Maybe they came back up here.
Well, that's possible. The police didn't seem to think so. At least they wouldn't send anyone out here to look for them.
Well, aren't they interested in what goes on up here?
Well, yes and no. You can't really blame them, Gene. Those claw monsters do sound a bit fantastic. It's pretty hard to convince anyone they actually exist.
Then we'll just have to get more pictures as proof.
I guess that's the only way. The natives calm down enough, they'd be willing to help.
I think so. None of the monsters have been near the village since Cass and Rand left.
In that case.
What is it, Chief Danker?
This man of the Roturi tribe has seen a devil beast. Where?
On trail. The old mine. You come kill him.
You bet we will. Can you guide us to it?
I show you where, then I go.
That's fair enough. Timbo, you get the camera crew together. We'll leave right away.
We'll take 3 rifles this time, Timbo. You'll be safe in it.
All right, we go. Joaquin, on you in?
Wait a minute. Gene.
What is it?
Hey, look at this. I'd say it's a claw monster track. Pretty fresh, too.
Yes, devil beast crossed trail short time. Go that way.
No,
Not here. Me see Devil Beast in Canyon.
And this must be another one. Let's get after it.
Me scared. Go now.
Gene, you better leave the men here till we locate it.
You stay here. We won't go far. We'll be back soon.
Yes, Buona lady.
And Yumi.
This look all right? Yeah, go ahead.
Shall we follow it into that brush?
No, that's too dangerous, especially if it's wounded. Gene, seeing as we haven't had too much luck with our rifles, I think your camera would be the best bet. Why don't you get the crew and set up right here? I'll get ahead of the monster and drive it back this way.
All right.
What's the matter?
White man see tracks. Go in jungle. Hunt Devil Beast there. No come here.
What a break. Where is he now?
Not stay on jail. Him go that way.
We better try to find him. You wait. That must be him over that way.
Hold it! And drop your guns. Drop them!
Juana Sanders must be in trouble. You and the men stay here.
Yes, Buona lady.
Sure dug in there? Yeah, regular fort. Hey, that dynamite ought to blast him out of there. Go back and get it.
Give me that dynamite.
Keep him pinned down.
Good work, Gene.
What about Cass?
He ended up the other side of the tree. He's long gone by now. Where's your camera crew?
Back where we first saw the claw monster.
We better check on them. I had one of those monsters headed that way. Well, I'd say the monster got here all right.
I don't see any signs of a fight. The crew probably lost their nerve and ran.
Yeah. That leaves us a lot of weight to carry. Let's get at it.
I understand it was a bad break. But we'll never be able to scare Chief Dank and his people away from the village as long as Sanders and the Panther Girl are alive. You'll have to try again.
We haven't got a chance of working another ambush now, Morgan. They know we're trying to gun them down.
Well, that's probably true. But if you and Ryan dropped out of sight for a week or so, they might relax. Then you could strike.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Suppose we hole up in the mine for a while. We can screen gravel while we're waiting.
Well, that's an idea. It's about time we got out some of those diamonds.
Where's the screening equipment?
We hid it down by the riverbank. It'll only take an hour or so to get it from there to the mine.
Well, all right. I guess we can risk it. But remember, if anyone sees that equipment, they'll know there are diamonds around here. And if that happens, we might as well give up.
They won't see the stuff. We'll make sure of it.
You know, with Cass and Rand on the loose again, it looks like we're right back where we started. We'll have a rough time making any more pictures.
My camera crew won't go into the jungle again.
Can't say that I blame them. Those claw monsters backed up by white men with rifles make it a pretty rough combination. Gene, why don't we forget about trying to photograph monsters for a while? Let's concentrate on rounding up Cass and Rand.
You think we can track them from where we had the fight?
That trail will be pretty cold by now. I think our best bet would be the old mine. They could still be using that for a hideout. Even if they aren't, we might find something that'll give us an idea where the monsters come from and what Cass and Rand are trying to do with them.
All right. Let's take a canoe. It'll save us most of the hike through the jungle.
It's a good idea.
Be with you in a minute.
Hey, here comes a canoe. Looks like Sanders and that Evans girl. We gotta stop them before they see this equipment. Get it out of here. It's long range, but if we let them get any closer, they'll spot the mining gear. Hit the floor.
Those shots came from about 100 yards away.
Yeah, I know. We're safe enough here, but we'll never get around that bend as long as they're covered.
I could sneak around behind and keep them busy until you get past.
Well, then what?
I'll meet you up there where the river widens out.
I don't know, Jean.
They'll never catch me in the jungle.
All right, but be careful. I'll take off as soon as I hear the shooting.
How'd they get back there? They must have landed and circled around through the jungle. We can play that game too. You keep them pinned down. That's Sanders. He was trying to sneak up the river.
Good going. Must be just the girl up there now.
Yeah. She's still there?
I don't know. She stopped firing a few minutes ago.
We better locate her before she runs onto that screening equipment.
This is where she was, all right.
Maybe she cut back to the river. Let's take a look.
What happened?
Laddie, sure didn't work the way we planned. So they started throwing slugs at me. Dumped the canoe and it hit me in the head. Look at that. I lost my gun, too.
We better get out of sight. They're probably still around here someplace.
Yeah.
Come on.
Up that way. One revolver against two rifles doesn't give us very good odds.
Yeah, and they're between us and the village.
Let's get up to the old mine. It's not very far and we can hold them off from there.
Come on.
Now what? We'll light that stuff and throw it inside. That'll smoke them out. Right.
Only 3 shots left.
Yeah, mine won't fit your gun. Down behind you.
Let's rush him. Let's rush him.
Well, that was a close one.
Yeah. Too close. And too hot. Jeannie, I hate to say this, but you really think you have to stay in the Atanga district? You know, there are a lot of places in Africa where you can take pictures of wild animals.
I never heard of Larry Sanders wanting to quit a job just because it was too dangerous.
Oh, wait just a minute. I was thinking of you. You're a girl and all. All right, you win. But this time, let's try some different tactics. Now, let's try to trap one of those monsters.
Maybe we can do it at that.
Sure we can.
You know, we've seen a lot of tracks on that trail leading to the river. I'll bet if we dug ourselves a real deep pit, we'd have some luck.
All right. Let's head back to the village and get the natives started.
Now we're really out of ammunition. I sure hope Cass and Rand aren't out there waiting for us.
They probably didn't find any trace of your mining operations, but they certainly know you've been living there. So you must stay away until we see what their next move is. Make yourselves a camp out in the jungle. I don't want to risk your being seen around here.
Okay. We'll have a Tory watch the village. Keep us posted in case Sanders and the Panther Girl try anything unusual.
Very well.
Well, that's good. All right, boys, let's get back to the village. Huh? We'll check on this first thing in the morning.
White Warren village men dig pit trap on trail to river.
When?
Just do. All go back to village now.
You figure they're trying to trap one of those claw monsters?
That must be it. Well, we've got to stop them.
I don't want to run into one of those things in the dark.
Me neither. We'll just have to get there ahead of them in the morning. They got one, all right.
Yeah. We've got to get him out of there. But how?
Shoveling enough dirt so it can climb out. Here they come.
Well, we're in luck. I wonder what they were up to.
They were trying to wreck the trap.
Well, we're a little late, seeing as we've already caught something.
Larry, get the camera crew.
Right. Jim will get the first aid kit. Easy.
One lady!
Larry, no. The camera.
Right.
I'm no cinematographer, Gene. You better take over.
Plug it in, Larry.
Right.
That's close enough. Well, I could go after him, but I think we better get you back to the village and take care of that leg.
Might as well. I know I've got some good film here. I don't want to take any chances on losing it.
Timber, let's get this gear together. It's all right. Come on. You're on.
Well, I guess they'll get their pictures all right.
Maybe we can still stop them.
No, we haven't got a chance against that gang and their rifles. But he has to get that film to town to have it developed.
Yeah, that's right. We stopped them once before.
Sure, we can do it again in the same way. You go watch Village. And White Buana leaving his car, you make drum signal.
Well, here it is. You can take it to town the first thing in the morning and get it developed.
All right. But don't forget what happened the last time I started to take film into town.
You mean they might try to stop you again?
Well, it did once before. We lost the first batch of film, Gene. I'd certainly hate to lose this one. Say, isn't there some way you can develop it yourself right here?
Well, I have all the equipment, but I'm out of chemicals.
No, then we're stuck.
Say, wait a minute. Logan's trading post down the river has a supply.
Good. I'll take a canoe downriver. Will Logan know what you need?
He'll know.
Then there's no problem. Oh, you better hide that film somewhere. Just in case.
Eel! White Buana going canoe downriver.
He can't get to town that way.
No. He must be up to something else.
So what do we do about it?
We'll grab the girl and make her give us the film. She's alone there now.
Alone in a village full of natives?
Oh, don't worry about them. In the shape they're in, anything will scare them off. Get that log off the road. Now.
Sangoalo, Tatalu, Basic.
We must have hit her an awful belt.
I had to stop her.
Sure, but she's no good to us unless she can tell us where the film is. Well, we can't wait around here for her to come to. The natives are liable to sneak back. Miss Sanders isn't likely to do anything about the film with her missing. Get some rope. We'll load her into a canoe and take her back to camp.
Right.
He couldn't have gone any further than the trading post. Let's get out of sight. All right, Sanders. This time we're gonna get that film.
Did you find Chief Danker?
No. No, not a sign of him or his people. You think they'll come back now that things have quieted down?
I hope so. If they're not back by in the morning, I think we should do something about it.
Yeah. How long is it going to take you to develop the film?
I should have a print by tonight.
Good. I phoned Commissioner Stanton from the trading post, told him to get out here as soon as he could. Should be sometime tonight.
There's a surprise in store for him.
No doubt about that. If those claw monsters look half as tough on film as they do in real life, it should convince him we need plenty of help tracking them down.
And you still don't know where the film is?
Not exactly. But it's a cinch Sanders didn't take it to town. He wasn't gone long enough.
How do you know he's on his way with it now?
Too late in the day. Nobody makes that trip in the dark.
Then there's a good chance the film is still there. And it must be destroyed along with Sanders and the girl. Have the natives come back to the village yet?
No. My scout says they're camped out in the jungle, too scared to move.
Then you can make a direct attack tonight.
It might not be that simple. We'll have to break into their shacks to get to them.
I can take care of that for you. I have materials here for making a bomb. All you have to do is toss it through a window and there'll be nobody left inside to bother us.
All ready now.
Sit down, Commissioner.
Thank you.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That's an understatement, sir.
What is it and where did it come from?
We don't know all the answers, Commissioner Stanton, but we do know that Cass and Rand have something to do with the monsters.
You mean you think they brought them here?
Perhaps. We aren't sure.
Why don't you start from scratch? Let's all sit down. You can tell the commissioner the whole story, huh?
That's a very good idea.
Well, the first time I saw one of these creatures, I managed to get a few pictures of it.
Mm-hmm.
The natives were frightened to death. They all threatened to clear out and leave me, so I called Larry in to help out. We must have hit it.
Yeah, but we sure didn't stop it. Tell you what, Gene, you follow it from here, slowly. I'll circle around and try to get in front of it.
Right.
Gene,
I'm all right, except for the shoulder.
you're lucky you still have a shoulder. Come on, Panther girl. Let's get back to the village and break out the first aid kit.
So the Rituri tribesmen attacked you. Well, that's serious business.
It's extremely serious, Commissioner. And we're positive now that Cass and Rand put them up to it.
Yes, but can you prove that?
I think so. All the evidence points that way. When Cass and Rand discovered that we had the film, the first thing they tried to do was steal it. One night they came right here to this cottage.
Take it easy. All we want is that reel of film. Get something to tie her up with. Get over against the wall.
All right, hold it. Drop the gun. Drop it. Now untie the girl. Go on. Gina, you all right?
I'm all right. It's a good thing we rigged up that little burglar alarm.
It worked fine. What were they after?
The film, but don't ask me why.
The police can probably figure out when they question this one.
Yes, I remember you reported that incident, but you never got your prisoners back to town, did you?
No, I'm afraid not. Oh, I got started all right, but before I went very far...
You sit tight. Get around behind him.
That's all we wanted anyway. Come on.
Well, this situation has gone far enough. But you may be assured that my office will give you all the assistance possible.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Would you care for some tea?
I should love, sir. Looks like they're in there. Yeah, go ahead and take a look.
They're both in there with Commissioner Stanton. They've been running some film.
So what? This'll take care of all of them and the film, too. Looks like they're in there. Yeah, go ahead and take a look.
They're both in there with Commissioner Stanton. They've been running some film.
So what? This'll take care of all of them and the film, too. Looks like a clean job, but we better make sure.
Was it Cass and Rand again?
Who else? Well, you can rest assured those two are about at the end of their rope now. I'll go back to town first thing in the morning, and I'll have 2 constables here by tomorrow night, and they'll stay here till this whole situation is cleaned up.
Thank you, sir.
But until they get here, I think you two better stay well undercover.
But we've got to do something about the village natives. We can't just leave them roaming around in the jungle.
Do you think they're going to come back here now?
I think we can persuade them to if we promise to protect them from those claw monsters and from Cass and Rand. At any rate, we'll get them to come back here and wait until your constables arrive.
It's worth a try, but be very careful with those 2 outlaws. They'll stop at nothing now.
That's pretty obvious.
So Commissioner Stanton knows the whole story. I tell you, we'll have the constables on our trail inside of a day or 2.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right. Well, all we can do is get out as many diamonds as we can and be ready to run for it when we have to.
Sanders and the girl know we've been using the mine for a hideout. And that's the first place they'll head for when the constables get here.
Probably. But as you pointed out, we may have a day or two. You can post Ratturi guards along the trail to warn you if anyone's coming.
We've got the Ratturis watching Chief Duncan's village.
That's not important now.
Well, maybe we can take a chance on it. We've got plenty of loose gravel ready, so it won't take long to sift out a batch of stones.
Good. You can get started the first thing in the morning.
Well, how about some of that jungle juice? Your private stock.
Yeah, all right.
You stay here, watch trail. If anyone comes, try to stop them. If you can't, run and tell us we'll be in the mine.
Miguel.
There's no telling where the villagers are. We'll just have to hunt for them. I think I better get the elephant and work through the jungle east of here.
I'll head up toward the old mine. They might be camped in that vicinity.
Good. I'll meet you at the river crossing.
Misambua, Kakua.
Larry, what happened?
Some of the Ratturi were guarding the trail to the old mine. They attacked me, I took after. Walked right into an ambush.
I heard your shots.
It's a good thing you showed up. Say, did you find any trace of the village natives?
There's a fresh trail just over the ridge. Also, some claw monster tracks.
We better get after it quick.
They went through here not long ago. They can't be far away.
Yeah. Gene.
Slow down while I reload. Take it easy.
This is real luck.
Yeah, this ought to convince the natives it isn't a devil beast. Now they'll be glad to come back to the village.
Let's find them.
Are you sure the monster's dead?
Of course. Go see for yourselves.
Where are bad white men?
Well, we don't know, but I'm going to check on them. There's some native guards on the trail to the mine, so the white men might be there.
Do you think we should try to tackle them alone?
No, but I thought I'd try and locate their camp. Then when the constables get here, we'll know where to look.
I see. Are you ready to go back to the village?
We'll go if you go with us.
Well,
Go ahead, Jane. I'll just do a little scouting.
All right. But be careful. There may be guards along that trail.
I'll be all right.
Ichiban!
White Guana come to River Trail. Him to catch Alto.
Are they still there?
Maybe.
Let's go.
Get in. Get in. You're going back to the Utanga village. When the constables get there, you're going to lead us to wherever Cass and Rand are hiding out.
Watch him!
You're going back to the Utanga village. When the constables get there, you're going to lead us to wherever Cass and Rand are hiding out.
Watch him!
What do you think? I think we got him. Anyway, I'm not going to swim out there and find out. Let's go see Morgan.
You don't even know if he's dead. And even if he is, it won't make any difference now. The authorities are sure to send someone out to run you down. They'll claw monster too.
Yeah, but they won't know where to find us.
The Panther girl knows you've been hanging out in the mine. She's sure to take them there.
Well, what do we do?
Just what you're supposed to be doing right now. Screen out as many diamonds as you can before they get here.
Okay, Morgan. We'll get the natives back to work guarding the trail.
Of course. And get enough to hold up any attacking party until you get clear.
Hey, how about herding a crawfish down the trail? That ought to keep the cops busy for a while.
I have another in the crate now, but it won't be full grown until tomorrow. I'll release it then if we still need it. Here, give it some of this hormone compound as you go out.
Okay.
So you think they may still be in the mine?
Well, they have been using it for a hideout, and the natives said they were there yesterday. Even if they go on now, we might find some clue that'll put us on their trail.
Very well. Then the mine it is.
Ready?
All ready. We're going to try the old mine first.
Good.